lane. It's super meta. We saw it at TI all the time, and it did really, really well for itself. A single small mistake, and you're gonna watch your life just get ruined in front of your eyes, basically. Load it in. We got ourselves a smoke up at least, which is immediately gonna break between this Lina and the Phantom Lancer as Krollgash. He should have revealed himself. Like, if they had vision to see what's going on, I think he would have showed, like, walk down the high ground or something, so that they don't expect the Earth Spirit as much anymore. We do have ourselves a pause, which I don't really mind, because hopefully that will let us sort out the issues on our streams, and I'm just gonna refresh real quick to make sure everything's working. The two most powerful one-position heroes that there are. Okay, so at the very least, everything should be working fine on stream again. Now just to wait for the audio to be fixed. But who needs audio when you can already see this Keeper of the Light against Kidaro Brawl? And Kidaro, first of all, I'm really proud to still have this man on my friend list. Like, I actually used to play pubs with Kidaro. Can you imagine, like, my 3,000, 4,000 MMR ass getting supported by freaking Kidaro? I'm not even joking. He was 2v1ing the lane in our ranked game. Well, I was just kind of standing there, and I was literally just instructed by my two-position player, don't feed. Because Kidaro, he's like good with / friends with Ascendancy Dota, and Ascendancy Dota is one of my like closer German Dota acquaintances, and one of the best Meepo players in the world. But he wanted to play, like, practice something else, because he plays off-meta stuff, like, at this point, Enchantress mid, and Marcy, like, the really greedy Marcy Blink Dagger mid lane, which isn't that strange nowadays, right? Like, if you think Marcy mid, you think Blink Dagger, but back in the day it was, so the guy that actually popularized that one in the European circles, me and Kidaro used to just kind of play some pubs whenever those guys would play their Smurfs to practice new stuff. And I would just get freaking Kidaro on my lane, which is such a flex now that he's like actually been playing TI qualifier and stuff. Because he is ridiculously good as a support. And exactly what he's been doing on the bottom lane is what he did when I played with him, like all of those games, where he would literally single-handedly 2v1 the lane and just tell the carry, oh, don't worry, man, free farm. You go farm. Let me know if you need any healing salves. I go harass, you go farm. That's the Kidaro playstyle. I really love it. And you can try that you can see that Hyuga is trying to do the same, but Hyuga, even though this is a double melee lane, just the damage that's being threatened by the ice shards and Norma with the swashbuckle makes it a lot harder to get up close and get those right clicks. And you can kind of see the squirrel walk in, shoot one or two little arrows, and then walk back again, making sure that she doesn't overextend, that she does not get chain right click to the face. Whereas Bane, whenever the lane pushes in too much and he has to go pull, that's kind of the only moment that we see Kidaro not put on that harass. But it is giving Gothic some much needed space and breathing room. Because this Keeper of the Night, he's a lot more level dependent, and especially with a Largo, you do not want to ruin the lane equilibrium, right? Like, you straight up don't want to overpush the lane every time. As top lane, it's exactly the kind of lane PL wants, because even though there is a lot of harass going on, a lot of poke, it's all physical in nature. And against that physical harass, PL doesn't really care. He's just gonna lean back, he's just gonna buy an extra set or two of tangos, and that's basically gonna allow him to fully sustain his lane, more or less. And that's gonna be the first blood, immediately getting followed up with a brutal return kill there. But Earthspirit on the mid lane, definitely the more valuable one to go down, even without that first blood bonus. However, what I said about this like PL lane, where it's PL, that's basically feeding none of the pressure, and Yuragi just having a chill lane where he doesn't have to worry about anything, is coming in real clutch. Because tag team is physical damage, swashbuckle is physical damage, all of the physical harass, you can see how little damage he takes from that. The ice shards are genuinely Uragi's biggest problem, but he's just turning it around, waiting for that perfect little bushwhack to come on in. So we're gonna see a kill onto Gothic instead, which, yeah, about to be expected. Cass really good at running people down, but there is gonna be another one at the mid lane, as the kill we're looking at is always the one that isn't gonna happen. And while the Phantom Lancer is already regioning up, two really huge lane winning, or potentially lane winning, I should say, kills. One on the mid lane, one on the bottom lane. Because now Cass got himself what he needs. Cass, I keep talking about, oh, he needs momentum, he needs momentum, he needs momentum. Also, somebody is saying like the Cass sleep plus the sleep plus Cass damage combo that Inner Circle got going on the bottom lane is really reminiscent of Haze, like the Ricky-esque card carry from Deadlock. And I'd say nah. I'd say if you're saying that, you're clearly low MMR in Deadlock, because you gotta play Haze like Ricky. I get what you mean. The sleep combo is kind of reminiscent, but it's more like when Ricky had the sleep dart. And if you don't understand that, then you don't understand how to play Haze. I have 100 or more Haze games, so I know what I'm talking about. Scroll Gash. Oh, you see what just one kill and one level difference makes for the Cass, right? Because this is not a man fight that he's supposed to win. If Largo and Cass are the same level, then that man fight is always going to go either 50-50 or even favoring the Largo if he has that Frog Stomp available. Now, though, Inner Circle, 3,000 gold ahead just 6 minutes into the game. They are playing some insanely strong and insanely clean looking Dota. Three people wrapping around trying to contest that wisdom. Inner Circle, they're just not gonna step off the gas. Just keep running at the enemy, keep teleporting at the enemy. There will be at least an attempted wisdom contest from the Phantom Lancer, but he's gonna give up. While the dire one, it's just guaranteed to be stolen by Inner Circle, and with the double wisdom going their way and 400 XP just like that, Snap swinging around. PuckChamp, they got like 5 minutes to stop Inner Circle. And this is what we see from Inner Circle every time that they've been playing this EPL Masters 2. And this has just kind of been the pattern they've been delivering in. Which PuckChamp, I think, are one of the teams that should definitely give Inner Circle a run for their money. Just drafting for this hyper late game scaling, chaotic ass Phantom Lancer, I think goes such a long way. That is some peak value right there. Yuragi already got his level 6, so even though Kidaro can harass him quite strongly, and the top lane is no longer fun to be in for the Phantom Lancer, he has all the resources required to farm jungle, should he be forced out of the lane completely. Lina. Kaya and Yasha, pretty mainstream. I was playing a pub with some friends. One of them was playing Lina as well yesterday. And man, that was a really rough game, but I told my friend, like, he was like, oh, Joe, what do we build? And we were lacking teamfight damage, so I was like, Kaya, and Kaya on Lina. It is instantly a game changer.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's not even my birthday. Might get being distracted.
Alright, I'm trying to get a hold of the production guy, meanwhile, SC Yuga got himself picked off over on the top lane. Not really that surprising, like, if you're a support that goes into a lane alone, your life is basically forfeit. But dual race, he's flash farming, Cass is already snowballing like an absolute raid boss. Like, PL is having a game, yes. What I'm missing is the 4 Protect 1 part of the PuckChamp draft. Because the 1 position is having a good game, the Phantom Lancer feels pretty protected. But where's the 4 people making him space? Where's, like, the 4-man smoke to try and kill off the Lina, to try and kill off the Cass? Well, that's the opposite of what I expected to see. Gothic instead. Getting stunned up, getting machine gunned down by dual race. Not that surprising, honestly. Not a comfortable game state by any means. Norma rolling, thundering. And Sportic gets machine gunned down with the Lina, but manages to get himself away. Norma leaps down the high ground and is gonna be alive. You can see the amount of damage that PuckChamp can do for the at least next 5 to 10 minutes. It's definitely gonna be enough to get those kills. It's definitely gonna be enough to burst people from full health if they make a mistake.
Been killed.
As Hyuga once again drops, but Hyuga's not the kill there after. They want Yuragi, and Yuragi, with a doppelganger, manages to buy himself some time. Goes for a nice bluff, but Kidaro, the moment that he switches with the tab key with Unity controls, he makes it obvious for just a split second who's the illusion.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And Kidaro, given his Bane, is already a sign that the game is going to be really, really hard for you, because he's one of the best Banes in the world. But holy crap, from here...
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Someone in chat is saying free, and I mean, yeah, kind of, but for Inner Circle, they are genuinely half a tier above almost every team in the play-ins. I don't think there's many games for them that are not going to be free here. Like, PuckChamp should be one of the better ones, and I mean, PuckChamp having a very well-rounded draft, drafting for the late game, they definitely have a win condition that can actually work even if you know the enemy team outskills you.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Ooh, floaty rock money.
As Rubicon manages to keep himself safe for now, he will not quite realize this gank is there though. And that could be his life. Let's see if Cass... Nope. He just doesn't get to cast Earth Spirit Silence right after the stun. no chance to cast anything. It's not like he has a Manta Style or something yet for the safe purge there. Our Spirit makes sure to keep himself safe. PuckChamp, with that massive kill on the Cass, I do think Phantom Lancer has been given a bit of extra breathing room. And it seems like Sounds is fixed for you guys, which I'm happy to hear. It's not fixed for me yet, I don't think, but I can deal without. I've casted drafts with the Keeper of the Light, with the Cass, with the Bane often enough since TI that I know where the big ultimates are gonna happen at this point. And speaking of big ultimates, we do see a bit of an aggressive posturing from Inner Circle trying to force another team fight. PuckChamp, though, they realize what's going on, immediately evacuate the triangle. Just kind of say, yeah, okay, you're gonna place really annoying wards and make our life hard, but... PuckChamp with a counter smoke. I hope they find something, but even if they don't find anyone, the fact that they're smoking and trying to set up in this triangle could be really, really good as long as they don't overextend. Because this is awfully deep. When they could have just waited on the high ground. Uh-oh. Oof. They stepped just like 400, 500 Dota distance units too deep into the triangle. Not because of that high ground having ward there, but because of the outpost kind of guaranteeing that Inner Circle gets to go with how much lockdown they have. So the moment that anyone from PuckChamp gets seen, the teleports are coming out. And it is gonna be a 2-4-0 as both Keeper of the Light and Earth Spirit go down. And Inner Circle only scaling upwards. They're not out farming the PL anymore. Like, the amount of scaling right now is only from the kills. It's only the kill gold that's kind of snowballing out of control in their favor. But that's all that Inner Circle needs, as long as they're able to keep going for those kills. As long as they're able to run in and be aggressive about it. As a 3-man smoke comes out onto Sportic with Dual Race having the ultimate, even a tanky Earth Spirit is just gonna go down, and with him dead, Hyuga, free little squirrel on a stick as a follow-up snack there. Isn't it so nice that Dota includes Fallout-themed food these days? Honestly, it would be cool if they do make an actual squirrel on a stick Fallout reference out of Hoodwink dying. One of the few references that Dota is missing. And I know technically there is the Mr. Handy Cotsworth announcer. But that's similar to the Darkest Dungeon one, right? Like, that's just an homage to a really good voice, or the Bastion one. Like, homages to really good voice acting, rather than actually being references. The Phoenix Dying Light, now that's a good reference. That's how you gotta do it. But as for the game at hand, I think it's gonna be over within 5 minutes at this rate. Like, Inner Circle are doing the same thing over and over again. They are this undefeatable big raid boss, and they keep giving me really long breaks to kind of relax and sit here, drink energy, smoke some ciggies. Because nobody beats them, and they're usually even 2-0 ever since they got back from TI. I don't mind. It does feel mean for PuckChamp, right? That we as the EPL masters are being like, oh, hey, here's your group stage. Don't mind Inner Circle there, that one team you're not supposed to beat. Although it does remind me of the classic, old, you know, back in 2015 kind of Dota. Because there too, there was teams that would just be untouchable, and they would play random tier 2s, right? Like you would see a TI team in a random tier 2 tournament, because the difference in paycheck was still significantly bigger back then, and some teams really relied on that, like, winning money. But back then, well, Navi was still good and would randomly make appearances in tier 2 tournaments. Here, Inner Circle, I don't think even with this PL draft it's gonna be good enough, because PL gives you a reliable win condition. PL gives you something that you can always say, okay guys, don't worry about being killed, don't worry about being picked off. We can play our own game, we can do this how we please to it, like approach it.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Illusion.
Dire's top tower is
But
under
with 3 more minutes on the Aegis, we're gonna see whether Inner Circle can be more aggressive with that, because right now they are kind of forced to run into their own half of the map to chase these kills. This is like the open AI strat, right? Like this is what AI has taught us all, that if you're losing the game and you're not the win condition, go cut waves and go split push. That's the easiest way to come back into any kind of game and to extend it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And someone in chat is saying PL can't 1v5 this. Yeah, that's really the issue I feel with this draft, and that's why PuckChamp are feeding so many kills, trying to deliver and create enough space, but kind of failing to.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Mid tier 2 obliterated. Rubicon already going for a really well-timed Desolator.
Radiant are scanning.
Minute and a half left on the Aegis, but the next item for Cass, if it isn't already GG, then when he has that BKB, it will be. Because I don't think Phantom Lancer will have a reliable kind of defense. Because usually when you think of and consider the PL, you will know, like, oh yeah, this hero, like, PL is gonna ignore snowballs, he's gonna ignore tag teams, he's gonna ignore the massive amount of physical and magical damage that Lina threatens if he's good enough to micro and Manta dodge in time to dodge Lagunas and stuff, right? But every big nuke, everything that actively forces you to press Doppelganger, everything that actively forces you to scramble your illusions around by microing them on the PL just kind of makes your game significantly harder. However, Yuragi trying to set up onto Rubicon. He will get the full heal off, but Rubicon is gonna have to do a lot more damage to this PL if they want to get a carry kill. Oof. The perfect doppelganger to dodge that Raven's Claw, or what it's called. At least there will still be a nice kill for the Cass, but Yuragi, he wants to turn it around one more time. And you can see, somebody in chat was saying like PL can't 1v5 this, but it's only because Cass snowballed too early. If you had given this PL 5 more minutes of farming space, I'm telling you right now, Yuragi would have 1v5 this. Like, this is such a free, such a good PL game. But that's also why Inner Circle have been sitting on top of this bottom lane all game. This is why it's gonna end with GG's at just 23 minutes. Because they knew from the start, okay guys, if the PL is going to fall off, if the PL is going to go into that negative spiral, kind of going downwards in terms of net worth, he's never gonna recover. He is a very slow, a very tedious hero. You don't really have farming speed anymore. It's not like you have the Manta style lasting 20 seconds for PL to just join teamfights and also split push out a whole different lane like the olden days. I think the Manta style nerf actually made PL so weak when it comes to the map control, when it comes to actually farming camps. Because PL's used to do the same that Terrorblade does, right? Where it's like, hey, 20 people spread across the jungle. And nowadays, nah, we're just having a really kind of stale game until PL has 3 or 4 big items. I will say valiant effort from Yuragi. He did his items timings going 1 and 2 in a game that rough. Definitely not bad. After all, he almost managed to carry it, or at the very least help out quite a bit. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, with that we're gonna go to a little bit of a break, as Inner Circle games, they're expectedly a bit anticlimactic. But I do think, in the long run, it is feeding into their hype. So with that, we are going to go to a little bit of a break, as we're going to see what game number 2 is going to have in store between Inner Circle and PuckChamp. See y'all then. Ready when you are. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are back once again to game number 2, which may or may not be another stump super in favor of Inner Circle. After all, they are currently the strongest team across the tournament. As PuckChamp opening up with an Earth Spirit. It's not bad. It's not an amazing matchup against the Ember, because you start with a huge advantage, because you can just kind of ignore all of the damage that you would usually take. Just kind of whoop, Slayer Fist, whoop. And Earth Spirit is like, nah, don't care. I'm tanky. He out-regens most of the level 1, level 2 Slayer Fist damage. But the more levels Ember picks up, the more of a lane advantage, the more of a scaling advantage Ember Spirit is gonna get himself. And Inner Circle, they're gonna pick up a Largo to combo up with that Ember, making for a really good front line. Adding that infinite teamfight sustain as well, which, I mean, last game they had a Largo and the teamfight sustain was there, but they just didn't have any good teamfight. They just didn't have any good heroes to deliver that oomph, really get up in there to deal that damage. So, eh. Like, Lina is banned out, Necro is banned out, PuckChamp, they're definitely drafting this solidly. But the issue is against Inner Circle. To play against them, you gotta do an insane amount of back and forth. You gotta do an insane amount of kind of planning stuff outright. Because last game too, we saw 50% of the draft succeed. Like the protect the Phantom Lancer and make sure the Phantom Lancer farms part of the draft. It was working fine for PuckChamp. They had a carry. They had a Phantom Lancer that even when the game ended at 22, 23 minutes, the Phantom Lancer was there to join. The Phantom Lancer was there to defend and got huge impact that way. But Cass is a snowball hero, and you did not also keep the Cass in check, right? So you only did 50% of your win rate, and the game ends at 23 minutes instead. Because Inner Circle, they will notice that immediately. They will be like, hey, our PL has not died the first 10 minutes. Okay, we can be aggressive now. As Tusk gets picked up, so a solid save. Though I think the intent for PuckChamp is to make the Keeper of a Light support, and I don't think one hero with a good save is not really going to cut it here. And I do really like this Dark Willow getting picked out to kind of make sure that you immediately got a good reward for lining up those brambles right. Bramble into arrow, really nasty. Dark Willow also, if your like Dark Realm wears off, well-timed Mirana ultimate is gonna be a huge game changer here. PuckChamp gotta find themselves a good, well, answer to this, because Inner Circle, once again, they're going for their own game plan. Once again, they are playing how they feel like this game should be played, and making it really, really hard for the enemies to, deal with this. Because I don't think SF is gonna cut it. I'm not gonna lie, like the Bounty Hunter, the Lone Druid, the natural counters to what Inner Circle are trying to play here have already been taken away. And while as F, he is momentum based and he does give PuckChamp that tempo. Because PuckChamp, if they get outsped here, it's gonna be a repeat of the first game, right? When no matter how hard you farm, the game is gonna end before you hit that late game. But PuckChamp, they do have some reserve time left. What? Brood Mother also gets banned out here. Brood would have been nice. Like, Brood Mother would have been so sick because it will prevent PuckChamp from out momentuming Inner Circle. And right now, Inner Circle's biggest weakness is being out snowballed, right? Like, the scaling is fine. You got an Ember Spirit, you got really good map control, so you can kind of be all over the place at once. But what the hell are you really gonna be able to do about a Brood Mother pushing in your lanes? So, taking Brood Mother out, PuckChamp, eh, massive freaking burst damage. Good momentum thus far, but they need more of it, and they need to make sure that Inner Circle does not get a repeat of that last cast game. As the last 10 seconds of reserve time gotta be made to count here for PuckChamp. PuckChamp, they gotta pick up something really good. They're gonna ban out the Terrorblade for now, which makes sense. Like, best to get rid of all of those terrifying heroes that are gonna get outscaled. Because it's not like PuckChamp, like, even if they want to put the SF mid, and assuming this would be a free SF mid game, right? Because Earthspirit offlane I actually really like. I don't think it would cut it. And they can't go for a Terrorblade themselves instead as like an alternative. Because mid lane Shadow Fiend just isn't a great option this patch, especially not against an Ember Spirit. When there's a Mirana, when there's a Dark Willow, your mid lane is just gonna get ganked and you stop having a game very early on. Inner Circle, they got all the time in the world here. As the Slardar picked up for the side of PuckChamp. Decent last pick, huge armor reduction combo. So if SF and Slardar just double down on the same target, deliver all of their damage onto one person with their armor in the -20s, that's definitely gonna help out. That's definitely gonna make this game so much more doable. Well, Inner Circle, 70 seconds. What one position are they gonna go for? Because they have so many options, but the question is, do you want to scale for the late game, or do you want to do the opposite and make sure that you kind of outfarm this SF? Because I think the cast was looking really good just for that reason, right? Where everything got committed into one lane to just completely overwhelm them. Templar, so it is going to be the momentum approach. It is going to be a very fast and in-your-face hard carry for Inner Circle. I mean, it's not like Dual Race isn't basically guaranteed to make Templar that space in a matchup against the Earthspirit, because you already know what's going to be happening, right? Like, you already know how this clash is going to go. But as everybody locks in their heroes, there's no major surprises in terms of the laning stage. It is looking like it's very, protect the Templar for 10 minutes, try to win the game for Inner Circle, whereas PuckChamp, they need to get SF and Slaughter online. If both of those pop off, then the -20 armor in your face is gonna be very, very reliable. Okay, so I had to fix a technical issue in the back real quick. But to get back talking about the draft, well, we're getting ready to load on in. This armor reduction combo may be good, but I've expressed my doubts about the support combo, because it isn't really a support combo. It's two supports that are really good this patch, in the Keeper of the Light and the Tusk. But neither of them synergizes super well. The most you can get is a fully charged Illuminate when you or somebody comes out of that snowball, to kind of make sure, oops, somebody is going to full heal up and somebody is going to, you know, have a second chance at the team fight. But the second chance at that team fight with a Dark Willow, with Largo, I don't know, because again, last game the Largo looked good, but the moment that the heroes that need to fight with the Largo fall off, like the moment that you kind of lose your momentum from that part of the draft, Largo himself doesn't do anything either. So we're gonna see whether Norma is gonna have a better game on that hero than Krollgash, but I think it mostly depends on whether his Templar gets to have a game or not. Time ticking down as the runes are about to spawn, and we're gonna see ourselves a battle for that bounty rune. But in the river, it's not much of a battle if the Slardar is involved. Dual Race, however, will get poked quite a bit on his way to the lane. And 3 of the runes are gonna go for Team PuckChamp, getting themselves just that little bit of an early advantage. Well, mid lane, it's a matchup we've seen a lot. There shouldn't be that many surprises, because, again, Earthspirit is tanky enough, both in terms of magic resistance as well as in terms of regen, that he can just kind of out-sustain the Ember. He can just kind of keep chilling and make sure that Ember doesn't really win the lane until Ember goes ganking, or gets level 6. Because both of those are pretty much a guarantee for Ember just to come online big time.
I don't think so.
As over on bottom, not the most annoying lane to be up against for Inner Circle. It's mostly that SF is really hard to kill with the snowball, say. So during the laning stage, the Tusk pick is gonna pay off really well. Just because, whoops, snowball, save, reset the little engagement every single time. And chat is saying no answer for Ember Largo combo. I kind of agree with that. Again, Largo is gonna do as well as the Ember, and Ember is guaranteed to have a free lane, so you're almost guaranteed to have the Ember Largo combo pop off and come online. But I feel like the main issue with the Ember Largo combo is just that Pipe is such a poopy item these days. It feels really underwhelming compared to the last patch or so. Because Pipe, it used to be like the magical vanguard for me, right? Where on a tanky hero that already has that health, it's gonna be a lot of value every time you buy it, and you're gonna get away with buying it every single time. But nowadays, you don't really want to see a Pipe on your course unless you're planning to rush and end at 20 minutes. Level 3 means Earth Spirit's lane slowly starting to get harder. But usually until like level 6 you're fine, because exactly half the time until level 6 you're behind on the Ember, and half the time until level 6 you outscale the Ember. But that's gonna be a first blood attempted, and it looks like it will be gotten onto Norma before Yuragi goes on down. Nice little exchange there, favoring PuckChamp. They need every bit of advantage they can get, but a first blood and some extra XP is definitely hugely important for them. Slardar. Giving Rubicon a bit of a rough time, but he too, just like the mid lane, is getting to the point where the harass really becomes noticeable, where every Psyblade that bounces on you kind of starts to suck. There is some PuckChamp believers at least. And I mean, SF during the laning stage, he's gonna have a really good time. The question is, can he make it out of the laning stage successfully and alive? Because while this is looking like a pretty good SF game, it's not a free one by any means. As Rubicon. The Psyblades may hurt, but so does the harass. He should be alive under the tower. Can meditate up a bit, eat a lotus. But misstep again, and Slardar is gonna beat you with that big ass cup. Meanwhile, on bottom lane, oh no. Oh no, that is a lot of damage from the brambles there. And while mid is receiving a little bit of pressure from a Dark Willow rotation, Inner Circle not too worried about their laning stage. They're even gonna, like, instead of going for a kill on mid, just get Ember Spirit, that enemy bounty rune, stolen to refill his bottle. And now we're gonna see both teams rotate in, a lot of pressure towards the mid lane. Ember Spirit, though, is gonna tell a support to leave and go back to just holding the lane, I guess. As instead, the support, Fernand, comes in on the bottom lane, wants to go for a kill regardless, just not here, and Yuragi gets ran down. Fernand just kind of flies away again. Not even what they, like, expected out of that rotation. I'll be real. Like, you expect to get a quick Hyuga kill, right? You expect to get a little bit of, like, extra XP towards those supports. But with Norma, having all of his mana used up and the maximum value gotten wrangled from that infused raindrop there, he is gonna be fine and alive. Slardar, poked quite low, but with the sprint is just gonna back off. Evacuate the towers, making sure he will not get overly greedy.
Radiant's top tower.
And Rubicon, making sure to kite away, returns the favor to Hyuga for that harass. Having 3 people on his lane is a good effort to shut down the TA, but as long as TA doesn't die to it, it is really just XP being wasted that's gonna benefit Inner Circle. Kidaro, as I say that though, somebody is gonna die for it. And Krollgash very happy with that return kill. Right now you're very happy about any return kill for the side of PuckChamp here. Because Ember is gonna snowball. Ember is gonna farm. Again, he has no problems in a game like this one until the catch, until the shutdown is gonna come out to make his life a lot more difficult. Invisibility stolen away by the Earth Spirit, and into the bottle it goes. Can save it for a good moment. As the Earth Spirit is gonna get himself caught, but rolling out perfectly once again. Still sustaining and regenning against the Ember Spirits' damage. Not that worried yet about that Slayer Fist and Flame Guard combo. But it's not gonna get any easier to deal with as time goes on. SF looking for an early farming Manta style. Not bad, not super great, because your damage doesn't scale that well. Even if you go for an Aghanims and commit for that extra little bit of scaling, it's just not great value for the SF. PuckChamp with the Kotal of the Light being taken over into the mid lane. Like, I don't know, they're doing everything correct, and they're still starting to look ever so slightly rough already. Though, hopefully with the armor reduction combos, we're gonna see PuckChamp get a couple of kills. Because that's how they really secure themselves a gold lead here, and once they have a gold lead, it's gonna be hard to come back.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Another thing that's gonna be absolutely terrifying is gonna be the first big Magnetize. Because one thing Magnetize is really, really good at is stripping away that Flame Guard from the Ember Spirit. And Ember Spirit, he has been maxing Flame Guard, so a lot of his damage hinges on actually slowly burning down those enemies. And we're gonna see Largo. I love this build from Norma. Norma, see, I've been advocating for it a bunch, and then people will call me like a 2K caster and not knowing my meta and whatever. But I've been advocating for the Radiance early Largo build just for ages now. Not just for the farming item, but also for very sustained, very good kind of AoEs. You know, reliable mischance, reliable damage. It's everything you could possibly want to really combo up with that ultimate on a Largo. That's a beautiful arrow, latches onto the Keeper of the Light. Keeper of the Light just gets executed under his own tower with the Slayer Fist, but in comes a Slardar. And this is just what one armor reduction hero does to a squishy enemy. As Earth Spirit, though, gets caught for that. Slardar still chased after Inner Circle. They're just not letting up. They're gonna get their value out of this Mirana ultimate. They're gonna set up the Slardar for death. There is the snowball for the save. Getting a beautiful turnaround kill with the stun from Krolgash. Just the supports, though. Like, this is Templar getting XP. This is Ember Spirit once again. Free fight for him. And even Largo getting a lot more gold towards that Radiance. And this costs them basically, well, again, their supports, but that's absolutely a worthwhile trade because the Radiance alone is going to pay for that once Largo can kind of start free farming it up. As a 3-man smoke towards the bottom lane is coming on in. As that's gonna be Hyuga killed off. And it's just a support to make sure that the SF can get himself top, can group up with the team. But out comes the twin gate rotation as Inner Circle immediately realize things around the top lane are awfully quiet, and Rubicon, he's gonna get stunned on. He's taking a lot of damage, and with the SF ultimate, nothing they can do to defend their hard carry. Inner Circle, not in the best of positions anymore, need to be very careful here, but Fernand goes down to Sportic on the Earth Spirit after all.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
As SF though thinks they're gone and that he can go over to the bot lane to harass people, but out comes Inner Circle saying not so fast, getting 1 return kill, getting 2 return kills, getting revenge onto PuckChamp almost immediately, as Ember Spirit on bottom lane needs to be a bit careful against Hyuga, but he is getting reinforcements coming in form of that Largo. However, he cannot slay, and if he can't slay, he cannot remnant in that situation. Bedlam won't connect on the Tusk. Tusk is gonna live. Dark Widow has to get out of there. Nice little counterplay. Rubicon though got an amplified damage rune, is just gonna use that to farm as efficiently as possible with the Psyblades. Tusk looking for a blink dagger. He's just starting to say so. It will be a while until he can get that. But the snowballs have been impactful. Like, that's the one thing that has been really coming through reliably from these PuckChamp supports. So getting him a blink dagger to make sure Tusk is gonna be there and is gonna be in that good position every single time is just going to be huge, and is going to definitely help the game out a lot. We're gonna see another smoke up from PuckChamp. They're just not gonna stop with this insane amount of aggression.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Sportic though. Oof. Things just don't pay off whenever they're attempted from the side of PuckChamp here once again. The good news is, at the very, very least, SF is still having a pretty fine game, but Largo's already free farming. Templar Assassin is having just as good of a game. And this is starting to feel like a repeat from last game, where you gotta end shut down the Templar Assassin and keep SF free farming at the same time. And while I definitely think PuckChamp can pull one of those two off, like, either you keep your SF free farming or you run 5 people at the Templar Assassin, it's when you gotta execute both against a team with really good game sense and really good map mobility that things are gonna get a bit more difficult. Tusk is gonna show to immediately force a lot of resources out on him. Hyuga gets missed by the arrow, and a reference to the series hero. And I mean, he better be able to do 20 push-ups with clapping, followed by a standing somersault. I unironically still want to get into gymnastics someday before I'm too old, just because of that show. Spartacus used to be this shit growing up, and it still kinda is. Like, we are number 1, and all of the like memes that evolved from that one go hard. Keeper of the Light, meanwhile, retreats to his SF, and with the SF having an ultimate, nobody really wants to take that engagement. That's the job for the Templar Assassin.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This is what I mean, TA only really coming into effect now, as TA, you know, you're supposed to be the head of the gold net worth, but actually making that lead bigger is the difficult part. at least the part that's difficult for a lot of TAs. Because, again, this game with the Ember Spirit TA, unless Ember Spirit to have a good game, like, that's just a matchup. And people are attributing a lot of that to the Largo, which, it's not wrong, but I think the main lack is a good Largo counter. Because right now that magic damage is
Are scanning.
but it's just that pipe isn't a good item to build on a core to deal with the Largo like it should be.
Blessings.
We saw awfully few pipes at the TI as well. Uh, behind, and they need to put a stop to it somehow. Let's see if they can get anything good done with the smoke this time around. Norma, missed by the rolling boulder. Out comes a snowball. Out comes the catch, though. And with the dust of appearance being there, it's just a matter of time till they get that massive Largo kill. And Largo, he is farming a lot, so the downside of that Radiance is he's gonna be worth a lot of money, and you know, that is a decent chunk of return bounty. But also, Largo, the Ember and the TA that need to be rich, and both of them are still rich enough. Though another kill on the Ember may change that as he's getting chain stand up, but BKB will get pressed. Ember Spirit turns around on the SF, looking for more with the Remnant up the high ground, gets the Tusk down as well. Killing spree for dual race. Dual race, more like dual kill setup. Inner Circle, do they want to contest this triangle? Do they want to Roche? Maybe both? As for now, it looks like off into the triangle they go. TI. We need to adapt, we need to respect ban, right? See which of these teams is going to be the first one to actually falter, to actually struggle against the overwhelming might of Inner Circle this patch. Because Inner Circle, holy crap, have they been looking strong. Like, I can't say it enough. I know that's all I'm talking about, but they went from like a high tier sniped on the bottom lane still. 900 gold remaining on that silver edge. Having the Shadow Blade component in this rune once again bottled up by Sportic. Like, getting the runes and then using them to get really good in an issue, but with two BKBs there on the Largo and the Ember Spirit, Magnetize is so hard to get good value out of from here on out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And that's gonna be Sportic getting himself an Aghanim Shard. The gold lead slowly melting away. Inner Circle, another 10 minutes of them not being able to end, and Templar is seriously gonna start falling off. And the next team fight slowly brewing. Templar is there again, Inner Circle. Like I said before, need to protect her really well, but if they can get just a few Psyblades to bounce across the team fight, it's gonna be some real sick damage.
Dire are scanning.
As out comes a 4-man smoke.
Vanish.
Ember Spirit with the Remnant.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tries to go into the Ember, tries to go into Rubicon, but instead Ember Spirit. Kind of splits away from his Templar, forced to chase on out, and he will be the one to be met with the SF's Wrath. While Templar is in the backlines, is staying safe this team fight. That is a huge commitment of life and resources from Inner Circle already, as they really need this Earth Spirit. Nice save on Rubicon, but guess what? With the Magnetize, he is still gonna be taking out Slardar once more out of the Magnetize, but he cannot get the kill in time. And what? Where did I go? Comes out from the Earth Spirit. Ah. I'm glad that even though this is like still a very hard game for PuckChamp, and every small mistake on either side is immediately going to be punished by the enemy. Both teams are feeling good enough to trash talk, throw out those voice lines, throw out those all tips,
Dire's
throw
middle
out
tower is
those
under attack.
quick chat hero voice lines. Big fan of those as well. The game's kind of slowing down with so many people dead for so long.
Vanish. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Just what are you hiding, Rashan?
PuckChamp got a small army assembled on the mid lane. Looking to get value out of them committing in for something. But Roche, priority number one, he is gonna get cut into thin ribbons by that massive armor reduction draft. The ultimate dual race manages to catch himself a double kill to start things off. Norma will go down in exchange for that, but with the Aegis having already been committed, this could be game number 3 coming in as Ember Spirit gets shut down with the stun lock in the river. The warding comes out from PuckChamp, but Templar Assassin still standing up on that high ground is terrifying. Like, Templar is terrifying. The only issue is in a circle they can't both and catch everybody and keep their TA alive. So the moment that, even though the initiation looked very awkward for PuckChamp there, they do find it, like that second wave, right? Because right now PuckChamp, every time they initiate, because they're still a bit behind, they do it really carefully in 2 steps. Step number 1 is throw the first few ultimates like there, that Requiem, right? And wait for that massive wave of like big spells to come flying back at you. And then from there is when they kind of, okay guys, that's Ember Spirit having committed the Slayer Fist, that's Mirana having committed the arrow, that's the Brambles put down from the Dark Willow. Wait those out, and now we go in when the lockdown has kind of been expanded. Works really well. PuckChamp, in late game, they're still not gonna have the best of times. You know, it's not like SF is gonna outscale the Templar Assassin hard or whatever. But this does make for a very fun high stakes game now. Rubicon. Meditating it up. About to be met with an overwhelming force. I'm not sure if he saw that slaughter or not, but this positioning is definitely very dangerous from him. Inner circle, only 1k gold lead. They can't really split off anyone from their team to send them into the jungle and tell them, go farm boy, go. And instead of anything, the farm is ever so slightly faster for PuckChamp just because they have so much AoE, so much magic damage. But Inner Circle, they could genuinely lose this. Like, this could be the first, at least single game that they drop this entire EPL Masters 2. It is going to require another one of those really good setups from the Earthbird and the starter, though.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Like, the two-man slithering crush into Magnetize has been doing so freaking much work for PuckChamp. And Fernand's is now gonna be the one to split up and show in a lane just for money.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is falling.
And another teamfight breaks loose. Slaughter, the one to get caught, but just in time before the TA bash. He procs the BKB, at the moment that the BKB goes off, everybody on both sides realizes, nope, not gonna take this team fight. Let's back off and regroup, guys. But the regroup, not bad for PuckChamp, gives them an outpost, so they do have the option of buying back and teleporting people back in again.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And there's still one BKB for PuckChamp, so they can hold their half of the map pretty much exactly.
Invisibility.
Top lane is gonna get pushed in. Everybody grouping up around Yuragi and SSF.
Radiant are scanning.
With the 4-man smoke in a circle, they try to get a favorable initiation, but Mirana, she dies so quickly the moment that Corrosive Haze reveals where she is. Kind of the opposite of what they were hoping for.
Dire's top
Just
tower
torn
is
limb
under
from
attack.
limb off of her giant kitten. Tier 2 tower, the next objective. I mean, I want to get number 3 always. I don't care who wins the series. Would be really hyped out to see Inner Circle lose their first game in this tournament.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Inner circle. Make sure to recover that triangle. Like every time they get pushed out of their triangle, they go into their triangle, they take over their triangle. As mid lane is gonna get shoved in next.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh boy. Okay. Two-man catch, instant double kill for the side of Inner Circle. Can the Templar get more? Yes, she can. And well, that was a Templar buyback for it. So Rubicon, he did have to use up his second life. But did you see that the moment Templar comes back and everybody else on Inner Circle realizes, okay, boys, we're still fighting that. They will do just that. Bam, two-man stun. Bam, two-man AoE damage. More AoE damage. Another follow-up route. And there's Templar again, having used that time to come back in, getting all of the kills, cleaned up nicely. Rubicon, he needs to get a lot of objective gaming done here. This was his buyback committed.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's
43
structures
minutes,
are
definitely the
fortified.
longest Inner Circle game we've seen all tournament, as Rubicon is gonna get himself one tier 3 tower and a lane of Rex from that. Plays down the Roche banner, should be able to push top after. Don't even have all the tier 2s though, and I will compliment that Inner Circle, they're very well aware of the fact that they have to push right now. The moment they get those kills, they're gonna be super aggressive and try to push up the high ground.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's top barracks are under Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
And 2 lanes of Rex taken, everybody backing off. Rubicon needs to be protected by all. As for Roche, 4 seconds till it's up. This could be really, really fortunate for Inner Circle if they don't mess up checking the Roche pit frequently enough to get it for free. And yeah, there it is. They see the Roche. The moment that they do realize it's there, they don't care for the roar, because Roshan, he falls so quickly. And that's kind of the issue with this draft, right? Like, all of the objectives, they keep swinging around. Like, Inner Circle, they fall super far behind, but then they got 1 or 2 big objectives, like this Roshan just now, to put them right back into the slight lead position, so they're always fighting from ahead at least. PuckChamp, however, come on in, go hunting for kills, but aren't really getting that many.
A soldier's fortune. Earth's bounty.
Earth Spirit looking to go for a sheep stick.
Stone.
But for the next 4 minutes, Inner Circle, they're no longer worried about having expended that really important Templar buyback at least. both teams split pushing out the others.
Radiant's
Tier
bottom
2,
tower is under
definitely
attack.
favorable as hell for Inner Circle
Radiant's
though.
bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under
And
attack.
there's gonna be the initiation on the slaughter with a catch with a catchy lick straight into that 4-second arrow. That's gonna be more than plenty to kill him. Because the moment that you get caught and can't press the BKB, like in between the stuns, it's just a death sentence. Templar, Assassin, delivering the damage in the front while Ember Spirit jumps in the back. Another 2 kills, everybody backing off and regrouping from Inner Circle, making sure to heal on up and regen up some mana to buy their time. One more clash like that and PuckChamp are gonna be out of it. But having used all of their buybacks very wisely, they're still holding on, trying to apply that pressure. Because PuckChamp, of course, they may not have improved as much in recent time as Inner Circle X Insanity did, but they are still getting like a lot stronger every big tournament, every TI qualifier, every big event like that they're attending. And Inner Circle, they still have all the time in the world here. But if they mess up pushing this high ground and get the Templar killed, that's what they gotta be very well aware of.
Blessings. Shadows, take us.
As that's gonna be Slaughter pressing the BKB. Manages to keep himself alive 30 seconds till the egg is finally gonna be expired. We're just waiting out that Aegis as Largo having massive impact with his Shiva's build, but so is this Earth Spirit who's already at the point where he's switching out his boots for other items. As long as this last lane of Rax holds, everything is fine. Templar having no BKB and no buyback for almost a minute is gonna back off again.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
And with the initiation, Earthspear getting all the way back into the back lines, almost living. The Slayer Fist though will connect onto him, and Sporting immediately forced to buy back, but then see which of these teams is going to be the first one to actually falter, to actually struggle against the overwhelming might of Inner same bracket of the same league. It's not a complete stump for Inner Circle for a change. So, yeah, I And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are back once again, game number 2, and we got ourselves Summer Bear up against RE Arise. So the one series today that I will be casting, where it's almost guaranteed that this one should be a little bit less stumpy, a little bit better. Because I will say I've had the misfortune of having a lot of those Inner Circle games. And while I love Inner Circle and it's been really fun to watch them improve, they've already made some headways when they got themselves the Accent Santi sponsorship. And then they've been moving forward, like through that TI qualifier, doing really well for themselves. And they come back so improved, like a borderline tier 1 team now. Playing their way through the EPL Masters number 2 quite easily. The Underlord picked up though. Summer Bear going for a very reliable opener, pretty meta. Like, I think Underlord's definitely going to be answered now, because it's one of those heroes that we've seen picked up 100 times and counterpicked 100 times, so every team kind of has 2 or 3 good Underlord counterpicks I think that they can play. While looking across the draft, Rune Eaters. I like the Rubik, but Rubik in a vacuum, like, it's good against the Invoker for sure, right? You can always pick a Rubik because you're guaranteed to steal 1 or 2 of those really powerful Invoker spells every team fight. But I'm not sure why they wanted this badly, if that makes sense. Like, Rubik is only better than the, like, top tier supports in this patch, which have all, like, either saves or teamfight turnaround, like, levels of burst. Those are the 2 things that make support good. And Rubik has neither, he just has ability steal. So usually when you pick Rubik, you have something in mind, like something you need that hero to do, something you want that hero to do. Dark Widow gets picked up. I mean, that's not a support with a save, but Dark Widow is the definition of that team fight turnaround support, right? You fear everybody, you get that Bedlam in, you make them run into the brambles. A lot of great synergy, a lot of great pickup, but this also means that it's gonna be very obvious, that it's gonna be very telegraphed, that there is not gonna be a save, that there is not gonna be a super reliable answer here. Summer Bear with the Mirana, I mean, that does add the Underlord synergy they've been lacking, if nothing else. So at least that combo is kind of starting to fit together, where it's like Pit of Malice arrow, Pit of Malice arrow, and you're just not gonna be allowed to move, you're just not gonna be allowed to play the game. Summer Bear going through a decent bit of the reserve time. But who do you think is favored here? Because I feel like Rune Eaters, they're drafting really dangerously right now. Like, I'm not saying what they have can't work or can't, like, come together really well, but it is extremely high risk. As the Lifestealer is gonna come out for the carry. I mean, there's one good investment with the Dark Willow, but the rule of thumb with the Lifestealer is always Lifestealer is only a good pick if you have two supports, if you have two kind of movement heroes that you can either sacrifice, or like heroes like the Dawnbreak. You don't have to be it doesn't have to be a support, but it has to be a hero that you can either sacrifice or that's really, really hard to kill for the Lifestealer to invest into. And you got one in the Dark Widow. You can invest into her and make a really good escape with the extra movement speed, but it's not enough in my opinion. It's still lacking that certain je ne sais quoi. As the techies, I don't like techies into lifesteal. I'm not sure what they're thinking with that either. Maybe it's just a block pick, and because Keeper of the Night could have gone into the mid lane really well against Invoker, right? Like this first pick Keeper of the Night, you can always put it mid, pick another support. Because Rubik offlane, it sounds strange, but we've seen it twice in like this patch at like EPL events, and both times it worked. Because it does feel like this Rubik, like he only has good steals. You can steal everything from the Mirana, it's gonna be rewarded. You can steal everything from the techies, and it's gonna work out for you. Even the blast off, I know it's kind of high risk, but with the extra range and extra AoE, it's very huge. And with the Dawnbreaker being the obvious ban, the other one will be the Slardar. I mean, the Dawnbreaker, again, I called how good the combo is with the Lifestealer. I think everybody that's playing competitive Dota knows that. But the Slardar's interesting, because Slardar, he did really well in the last series, and if you're able to turn fights around quickly, he's a huge hero. As Undying, immediately followed up by Otaker's go-to pick, so they're gonna give Otaker that comfort Nature's Prophet. Not bad, not bad, but I do love this terrifying double infest bomb combo jump that Rune Eater's Arise got going on. Because, like, if Rune Eater's Arise get on top of you even ever so slightly, right, where it's like, oh, hello, we're in your melee range, they can completely blow yourself up now. Like, I know that's just two melee heroes, but Ethereal is going to keep them up close and personal, and Dark Widow also really likes getting up close. So the Rubik is basically the only full backliner. Like, Rubik and Keeper of the Night are going to stay back, Dark Widow kind of in the middle, while two people just right-click and run at people. So the potential is there, but some are bare. I think they have the safer draft, even if I don't like the Nature's Prophet here. And usually when Otaker picks the Nature's Prophet, I'm automatically gonna love it, just because his Nature's Prophet gameplay is that freaking good. But I'm not sure if they have the resources to actually, full commit onto Otaker teleporting in and going in to blow people up. That's kind of where I see the issues arise, where it'll be like, oh, Nature's Prophet is teleporting in, haha, we're already ready for him every single time. And while we're preparing to load on in, I really want this game to start. Like, I'm curious to see if this high risk, high reward draft is gonna pay off or not. Because while I love Lifestealer carry, and I think like Otaker, again, I love his Nature's Prophet, but I don't think it's gonna cut it here. This is just not the kind of Nature's Prophet game where it's worth picking up for Summer Bears. Whether they play that hero really well or not is a secondary priority. So while Summer Bears, like, they have a good draft. I'm not saying the draft's bad, especially with this much team fight and this much big magical AoE. You can completely zone out people. Like, BKB may even be a consideration for the lifesteal, which never feels good, I feel like. Like, if you can't rely on the rage alone, you're gonna have to double down on, BKB and a crap ton of damage and play lifesteal as a bit more of a glass cannon. And the reconnect is there, but no go when ready just yet. And Rune Eaters, I mean, this Undying Glass pick just, it really rounds out their draft, because I'm not sure who the better team is among these two. They're both kind of inconsistent, but can also punch above their weight really well. Somebody in the chat is saying Rubik counters Underlord Heart, and I will say that holds true. Like, again, this is a free Rubik game. This is the freest Rubik game I've ever seen. But what makes the Rubik so free is kind of what worries me for the Keeper of the Light and for the Dark Widow as well. Because there's a lot of big and terrifying spells and a lot of heroes that lack mobility on the side of Summer Bear. Like Techies, Invoker, Nature's Prophet, none of those are fast, right? All of them are really weak to being displaced and swung around. But Dark Willow and Keeper of the Light, they're both very swift, low health heroes that like sneaking in and out of the fights and being very safe while doing so. So if they get caught, if they get locked down or stuck out of position, then it is just gonna be massive, and both supports are just gonna drop instantly for the side of Rooney to arise if they're not careful. Or even their mid laner, because Keeper of the Light is the mid laner, I'm almost certain. I could see Rubik mid though. But here they did not commit for that. It's Ani-san on the Rubik support, and Ethereal playing Keeper of the Light as the mid laner. Of course, Keeper of the Light mid lane has been doing really well for himself, and is a huge value pick to have on your side. And while the runes spawn, a lot of harass will happen, allowing Rune Eater Arise to get themselves 3 of those bounty runes. And this is a vision game matter, not a level 1 power matter. Because in terms of level 1 prowess, with the Sunstrike being there, both of these teams are really scary right now. Whoever catches the other one first is definitely going to get the first blood. But Summer Bear, they committed 2 wards, 1 defensive one for this mid lane over to the side, which has been matched by a dire one, so the mid vision kind of evens out. But the other ward, it's next to this dire bottom tower, giving a lot of valuable vision to keep the Nature's Prophet safe. And I'm not sure if it's worth a bounty rune, but Nature's Prophet is definitely going to be grateful about having all of that space and having all of that time for himself to just free farm it up. Delight. With the blood grenade, and he tried to walk around, but pathing there is so rough. Because either way you would have walked around, you couldn't have gotten out of the brambles. Like if you put the brambles around the tree, you can make it so a little bit sticks out on the one side, a lot sticks out on the other. And over on top, not much action. Like we've talked about, Rubik has a good lane against the Underlord. Not such a good lane against Mirana, because while Mirana has a lot of powerful spells to steal in just a few levels, she's kind of balanced around right click. She's balanced around a lot of harass and really good positioning during the laning stage, and that's something that Rubik lacks. So even though Rubik has the better spells leading up to level 6, it's not gonna be an even 50-50 for him. Like it's always slightly gonna favor Mirana. Dark Willow getting faced with a lot of pressure, a lot of those blood grenades. It's not really gonna result in anything for the time being. But both of these supports are good for a lot of action when things escalate. And Delight is gonna keep the pressure up on Anku. Anku, though, with the decay, there's not gonna be a lot happening on bottom unless Summer Bear mess up and somehow lose their hard carry or something. While Rubik and Underlord just kind of trading harass. Yowai getting kind of low from it as well, but feast number go up, so everything's alright. That, though, is that mistake that I was mentioning earlier. Techies just popped down with another decay and a massive amount of burst flying out from the Dark Willow. Immediate return kill, though, from the Mirana over on top. And I mean, it's not a big kill, it's just the Rubik, because again, he is going to lose the first 5 levels against the Mirana, so that's kind of to be expected. But Mix having a real good time in this laning stage, because he can now fully commit to being that greedy semi-carry Mirana for solo harassing 2 people out of the lane half of the time. Whereas Anku is low on resources, needs to be careful, though with the Soul Ring and the Quelling Blade, he can play this one quite close to heart. Could really use those phase boots just for the armor, though. With Ethereal being traded for Delight, that is a huge kill for the Mirana on the mid lane to boast. But Anku will get taken as a return kill, so Summer Bear, every time that Summer Bear see an extra hero, like from that gank on the mid lane coming in on the map, or, see that somebody hasn't rotated into the lane yet at the start, they're immediately gonna maul somebody. Bears, they are a lot more dangerous in summer than they are in winter because of the whole Topor thing. And Summer Bear, they are trying to live up to that, be aggressive, charge people, and maul their asses. Because they are supposed to be the ones going for the kills right now. They are supposed to be the ones getting up in people's faces and aggressive here. Waveform traded for Otaku, another huge kill. Undying, getting his pound of flesh on the mid lane. We may see more action with a dive attempted, but Delight instead going down. Observer looking at the correct kill here as... I wonder if the mid lane one is still going to go through, but I don't think so. Keeper of the Light's headed into the lane again and just completely juked out the Mirana. So Yoi finally getting a moment of peace and quiet without the angry lady and her big cat in the lane just continuously spamming away those arrows. Boop, boop, boop as they land in their faces. Anku gets a great DK, but will be jumped with a very good blast off. A teleport comes in from the Invoker. Invoker immediately lifts it back. Rubik doing a great job keeping everybody at bay as two supports, like a three-man lane over on bottom lane. It's still slightly going to favor Rune Eaters, even if this Undying needs to watch his resources and can't really afford to waste too much health or mana on trying to bully the enemies out of the laning stage. Ethereal using his level 6 to the fullest, and here's the part where Invoker's lane is really gonna get rough, because out of every spell, Keeper of the Light gets such a huge amount of extra resources, but as I say that, it's gonna get rough for Ethereal instead, because this is gonna be a second death, and this time around, two others are gonna commit in from the sides, making sure to absolutely keep this Keeper of the Light in place, and from there, he is not very long-lived. And with Anis Undead, Otaker getting himself another kill. Already catching up, like he's now third in net worth. Lifestealer is free farming, so the Lifestealer being left unchecked is something that could come around and bite the bears in the butt. But Otaker is starting to have a really good game for himself, so both of these carries are definitely coming online as they should. As with a smoke, we're gonna see Ethereal and Waveform try to set up onto the techies. And with Delight getting killed off by Ethereal from the mid lane, roaming over and finally getting a much needed return kill, even if it's just on a support. Lifestealer, he does not mind being left alone against Fortnite, man. This lane is still super chill for him. But the moment that Mirana comes in, this really changes his mind, just because the physical damage, those small but continued arrows, are so cancerous for him to deal with. Rune Eater arrives. As long as their lifesteal remains unchecked, this gold lead is just gonna keep growing, and so will their chance to win this one. Trying to double down on it, though, we're gonna see a two-man smoke over towards the mid lane, and with Inner Circle basically beating everyone in the play-ins, competition is so tough, because if one team, like, nobody gets to beat, then all of the other teams are gonna have to compete so much harder for every single point, right? Every win or loss matters more. And three people run straight into a beautiful Invoker AoE setup, the arrow from the Mirana, barely a miss, but with the blast off, with some beautiful control from the techies. Delight gets the double kill before Invoker can even hit the Sunstrike, as from behind in comes an Underlord with the ultimate and Summer Bear. The moment that they do get a good angle and have all of their resources ready to initiate from behind, this will be the inevitable response. Double kill for Mix. This 4-position Mirana already starting to feel like a mid laner, slowly approaching that second carry kind of tempo that Miranas really love for themselves. Summer Bear. Having lost that huge Mirana, they're still not doing anything to deal with his lifesteal. And lifesteal, look at that Radiance timing on him. That's the Relic done. 1.2 thousand for the evasion is going to be quite cheap, relatively speaking. Summer Bear getting Fortnite Man zoned out a little by Yoi, but they make sure that they're always threatening like some kind of backup coming in. And in this case, this is a 3-man smoke, but the 3-man smoke, it's not top bound like the Lifestealer is definitely going to be expecting now, but instead hunting for a kill on the bottom lane, which isn't going to be so easy given the lots of defensive vision that have been put down by the side of Rune Eaters. Rune Eaters, they're ready for this rotation at any given time. Though this 4-kill lead for Summer Bear, it matters not as long as Lifestealer has like way too free of a game. If they don't stop this Lifestealer, the result will be obvious. I think at some point, like, they're definitely gonna know and try to hyper-focus him. This time around, it's gonna be Rune Eater Arise, smoking up. And with Delight done, that's a support. It's not quite enough to try and commit for this push, even with the Radiance having that massive AoE damage around the Lifesteal now, and this is why, as Invoker, he's just like, nope, counter kill. And gets himself one very, very beautifully. Mix has leap charge, so he's gonna be just fine. And I mean, while Lifesteal isn't really feeling threatened, this is the first time he is slightly missing out. While Anku, with the blast off, set up for death and executed beautifully by Panda God, getting himself a killing spree while the top tower is gonna fall. And at this point, I'm almost certain that Rune Eaters are ahead. I'm gonna check the win rate after this brawl, but it's not gonna be a brawl rather than an execution as Mirana goes down, taking massive magical damage to the face. But yeah, it's almost 70-30 in favor of Rune Eaters already, as YoY on this lifesteal is still having such a good time, eating up the stacks in the triangle now. Rune Eaters, having lost the lifestealer, kinda rough for them. They need to be very defensive. Because lifesteal, he's the top of the net worth, but Nature's Prophet is only gonna get more money injected into his pocket.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And Nature's Prophet looking to go for Dragonlance into BKB, or the other way around, but the order is kind of negotiable depending on what you need, right? Like if he's gonna need to join a team fight and he misses a little bit of range, he's instantly gonna buy the Dragonlance. Otherwise, you do usually save for the BKB first, so that's the order in which he has them queued up.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
And Invoker gets Rubik and Undying to attempt to set up on him, but as they place the ward, he's gonna get back just in time to kind of get himself safe. The Panda God already printing a ton of money on that Invo though. Like he doesn't even have a farm item. Most of his wealth just comes from participating in those kills, still enough to put him to third of net worth.
Go for my master.
While Rune Eaters looking for a fight, but they need to make sure that Undying is kept in the front, because Lifestealer doesn't really want to frontline in those team fights yet. Even if he has the armlet, it's really more of a toggle it so you don't die kind of use case here. You know why? With the rage, it's gonna be just fine. But yeah, he needs to play defensive for like 10 more minutes until he can really start carrying this game hard.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Scanning. Dire's structures are fortified.
As Panda God and Delight will get a beautiful setup onto the Undying. Undying not really able to cast much before he will get blast offed, and with the triple mines taken down as Underlord gets a beautiful Pit of Malice onto 2 Delight. Still taking a lot of harass, and in comes a ton of burst damage from the Dark Widow. YoY, they want to secure Fortnite, man, which makes that even better, because that's extra max health for him.
Radiant are scanning.
Did I hear a squeak?
Keeper of the Light, Octarine Core, a huge game changer. Pairing that up with the BKB, it's gonna make that healing spam, that near infinite healing spam, just double down basically.
top tower has fallen.
Not like their impact isn't already decent. But right now, like, that's kind of the thing. The game is slow, the game is a bit boring, but that's all that Yowei wants from it, because he's almost gonna get that Manta style, which is gonna allow him to double down on the value and the control. And with the Underlord ultimate, I think that what should just be a safe escape and no real threat for Summer Bear remains. The only problem is that means they now have to concede the area around the Roach Pit, and as expected, Yowei is immediately gonna start going onto the road, because that's a huge amount of value. You can kind of go back around.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I don't think this Rose is gonna get contested, and that's gonna be the Aegis for the Lifestealer. Because whether they know what's going on or not, I think everybody knows that you need to wait for another global initiation opportunity with the Underlord ultimate with the Nature's Prophet coming in.
Dire are scanning.
With that Aegis, Summer Bear, they may still have the gold lead, technically speaking, but they are about to be taught a harsh lesson. If Summer Bear find themselves this initiation, they won't. Teleports out. Okay. Back to a slow and boring game for a little while longer.
Radiant are scanning.
As now, second objective immediately after. Just a little more than a minute of Aegis time gone, and they already have the perfect Tormentor setup, expecting the light, but I don't think they were expecting that much burst damage, as that's gonna be the Aegis, that's gonna be Uncle, because of course, Techis, he deals like 1/3 extra damage whenever he also hits the Tormentor, because of the damage return, and the light, he actually gets double tipped for that. So both his own team and Rune Eaters say, ah, crap, well played, Lifestealer, damn, well played, Techies, damn, you didn't get the Lifestealer, but so close. Aegis gone, we got him, boys. Everybody kind of happy or impressed by that, even the enemies. But Rune Eater Rise, they're still climbing up in terms of that net worth, and Lifestealer's just not gonna die if he keeps scaling like he is. That's gonna be Ani-san caught first, and Mirana tries for a very ambitious teleport. But against 4 heroes, all on top of a support, that's not gonna quite cut it. Yowei realizes there's an Invoker on top of him, though I don't think he cares much. Feasting on some creeps, he's gonna keep himself full health, and well, Invoker is really annoying. He is gonna help Yowei generate more max health and just kind of lose out a lot of XP by going for this trade, even if it makes top lane unpushable. Summer Bear, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it's looking like a rough Nature's Prophet game, and we're now only seeing that come into effect more and more.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Panda God. runs himself back, but this Undying still able to easily defend the lane, even against the fat, continuously split pushing Invoker. Well, waveform gets a good setup onto Delight, but Delight manages to run around the rest of the brambles. YoY tries to go onto Panda God, immediately gets bursted, pushed back, knocked down.
Dire are scanning.
Summer Bear, though, they are slowly getting a little bit of a gold lead going from all of that Invoker split push and just continuously backing off and running away when they realize a team fight is not gonna be good enough for them.
Radiant are scanning.
And that's gonna be waveform taken down. Rune Eaters, their supports are having very rough game. A very rough game. Well, I may still carry this. We do really see the impact of that accumulate. Well, Lifestealer will get a nice heal. I needs to be super careful, but with Fortnite Man right on top of you pressing that BKB and saying, nah, slows, things that stop me from attacking, I just don't listen to those. They will get 3 people. That was a beautiful BKB activation. It looked very boring, right? He just stands still and keeps right-clicking. But it did catch the Lifestealer off guard. Like, Lifestealer expected him to run back and thought he was safe running in that direction because Underlord would have to run back past him, right? But instead, Underlord is like, press BKB. Oh, thanks for coming to me, Lifestealer.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Summer Bear. Just one fight to give them this massive advantage. I don't think Lifestealer is out of it, but another mistake like that and he is gonna be, because Lifestealer has been making a few mistakes, but that's being paired with the supports just constantly, getting picked off like this. To this global catch, 2 Otaku's crap load of damage. It's really adding up. Like Summer Bear, most of their gold lead is coming from support kills and from Nature's Prophet having hit that critical momentum where he farms just by existing and he presses R and his money is gonna massively go up. Wants to set up for Otaku to go in with the BKB once again being activated from the Undying. Undying has a good time defending himself, at least for now. Fortnite Man wants to go for a Gleipnir. I think it's better than a Shiva's build, but I don't think either of them is perfect. Like, just the late game scaling of the Underlord is going to be rough into the Lifestealer and into the Keeper of the Light as well. Because Keeper of the Light, he doesn't have the best of late game scalings, but your go-to anti-Kotal item, the Pipe, has just been nerfed into the ground this patch.
Dire's top tower is under
As the
attack.
top tier 2 tower is slowly getting pushed in.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
And Yoai needs to be careful, but with the Sunstrike, I don't think there's any carry in the world that can save him, because Rage is good, but... Like, even, that's the thing, even if you have Keeper of the Light behind you, sure, that lets you tank and that lets you deal some return damage. But it's not like anyone in the side of Rune Eater's Arise can really stand their ground for long enough, right? This is where they would really love to have instead gotten their hands on that Dawnbreaker for those massive ultimates to bring down the hammer, to bring down the stun, but most importantly, add a lot of sustain.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
And there's gonna be another kill onto Ethereal being made by Otaker. Waveform gets a beautiful return onto Delight though, and he may even get out for that, because Invoker he's trying to artillery away, but Undying posted firmly in the way, getting good value out of the Soul Rips.
Dire's structures
Not good enough value to protect the tower, however.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Anku taken down by Mix, and Mix makes it a double kill once again on that Mirana. Rune Eaters, I think they're out of it, because when Lifesteal was like 9k behind, 10k behind, one or two more deaths would have completely taken him out of the game. And now he suffered one of those deaths, but more importantly, it's not like anybody else can initiate or tank for him, right? You've got the Undying, who gets good value for like a minute throughout every team fight, but then he's gonna run low on either health or mana, and just kind of fall off. Lifesteal, he can sustain himself indefinitely, but even the Keeper of the Light can't. Like, even Keeper of the Light with the Chakra Magic Illuminate spam kind of has to go back, kind of has to regroup with his team, and that is costing a lot of space and a lot of extra value. Well, Roshan, right click down by the Nature's Prophet a huge amount.
Immortality.
Dire are scanning.
With the Aegis having gone to Otaker. Summer Bear. This Aegis is basically a crucial time, because late game Lifesteal is always going to hold his own against the Nature's Prophet, if not outscale him, depending on how many feast stacks you have and how much percentage-based damage everybody is building. But right now, Nature's Prophet, he hits like a truck. He's very hard to go on. He has global initiation potential, and of course, even if you do go on the Nature's Prophet,
Dire's bottom
Underlord is gonna be a savior. I know Mirana isn't gonna be able to help and isn't gonna be able to deliver value as a defensive support, but that's where the Underlord sacrificing himself comes in. Keeper of the Light will get caught with a beautiful Techies meatball combo, burning down for 2/3 of his health already, pressing a very nice BKB, but Nature's Prophet gets enough right clicks flying to kill off the Keeper of the Light. It's gonna cost him his Aegis, which, given the continuous sustain from the Keeper of the Light, may be worth it, but Nature's Prophet needs to be very careful, because, yeah, BKB mandatory with Rubik there on the high ground, but the moment they spot Rubik, there's that gonna run him down, trying to set up on our carry. Are you? Nope, you're not. And Rubik gets forced back into the base. Summer Bear.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It was a really hard Nature's Prophet game, and Otaker, he really had to work for it. But it wasn't all down to Otaker, it was the full global combo, and the defensive Mirana ultimates just letting those couple of kills get away safely to really come in and make the difference. Because the moment that Lifesteal does not have the damage to kill anyone, It's not like he has enough built-in damage that at some point you're going to be able to kill people again just from leveling up a few more times or whatever, right? And that's kind of what we're seeing kick in here, where, yes, Rune Eater have a carry that can stay on top of somebody for a really long time, but that person just isn't gonna die quickly. While Nature's Prophet, if you look at his time to kill, even these barracks are crumbling in front of him. With the alacrity, he hits, like, incredibly freaking hard. As Nature's Prophet is gonna get set up on by the Lifestealer. You do see Lifestealer, like he's gonna full heal over and over again, but it takes him so long to kill the Nature's Prophet that two people are gonna die for it. Undying does have the instant respawn, so this is gonna force Summer Bear back for at least a little bit. But not an easy matchup if your backlines are just being torn to shreds. As Yowai, surrounded by 4, he just wanted the wisdom, but he may die for this. However, if he can at least get 1 or 2 kills, would still be very nice for him. However, with the disarm, I do not think so. He's armed toggling to try and stay alive just a little bit longer. But eventually they will get Yowai once again. He teleports out. Lifestealer. Oh, this is the opposite of a good game. This is definitely the opposite of a good game right now. The barracks, the last one still standing, are going to be exposed once again. And in 40 seconds, Lifestealer, like, sure, he's going to come back just 20 seconds later than the NP, but he's going to have to deal with the Nature's Prophet again. And even without the Nature's Prophet, it's hard enough to get a good team fight going right now. Otaker, again, look at his items. He's basically 6-slotted. He can get Aghanim Scepter, he can get Moonshard, and that's it. Because I don't even think you want to replace like the Hurricane Pike. You could get a placeholder item that you put into the BKB slot while BKB is cooling down. But that's really the best I can kind of see come out here. To add scaling to the Nature's Prophet. Because scaling wise, he really wants to end this game like 7 minutes ago. And they will get another good angle onto the barracks. That is going to be the Mega Creep. Nature's Prophet is going to be forced to BKB. Teleport out will fail to do so. Satanic up to try and keep himself alive even longer, as the Lifestealer already still not impressing with his damage. Lifestealer trying to walk out. Yowai with the armored toggles and Keeper of the Light heal will be kept alive just fine. Undying though in a very bad spot. Nature's Prophet hitting so freaking hard and so freaking fast. Just a bit more damage is gonna do it. Undying? Nope, kept alive. Nice place, but Anisan is gonna die for that. To the Sunstrike, finishing him off on his way to the fountain. While the Megas are on their way to the Dire base to make this game even harder. 1 return kill comes out on the Underlord. As Underlord once again tanking the brunt of 4 people trying to initiate. This time around, they may actually regret doing so, because Mirana also goes down and the gem will be dropped. Against Megas, it's still going to be super rough for Rune Eaters, but the moment that Nature's Prophet just goes to pick up a Wisdom real quick, trying to get a good level 30 timing, he is going to realize, oops, bad positioning, bad game there.
The seeds of fortune.
Summer Bear. Now the thing is, if they do fail to push up this high ground another couple of times, that's how Lifestealer makes a comeback. Because in the super late game, Lifestealer is always gonna have this. But I do think they're aware of it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
As with the 24k gold lead. Like, the gold is insurmountable, but the scaling is not, is the thing about a game like this, right? So, well, it should be fine. It can very much backfire in case there's a big issue. And Tormentor is gonna get set up on by Summer Bear. That is gonna help the people that aren't super rich scale into the late game a little bit better as well. But speaking of scaling, Lifestealer is gonna get himself another stack of Feast. But in exchange of the Tormentor, seems like a fair trade here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
While Rune Eaters grouping up a cluster. But this constant stream of mega creeps keeping Rune Eaters forced into their base. Like, if they're gonna lose this game, that's what's gonna cost them. Summer Bear. One good team fight, one good initiation with that Underlord ultimate is all it takes, but the Roshan respawn timer, it wants to give us the closest game possible, as it's still gonna be a little bit more than a minute, making things significantly harder on both sides here. Undying, he actually has a really smart idea how to increase his own late game scaling, how to make sure you outscale the Nature's Prophet even more. He's going for a Nullifier as one of his last items, which has been getting popular, but recognizing that this is the game for it could still pay off, provided the game goes on another 5 minutes or so. Because with Ani's Undead, they may just go to push now. Summer Bear, they may not feel like waiting for another Roche to respawn. But a mine gives the positioning away. And now Summer Bear know from which side Rune Eater or Rise are going to be forced to arrive. Or not, says the Nature's Prophet, jumping on the Undying instead Invoker. A massive meatball combo, forcing a BKB, forcing that Aeon disc. Getting a lot of damage in on the Undying still, while the Tombstone is taking a lot of right clicks from the Forged Spirits, but Invo not quite able to finish off the Tombstone. The Tombstone damage, it's really adding up, while Lifestealer slowly but ever so surely mauls Otaker to death. 2 supports for a Nature's Prophet. Actually a pretty even trade, because we're so far in the late game that even supports have massive impact, but Undying has to run back to the base, defend the Ancient, and make the game just that little bit harder. Because in a good 5-man team fight, I think things could be really huge, things could be really dangerous. He's about to die, but maybe keep it. Nope! Ah, that was pretty close actually, because Undying was there trying to make sure that they could get a follow-up, and maybe they're still going to try to fight up this high ground, but now they're going to have to fight up this high ground. At least getting attackies for their troubles. Though that looked really good there for just a split second, but Rune Eaters, the only thing they really care about is this Roshan, making sure to avoid the Mirana arrow, making sure to keep all of their heroes full health, or at least close to it. with the Illuminate providing some massive heals, while Dark Willow, the one forced to be in the base to defend. It's really gonna help her net worth. But Rune Eaters, they do have to be super careful, and they can't really let this Roshan go, but they also can't just have Dark Willow defend the base, so Keeper of the Light is gonna join, taking away that sustain, and Nature's Prophet wants the Aegis to try and end it. But there's the Infest Bump, Nature's Prophet once again getting done by the Lifestealer, 100 seconds, no Otaker. And while it looked like they almost did it, the buyback is gonna come out from the tech, counter buyback from the Keeper of the Light immediately. Undying is gonna die to Roshan. Lifestealer, he knows this is all in at this point for this Aegis, and it looks like Yowai, very unfortunate, Bash gets the Roche killed to the side of the Radiant, but that's because of the techies, and Lifestealer getting the Aegis, still not quite worth it. Undying is gonna buy back, just for good measure, to make sure the base can be defended, because the Mega Creeps, look at that, they almost finished the Ancients, and Keeper of the Light can't solo def this. Double buyback once again, Nature's Prophet, Underlord, they spy their chance, they realize fortification is down, and that's gonna be GG's. Rune Eater, they played it better, they had the better late game, but they messed up quite a couple of times in a row. I kept talking like, oh guys, Lifestealer is free farming, Lifestealer isn't kept in check. But then the moment that all of Rune Eaters realized, okay guys, Lifestealer is really rich, now is when we're gonna focus him, now is when we're gonna put those thumb screws onto the enemy carry. And they killed him 3 times in a row, I think it was. I'm gonna check when he died real quick, but it was 2 or 3 deaths for the Lifestealer in a row, so 2. Which doesn't seem that bad, but the timing of it was really horrible. Because he died one time at like 15 minutes, just slightly delaying his Radiance. Then he started playing super safe, but just before 30, Lifestealer died again. And then right after 30 as well. So he died once at like 27:40, and then right again just a minute and 20 seconds later. And if you do that on a hard carry once, then you need to rely on your team to come back. And nobody in the team had the answers to get that hard-fought comeback for Rune Eaters, even though they tried really well. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we're gonna head off to a break after I get at least one close series out of this, though. I'm really hoping for that game number 3, and we're gonna see whether I'm gonna get it in just a couple of moments. So, don't go too far. Hope you're enjoying the show. More Dota 2 action coming up in just a bit. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are back once again. Second game of the second best of 3 of the day. As I really hope not everything that I will have to cast today is gonna be an absolute 2-0 stump. Cause with Inner Circle, it's definitely kind of looking like some very stumpy, very one-sided games thus far. gentlemen, there I am again. This time around, I will have to admit this one was on me, because usually my excuse in these kind of scenarios is, oh, I'm just the caster, it's not my fault. But if my router decides to randomly reboot in the middle of the draft, then that is kind of on me. I'm really glad that we jumped into the draft early though, so I can still help make sense of it. Because in that first game, Rune Eaters, they looked really strong. They just struggled from like that mid game to a bit later, right? Like mid into further into the late game mark. As Rune Eater arise, getting themselves a Lone Druid and a Slardar. To arise this time around, their fix is a brutal one because they're gonna have the Lone Druid with a Bane, right? So you got really good setup. You got an Angry Bear that can't wait to maul everyone, and then there's that Slardar just to keep the team fights, just to keep the engagements balanced. Make sure you have that stun, make sure you have that armor reduction, and all of those good synergies that you are kind of reliant on. As for Summer Bear, I really like their draft, except for the Wind Ranger. But they're gonna last pick an Ember Spirit, and Rune Eater Arise are gonna go for the instant hard counter pick off the Slark. But Slark is a momentum-based hero, and momentum-based hero versus momentum-based hero on the mid lane, it's always kind of gonna favor whoever pulls ahead first. So while Ember Spirit is hard counted in the lane, he's never gonna have fun against the Slark. Once the supports come over and get you the kill as the Ember Spirit, like your supports come over, help you kill the Ember Spirit, you as the Slark are now winning the lane. You as the Slark are now the stronger one of the two. And from there, the game is usually gonna be very free. But Rune Eater, I do think they've learned a lot from last draft. These are respect picks if I've ever seen them, really. Because, yeah, if you check out the Bane getting picked up by Anisan as the first pick, to immediately set up a greedy carry, you usually expect something a little bit more agility scaling, something just that little bit greedier, right? So I think Bane Cass is popular. Bane Urza has been decent, with the Urza kind of getting picked up more often. But Ethereal mid Slark, like this one matchup is what makes mid Slark a thing. Ember Spirit is so strong and so scary this patch that there's very few heroes you can pick up and pull out to answer him with. And Slark is one of the peak ones. As for the rest of Summer Bear, again, I love all of their draft except the Otaker hero, and it almost cost them last game, because last game they did the exact same thing, right? They went like, what's Otaker comfortable with? Hey Otaker, what do you want to play? And Otaker is like, just give me my Nature's Prophet, you know I love my Nature's Prophet, right? So, as Otaker is really happy about that NP pickup and gets his main hero, they don't care that it's a super hard draft. They don't care that Nature's Prophet needs perfect angles, perfect initiations. And if Nature's Prophet doesn't find those angles, then he's gonna start falling off really hard. And he almost did. Like Lifestealer, if it wasn't Mega Creeps, if they had pushed one lane of Raxus less than they actually did, I think this game would have gone entirely differently. I think the kill balance would have definitely not favored the side of Summer Bear at all. But here it's a matter of momentum against Rune Eaters, who are gonna really double down on the name of the game. They're really gonna be like, okay, this game has been super duper hard the last time around because, well, scaling was so hard to pull off this time around. We're gonna have 3 heroes that scale amazingly well, and if one of them wins their lane, we stand a chance. If 2 of them win their lane, we win the game.
30 seconds to battle.
So Summer Bear, well, in theory, in a 5v5, in a big chaotic team fight, they are always going to be basically the freest team across the board.
The battle begins.
Slark, though, in a world of hurt, but there is a nightmare to save him. Immediately getting shared between those supports, but Hoodwink uses it to perfectly get herself on top of the rune, making it impossible for Bane to do anything about that. And remember when I said, like just 2 minutes ago at most, hey guys, so how you counter the Slark if he's matching up against the Ember Spirit? Then the go-to for that is to just make sure you got yourself a few kills on the Ember, right? Kill the Slark once or twice. Once Ember is like half a level ahead, Slark is never gonna catch up on his own. He's always gonna need help to kind of continue going harder. As Ani-san, speaking of going hard, he went really hard with that nightmare, but he almost paid with his life. Does manage to get himself back under the tower. Also, thanks Dota Lover. I appreciate the kind words. Somebody in chat said that I look very Chad today. Always happy about the kind words, fellow king. As today, I got dealt with the second stream, which I don't really mind, because I do love following the Inner Circle journey, and I especially love seeing Slark, my favorite hero of all time, play into this Panda God Ember Spirit and make his life so miserable with the attribute steal. And I play a lot, and I mean a lot of Slark, and let me tell you, one of the best things you can do to counter the Ember Spirit, one of the best things you can do to balance out the Ember Spirit, is that, you know, max your pounds. Because I know it's not going to be enough damage to kill him, but you're constantly, like the goal with that lane is to constantly keep Ember Spirit missing some attributes. If he's constantly missing the attributes that he's used to with last hitting, if he's constantly missing the amount of damage that you need to do to actually control the lane, keep lane equilibrium, or even just harass the Slark out of the lane before the level 6, then Ember is really quick. Like, what's the opposite of a snowball? A negative spiral, I guess? Like, Ember is really quick to get caught in a negative spiral where it's like, damn, I missed the last, damn, I missed the last, now I'm behind on XP, now I need to be careful not to die. How can I farm when I'm not, like, you know, it gets really stressful from there, and you're really easily spiraling out of control if you don't know what you're doing on the Ember. But on the kind of counteracting effect for that, Ember Spirit, like, he's never gonna be as late game carry-esque of a hero as the Slark, right? Ember is really good. A lot of people have spammed him a bajillion times, so everybody is really good at the Ember, which makes it a lot easier to know when you gotta do what against the Slark. But on the other hand, everybody also knows exactly how to play against the Ember, while Mix getting ran down on that Keeper of the Light, but with one more right click from the Bane. Nope! Keeper of the Light getting away for now. Mix, by the way, is Mixa. I'm not sure if it's a name change or just a meme, but I always pronounce what the team tag says. The team tag guides me, as it looks like Mix is away. Well, Ethereal. Wait, no! He got nightmared! Was he trying to teleport? No, he's trying to teleport now, knowing that the nightmare is on cooldown, and he is gonna get away with it. No return kill there. Nice escape from the Keeper of the Light, saying run, horsey, run, and the horse does a very nice job. Waveform, just a little bit more burst damage to kill him, but he also is just gonna go for a TP, saying nope, Goodbye, I'm out. Keeper, meanwhile, starting to pull creep equilibrium shenanigans already. If you do play a 4 position that's this incredibly greedy, you definitely need to make sure that you hit some really good kills, that you hit some really good setups. Keeper of the Light gets ran down, getting chased by the Bane. Well, Keeper of the Light, really feeling that Lone Druid combo come into effect now. Because Lone Druid at level 1, level 2, even if he has good synergies, he's not going to be strong enough. You need at least level 2 in the root. Usually level 3 or level 4 are when you try to go for kills. Because that magical damage is really your main damage output early into the game. Centaur Warrunner gets ganked. They are gonna bring in the Slark as Ethereal wants those stacks of agility, and Centaur, a beautiful target to give him his first with that haste rune to make sure that Slark can kind of get all of the value that he needs for himself. Yo, runs down Fortnite, man. And while that's happening, Wind Ranger with a beautiful ultimate on top, getting to work on the Slardar. Otaker can comfortably dive the tower, though Slardar still has a heal remaining, but that heal is not gonna cover a power shot. And chat, I am trying to get the audio issues looked into. Production seems to be having a very rough day with the dual stream setup today, where some setting or something seems wrong with the sound. That actually isn't my job to fix, though. Me being dropped out for half of the draft was just my router deciding to reboot at the most unfortunate time ever. Rune Eater. They're having a good start, but I was saying the same thing last game about the Life Stealer. So the laning stage, people always say, oh, haha, laning stage doesn't matter. And that's a really good mantra to not tilt during the laning stage if you're a competitive player, right? Just repeat that over and over again. Lone Druid looking to go for the Maelstrom. Wind Ranger having a good time farming. Like, that early kill onto the Slardar got really rewarded, and making sure that she gets her momentum. It's now really hard to lane against the Wind Ranger until, like, level 12 or so, when the power shots kind of become more negligible.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
A true nightmare.
Slark. Looking to go for the Diffuser Blade, a pretty mainstream build. Well, in the back, Yowai comes on in, finds Mix, but the moment that this huge, massively fat lone druid finds you, it's like, nom nom nom, goodbye, my bear was hungry, sorry man. Ethereal going for the ultimate on the Slark. Very early into this team fight, making it kinda hard for Lone Druid to find anything, as Yowai is gonna lose his bear, is gonna resummon it immediately, but now needs to be a lot more careful for his life.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, Ethereal makes sure to jump on away. And in the triangle, we're gonna see another fight. Lone Druid will deal with the Dominator creep. Really would love to steal that stack, but Fortnite, man, doing a good job posing and posturing in the way, holding onto that ultimate till they can run past the bear and right onto the real Yowai. Yowai taken down once again. Summer Bear, they are only getting more aggressive. Nissan gets ran down by the Wind Ranger, by the Ember Spirit, and this is the first massive team fight of the game, favoring Summer Bear by a ton, and including a Lone Druid kill that is actually going to drive this carry snowball back down a decent bit as well.
What can I say? Nature loves me.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
As Otaker tries to set up onto the starter, but not really resulting in much. Well, Slark still really wants to go for this little squirrel, because Delight, a very squishy hero that's very weak against having his agility taken away. But look at that, 3 people instead grouping up, looking to kill Ethereal once again. At Ethereal, this is where Slark, being a momentum-based hero and then losing his lane, comes in. Because no matter how hard you counter any hero, no matter which hero, with this Slark, is there any hero he counters like harder than Ember? I'm not sure, but it doesn't really matter, because it doesn't matter what that hero is anyways. Simply for the reason that Slark, by his very nature, he's momentum based. You have the momentum and you're winning. You don't have the momentum and you're gonna fall off. You're kind of just going to slowly wither. Like a flower that's not getting enough water, right?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Though I do think we still don't have in-game audio. Apologies for that if that's indeed the case. I'm sure production is working on it, at least we don't have waiting room music anymore. Though Ethereal needs to press another ultimate on the mid lane, getting himself away with Sliver of HP under the tower. Ember, he tried for the Remnant combo. And in this case, at least without much luck.
Dire are scanning.
Rune Eaters, they know that their Lone Druid may be farming well, but they gotta get more out of this. They try to go for a gang, but well, Rune Eaters are still looking for a kill. Yowai has already been executed.
Radiant are scanning.
As that's gonna be Otaker, killed off by Waveform being that out of position.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower has fallen.
But altogether, oh, nice counter kill. I was about to talk about how altogether any one kill that results in space for Yowai is what Rune Eaters need right now. But before I can even say that, the Ember Spirit is gonna go down, so they do get what they need here for Rune Eater to rise once again. But I'm not gonna make too many judgments, because last game was also like, oh hey, the carry is hard farming.
The wages of fear.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Bane looking to go for an Eul's. Oh wait, was that the Dark Widow? I'll double check. No, Bane is going for his Steph, Dark Widow is going Eul's. Okay. Wonderful. Makes a lot more sense. Though Eul's is a great item for the side of a Rune Eater, so I wouldn't be that surprised if Anisan decides to pick one up too, just saying, okay, there's that many debuffs that we need to deal with, let's just grab ourselves a second Eul's to make sure we can keep wording them off of people. Bottom lane also is gonna get pushed in. Roche gonna get contested by both sides. Slaughter in a bit of an awkward position, and realizing that Summer Bear, they want to commit in. Though they do realize that they're still backup, I don't think they expected Bane into an instant Slark jump. Slark with the ultimate tanking a lot, making a lot of space. But even then, they do not have the damage on just the Slaughter to kill off Panda God with. And Panda God with the Flame Guard still ticking around him. Otaker running for his life. Can Otaker get away? He shouldn't rightfully, but that Wind Ranger passive, it is so good. With the extra movement speed, Anisan will tick out. And there's no way that Summer Bear just got a 3-for-1. Like, that's the thing, the further we get away from the laning stage and the further we get into mid-game, the more, and I know this for a fact, because Summer Bear, they're an old lineup with a new name basically, are getting really good and really reliable work in every single time, right? And people are saying like, lol, Slark no damage, no way Slark lose this. It's not a Slark game, guys, no! a game where you get ganked in the laning stage, no matter, like, I'm a Slark player, let me tell you right now, if Slark gets ganked in the lane, even if it's the freest Slark game, even if you're up against 4 heroes that you count, if you get ganked in the lane and you don't get return ganks, you don't get permanent agility to make up for that, it's not gonna be a Slark game. Because in the mid lane, we saw him play really well against the Ember Spirit. I literally said, oh, you can't kill him anymore, but you constantly have to make sure he's missing attributes, and that worked really well. And that's gonna be Slark. Like, that's his big issue. He just does not have damage the moment that he loses the lane. And he's going for a diffuser blade. He's going for those mainstream kind of stay on top of the people you catch for longer and deal more damage to them items. Which, yeah, of course, I can get behind that. I'm a fan of that as Slark myself. But how do you get momentum? Like, how do you make kills and escalate from here?
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yo, why?
I'll take that.
Dire's
With
top
the Wind
tower is
Ranger
under
down
attack.
and her Courier down, Rune Idris, they could find themselves a chance here. And if they do find 1 or 2 good team fights, that's when the Slark can come back into the game. That's when the Slark can actually go back to carrying games from that mid lane to like being an additional core hero. Because right now he's not feeling like one, but that is prone to change. And with a 7 to 14 difference in kills, that's only gonna escalate further. And that's gonna be yet another catch attempt on the Slark. And as the remnants come in from the Ember Spirit, Ethereal knows that his ultimates can't save him. And this is why Slark is losing. I literally called that this would happen if the Ember Spirit gets the lead. And now Ember Spirit has the lead, and every time Slark is going to die for it. But also, we have in-game audio, and audio is fine now, according to chat. So that's wonderful. Because I still don't hear what's going on in the game. But if you guys can, that's the most important part.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
But a free Tormentor for the Radiant is going to be a huge help. Prolonging the late game scaling and making like the Lone Druid timing that much more doable. Because Lone Druid, he's in that position where either he's gonna have a super free game or not, with 0 in between basically. Comes another attempt to catch onto the Hoodwink, it looks like. Otaker also slowly losing a little bit of space, but They're trying to open up the bottom tier 2 to make up for that, to give back that breathing room.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has
With the
fallen.
tier 2 tower taken. Just like the first game, the gold lead is still very much favoring these strong-looking late gamers of RE, but the space and the map pressure on bottom lane especially isn't. And that's where things can really go wrong, as Ember Spirit gets ran down by the bear, but he will manage to escape the raft bear. Ankudat over in the bottom lane. Can't blame our cameraman for like missing that kill, because Ember Spirit, he zip-zap remnants over so quickly, and then you got the searing chains on you, and from there you're just going
Radiant's
to
middle tower is under
get
attack.
fiery sword to the face, I guess, till things are gonna be looking even worse. I'm really gonna hate if this is gonna be another 2-0, because even though the money doesn't say it right now, the game is definitely looking like it. And I do not want everything to be a hard stomp today.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
But, well, Yowai
Dire's top tower is under
is getting fed. He's realizing that he needs to find impact somehow, and that impact is gonna be found by trying to kill off the Ember Spirit with a root, but the team is there just in time! Oh no, this time they actually had the damage to kill the Ember Spirit, but they just can't output it fast enough, as that will be another very nice kill setup. Something that the sharpshooter makes significantly easier.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
With the Aegis though getting
Radiant's top
just a
tower
minute
has
and
fallen.
10 seconds more worth of value. Let's see how much they can get done with that. Because after the Aegis there is always a small chance for a good kind of turnaround, right? Yes, that's gonna be the last tier 2.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire are scanning.
Scan into the dire triangle. They want to take a fight the moment that this Aegis ends. Whether it's still gonna be enough or not, okay, I don't know. But a big enough mistake would be a massive payoff. As we're gonna see Lone Druid taken down, and without the Lone Druid, this next team fight is basically not gonna be a team fight but an execution once again. But it's not like Rune Eater or Ryze can just get themselves back. They're gonna try to instead get good value out of the Slaughter BKB. They start off by killing off the support, but Ember Spirit, he has enough damage to kill his support and get Ethereal down to half health, forcing him to ult it, but there's the Fiend's Grip. Finally! They do get Panda God in a spot where they have the damage to finish him off, and that's immediately gonna result in a bonus kill. Rune Eaters, they're struggling. The game is not looking easy, but they are still kicking. They are still trying so hard to kind of hold their own here. Rune Eater, they do have to back off to their own side, but with the Lone Druid actually getting revenge after dying there and getting a huge amount of snowball, things are looking quite good for him instead.
Radiant are scanning.
Keeper of the Light. About to be caught himself. So the Bane new continuous mix is gonna go down. And yeah, the Lone Druid may not deliver much on his own, but in a big group like that with a lot of backup and extra damage, different story.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Slark though, Ethereal, he has not had a lot of impact this recent couple of minutes, but we can see why, because now he kind of switches gameplay plan and is opting for that really expensive nullifier.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Waveform wants to set up with the Eul's on the Ember Spirit. There is the Brambles to keep him locked in place, but Panda he's got a Remnant out, he's got team coming in for backup. And realizing that was very smart from Rune Eaters, because otherwise that could have cost them the game just now. 3k gold lead or not, you see Summer Bear are the only ones dictating where the game is played and when. Whereas Lone Druid, he's 2 heroes in one, so a 3k, 4k gold lead is not going to be enough for him to actually just solo carry and win the game, right? Rune Eater. 2 or 3 hero bushwhack would be the first step for them to get back into this game. That's gonna be Otaker. Actually killed off. The main damage taken out. This could be promising, as the Centaur once again gonna lose a point of agility, so his armor is decreasing, and Lone Druid, he may not be much on his own, but when these supports get the setup, when Ethereal gets the jump, and all he needs to do is right click his bear and pass the DPS check, now that is something the Lone Druid hero can definitely do.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
As that's gonna be the mid lane, the tier 2 getting pushed in, the top tier 3 also getting pushed in.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top barracks are under attack.
That's gonna be the first lane of Rex taken by the Lone Druid draft. The chances of a game number 3, they're suddenly becoming very real with that base push. Now, a lane of Rex on its own doesn't matter, but having a lane of Rex at 33 minutes, when you have the better late game draft, now that is huge, and that's instantly gonna swing the win rate so massively around that Rune Eaters, with this Aegis, they may very well get us the 3rd game and stomp the series into tomorrow.
Down are scanning.
Rune Eaters though, you can see that initiating a team fight is still very scary for them. Because Ethereal, he has that nullifier, but everybody knows it now and they're gonna wait until they see it activated.
The wages of
Slark wants to go with the amplified damage rune. A good catch here could absolutely end this game. However, instead it's going to be the Slark that's going to be caught, pinned to a tree and taking a little bit of a rest.
Dire's courier has been killed.
And the Wisdom. Summer Bear moving their entire team in just to secure it, but it is 1.4 thousand XP already at this point. Rune Eater's gotta breach this high ground.
Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's top barracks has fallen.
And nobody dares to breach high ground but Slark. He has 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to try for a good jump. Well, Yowai, guess what? He's just soaking up huge amounts of money for himself on that lone druid. That could be the jump they have been looking for, but Ethereal, he has to ult out, will manage to do so just barely in time, as that focus fire damage almost overwhelmed him. Instead, Waveform gets caught, and that is just a support, so if you try to initiate and you fail and you lose the support, it's not the worst thing in the world, but that Slark jump, like this game, all the fights look really good, where one team tries to initiate, but then one or two good ability uses from the other team completely turn it around. And you could say like, oh Joe, but every game is like that. No, like, I know turnaround is kind of the meta right now, and everybody tries to pick heroes that are good at turning around, but actually succeeding almost every time. And then a minute later saying, okay, we're gonna try this again, maybe this time around. I'm fast pressing my buttons. It is pretty fun to watch. And Slark, he was indeed fast at pressing his buttons this time around. The Wind Ranger will give her location away, zoning back to Slark. And Slark, he has to respect the focus fire damage. Ooh, that's gonna be the Aegis with the power shot follow-up. As in comes the lone druid bear. But the bear, this is not the situation to send him up the high ground. Summer Bear. Can they punish this hard play for the mid game, like this hard commit? That's gonna be Yowai losing his bear once more. And these bears, they're becoming costly because now it is gonna be on a cooldown of 75 seconds. And for 75 seconds, Summer Bear, they actually feel confident going out of the base and making the game incredibly hard on everybody. Including themselves, because keep in mind, if Otaker is caught, that's still gonna be that massive return kill.
Radiant are scanning.
Also, chat, I know this isn't my best cast right now, but do keep in mind, I don't have Dota audio on the stream. So every time that, like, I want to hear ultimates or whatever, I have to do that in the Dota client, and then I have to alt-tab to see where the camera is at to know which part of the teamfight to comment on. So that's why there's like a 10-second delay every time that a teamfight starts. Whereas if it's easy pickups like this, right, I see those, I don't hear, like, 3 different ultimates at once. 20k lead for Rune Eaters, though, means we may get ourselves a 3rd game. And that's what I really care about after this Inner Circle show. just kind of took things away for us here. Because we are going to have more Inner Circle after this, and Inner Circle, they do love themselves that 2-0 gameplay.
Dire are scanning.
Summer Bear keeping the high ground, well defended. I think they're not playing for like any out late gaming kind of win condition. I think they're just playing around like this lone druid making mistakes. Because even every time that he used the bear to scout up the high ground, they've been able to punish it, take out the bear. And that's currently the name of the game, because the bear isn't going to be the hard carry forever. But right now it is just the bear, like summoned from the lone druid that's carrying. Five-man smoke from Rooney to Arise, trying to get a good jump in onto Otaker. The crown is there, but the instant save will be as well. Centaur, though, goes down for that save, and once Centaur dies, Centaur combo with the Wind Ranger or not Wind Ranger will just melt. Like, this Centaur Aghanims, it's really good, but if the enemy can just kill you, then what do you really benefit? Not a lot. As that's gonna be 4 people down, and I can't hear you coming out in the all chat, as we may very well still see ourselves a game number 3, because Ember Spirit, he's gotta be calling it. They're not even gonna try with their buybacks. And yeah, it's not the late game that matters, it's whoever makes a mistake first is gonna lose this game. And in this case, I think the main mistake was they overestimated the value that they would get from a Centaur ultimate. With that mini Stampede, I think they thought that Wind Ranger would be protected just a little bit longer. Because if Wind Ranger lives long enough to actually get the damage off, if Wind Ranger can actually live long enough to focus fire in everything that she's got for a second or two, you saw that being enough to kill everyone, to deal with this ethereal Slark who has crap tons of armor, especially with the Nullifier build. But Otak, we can always only focus fire one target at a time, whereas Centaur has a limited amount of health pool and resources to tank for her with. I think the old, do you remember, chat, the old, like, spraying around you Wind Ranger focus fire ult? Where you would have an alternate facet of it that would literally just cause you to shoot all around you in an AoE. I feel like that's exactly what they needed here to really run in with that aggressive Centaur and kind of make up for that. But, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are going to go to a little bit of a break, as we're going to get the third game of the series going between Rune Eater Arise and Summer Bear. As we're gonna see who game number 3 is gonna go to. Because this one was impressive. There was a lot of interactive things like Slark losing his lane against Ember Spirit. But Yo-I still saying thank you for that space and managing to turn things around. So yeah, I'll see you all after the break. Hope you're enjoying the show. A lot more Dota 2 left to go around for today here at the EPL Masters number 2. with that we are back once again, Summer Bear against Rune Eaters Arise, once more as Rune Eaters Arise. It worked for them the first time, well, the second time, but the first game they didn't get to pick it. So this time around they'll make sure, given that it worked so well in game number 2, they want that Lone Druid once again. We are watching the reserve time tick down, but it should be a pretty quick draft because there's still a lot of meta bans left. So you know which heroes to ban, you just don't know which are the priorities in which they need to go. Summer Bear. Also still plenty of reserve time remaining, so I don't think anybody is in any actual, like, drafting panic here. But they do need to take their time and debate out, hi guys, how are we gonna, approach this Lone Druid? What are we gonna do about this really scary draft opener that Rune Eater Rise are immediately gonna start with Rar says the bear. As that's gonna be decent support duo. I mean, it's not quite two guaranteed saves, but it is two things that can save your carry that are really big AoEs. So whether it'll be Dark Willow getting that fear down, forcing everybody to walk away from the Lone Druid so he can maul them from behind, or the opposite, where you first get that Winter Wyvern ultimate down and then use the Dark Willow fear to get everybody to walk away from it that isn't gonna be hitting into it. Definitely a good support duo, even though it's not the most meta combo for a good reason. And this Hoodwink is definitely gonna have a fun time chasing up these enemy supports, and kind of forcing them to constantly kite around the tree lines and stuff like that, which is also very annoying, of course, because Hoodwink, then you're kiting around the tree lines, and Hoodwink just throws one of those blind bushwhacks, and then it's like, oh, now I got vision on you, haha, and you're taking half of your health as Raz. As the Phoenix and the Lina get picked up. A fiery combo. I love the Lina here. Lina Centaur, a lot better than Wind Ranger. Because we saw the main issue with Wind Ranger Centaur these days, in the last game especially, is that target swapping, right? Like, oh, I got one focus fire, and half of the enemy team will not dare to commit into the team fight until they see that focus fire is already being used. You don't really have that same issue with the Lina while still getting a similar amount of attack speed and an insane amount of bop, 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 right click after right click after right click, just flying on out. As Summer Bear with a very solid draft. What is it that the draft is missing? Because I would have loved the Huskar just to make the Ember Spirit's life miserable, but I don't think if you're Summer Bear, you're just gonna go towards that Slark, because you're not just needing an Ember Spirit counter, you need somebody that can lane against the Ember Spirit, and then immediately translate that into a lot of objective damage and pressure onto the side lanes. As the Dawnbreaker taken out, and the Slark will be taken out. I don't think Slark would have been that great, but he does give Ember Spirit quite a miserable lane, so making sure you take out one of those heroes that can shut down your mid laner makes sense for RE Arise. Even though I'm not sure which mid lane last pick I'm gonna be actually happy about for the side of Summer Bear here anyways. Like, there's a lot of decent but not quite good enough ones, right? Like, I'm even thinking towards the Silencer or something like that, but Orchid is also just so bad. So all these traditional Orchid heroes, other than maybe the Storm Spirit, don't really work. As Rune Eater Arise. Like, their last pick isn't that hard, because a good offlaner, of course, and there's many. I wouldn't even mind the axe too much. I do like that we're seeing a lot more Centaur setups for that card, and a lot more good, you know, kind of go-to offlane picks. But this is the kind of game where you're really sad that Primal Beast is no longer a good hero, or like Centaur, or like Chaos Knight against the Centaur, or something like that. So they're gonna go with a Darkseer instead, I guess. Makes sense. It's not bad. It's kind of greedy because now you have 3 carries that all need at least like 15 to 20 minutes to come online. And those first 15 to 20 minutes, Lina can just do whatever the hell she pleases, and you're still gonna have to deal with the Lina afterwards. It is a very expected drawback of this draft. You'll have to say it really well. Summer Bear. 30 seconds left. And the last pick is gonna be a tiny. Okay, I'm gonna go with Rune Eater. You know what? It is very greedy, and the moment that they lose the laning stage just that little bit too hard, I don't really think there's much of the way of coming back. But I do love the greedy drafts myself. I do love playing for the late game and knowing, oh hey, if we don't end within 20 minutes, I'm only gonna have myself a better game. And that's why I'm going with Rune Eaters personally, but the early game is going to be rough for them. And these supports, they need to do so much work, because both of these supports have a decent to good laning stage, right? But you are going to have to do work, you are going to have to do constantly spamming. Well, mostly the heal on the Winter Wyvern, I think. Like, this looks like the game where you put at least 2 or 3 points into Cold Embrace, because there's 3 heroes that are just gonna nuke you to death with physical damage, where a well-timed Cold Embrace is absolutely going to change things upside down. So while it is more difficult to execute, I do think Rune Eaters have the far stronger draft, and it's not so much because of the Lone Druid. It's because I like every hero except the last pick Darkseer. The last pick Darkseer isn't that bad, because it is still a good Iron Shell game, right? You can get a lot of value out of Iron Shelling up your own teammates. Even though none of their hats are pointy, when there's 3 pointy-headed heroes on the side of Summer Bear. Your existence, much like your hat, lacked a point. But yeah, Tiny's game isn't gonna be that hard. Like, Tiny is the one person that isn't gonna die, but I don't see him protecting the Lina well enough either. So unless the Centaur has a really good game and gets a really good early Aghanims, plus enough health pool and enough tankiness to actually, you know, profit from having that Aghanims, I think RE just have an easier game. Like, if an offlaner needs to guarantee to have a good game as well as the carry, and the option is there to just shut down one of the two, from there the game can very much just kind of go downhill, and you can see a really hard snowball. Because I don't dislike the Tiny. Like, I don't dislike Tiny Lina Centaur. The core combo is good, but the cores and supports, they feel ill-matched. Because in a Centaur Phoenix draft, Centaur is usually kind of your sacrificial lamb, right? The guy you send in with the stun to die and make sure the echoes off. Whereas here, it's the opposite, where you want supports that die for your cores on the side of Summer Bear. Because Summer Bear, they want to be aggressive. And if you dive a tower, kill off the lone druid, you lose your support for that, that's a victory. If you dive a tower, you kill the Ember Spirit, you lose the support for that, that's a victory. The same goes for the Darks here, so there's 3 people now that are totally worth sacrificing a support just to delay their timing and make the game so much more miserable for them.
Bro, was your dad a mover? Cause you're carrying all of us.
I'm a little goblin. I'm a little goblin. I'm a little goblin.
But we're waiting out the pause as comes out.
Very good.
And Dark Willow with the removal. We're gonna wait for her to come back, but it is gonna be a very hard game for such squishy hero. So especially if you have even remote package loss or ping or whatever, it can cost you dearly.
That wasn't too bright.
That wasn't too bright. Hopefully the Go and Ready will come out soon, but again, ping is really important on the Dark Willow, especially because of how much disjointing and juking that hero needs to do. And still no reconnect, I'm afraid. This series, at least this is hype, and it's not just a 2-0 by Inner Circle once again. But this pause, it is really annoying timing. As Go When Ready has finally been called by the Winter Wyvern, it looks like we're finally about to go in on pause here. And one of the best cast voice lines being spammed. Did you fall out of the nest as a baby? And Lina, with one of the highest movement speeds in the game, is gonna head towards the mid lane. Panda God would really like an advantageous ward. The entire rest of his team are just going to place those defensive wards on the carries' lane. So I do think Summer Bear, they know the value of Tiny having a good lane here.
That was hot. That was hot. Come to mama. Come to mama.
30 seconds to battle.
And with Rune Eaters, smoking it up. Summer Bear are gonna return the favor, and I guess we are gonna meet for a rune contest.
The battle begins.
And it should be a 50-50 runes without much chance of a first blood here. As once again the voice lines are just being spammed out by both sides. So at least both teams still having a good time kind of vocally harassing each other. It is a core part of Dota. I really enjoy the fact that like Valve isn't complete pussies when it comes to trash talk and such. As Anku taking an opportunity to do a lot of damage onto Otak. I don't think level 1 Iron Shell makes it that easy to get a first blood, but with the huge damage from the Dark Willow, Waveform realizing just how hard he hits Tiny is even gonna give him a tip. Saying, thanks man, I got very high damage and attack speed, so you're not gonna get to press your buttons. As we got ourselves another pause, hopefully not a long one again, because I don't want to be that far behind schedule, and the next series is already supposed to be starting. But again, Inner Circle, they're probably gonna make it to 2-0 anyways. They are positioning themselves as the big raid boss. The strongest team in the EPL Masters too, at least in the play-ins, to be overcome. And well, the first team to kind of put up a good show against them is definitely gonna be the one I take an interest in. Delight, not really having that much fun against the Darkseer either. Darkseer, now that he's gotten the first blood already, he's looking really strong, but he may overstep against the Dying Light, because Phoenix, he's guaranteed to go down to the Dark Willow and the Iron Shell, but the Dying Light passive will cause Darkseer to tick out as he was trying to get himself away, but lit on fire 3 ways from Sunday. Rune Eaters, very nice start so far, because trades are always favoring the more late game team if they don't result in objectives. Well, Winter Wyvern just harassing the absolute crap out of people with that Arctic burn. And still getting good value out of the heal, because I do think the heal is going to be essential to take early here, just because of how much physical damage there is. And even one leveled, and the Cold Embrace has already been doing the work over on top for Anisan. While on bottom, that return kill makes things almost 50-50. Darkseer is still a little bit too scary. But sooner or later he would be free farming and becoming the richest hero on the map anyways. So that's kind of the point of equilibrium, where the Darkseer is pretty much like any other hero. Speaking of heroes, that's gonna be Mix, probably dead? No! 1 hit! I did not speak too soon for a change. Ethereal lit on fire. The irony of the Ember Spirit getting harassed and bullied out of lane by fire is pretty much palpable. Though you do kind of get used to it.
Dire are scanning.
Well, Lina. Tries to set up and get a go, but it's not gonna be enough ethereal. Meanwhile, with Surface does some of the damage. But the thing is, once this Delight Phoenix is on top of you, the damage over time is gonna do most of the work before you can really escape. As Anku He's approaching level 6, and level 6, like, it's usually not the best level 1 ultimate. You really need level 3 in the wall to do the maximum amount of work. But against Otaker, wall is gonna be devastating even at level 1 because of how hard Tiny hits in general. And Rooney to Arise, they make sure never to let go of that momentum on bottom lane, always keeping the pressure up. Because Tiny, he doesn't need much return farm to get back into a game like this one. So never even let him have like 1,000 gold worth of farm uncontested. Nice two-man avalanche though. Darkseer, caught, uses the surge and gets immediately out of there though. Yeah, Toss Bramble is Toss.
Dire's structures are fortified.
What's it called? Toss plus Icarus Dive Fire Spirit is nice. It's not that great when it comes to the actual lockdown. The damage is good, but the problem is Icarus Dive gets instantly interrupted by the Bramble Maze. Not sure why I lost the word Icarus Dive. I've played Phoenix myself quite a lot. But yeah, you gotta get out early, and that's what Delight is gonna be doing on that Phoenix every time people try to catch him. Because the moment that you don't, you're gonna get brambled, and that's gonna be no kills, that's gonna be no chase, no follow-up. Urn about to come out. And that's gonna be Ani-san. Also getting lit on fire by the Lina, by the Phoenix. Lina will have to commit an ultimate, but that will at least keep Delight alive and well. So a kill for no kill makes it definitely worth committing a lot of resources, though Panda God does have to be careful against this Ember. He can maintain his stacks, and the beautiful two-man Icarus dive from the Phoenix, but the Bushwhack does not quite connect for the follow-up kill. Ooh, that was close and spicy though. That's Yoi.
Radiant's top
With that
tower is
panda.
under attack.
I'm just making so much space. Look at this, he's walking the panda in circles to deny as much time of this wisdom as possible. And the third hero will have to come out in while the Bushwhack is finally gonna do enough with a perfectly timed follow-up stun to keep the bear away. And they will, with that rotation from the TP, at least print the money and XP from the bear. So, well, Yoi, very creative play, very good value. I'm not sure how happy he is
Radiant's middle
with the
tower
way
is
that's
under
turning
attack.
out. That's gonna be Fortnite, man. Taking a lot of stacks from the lone root with the root, and the moment that the root procs, he is gonna be dead. Go back to playing Fortnite, good sir. Ethereal! Holy crap, that was an insanely good Slayer Fist, but I think he's still gonna have to go out, try and contest the rune, realizing that Hoodwink has already claimed his double damage rune, and now Mix with the double damage rune is chasing down Ethereal. The amplified damage effect does affect the blood grenade, but it's still not gonna be enough to kill off the Ember Spirit, as now Mix needs to be careful because Dark Willow is right on his tail, trying to get her pound of flesh with the brambles. Another insane brambles from Waveform. Yeah, if you're not out of range for those by the time they are done formatting, you're almost guaranteed gonna be caught, whether it be because you have to walk around them or because they form real quick. Phoenix has been sent to mid lane to get his level 6 quicker. And that's gonna be another pause. That's actually anticlimactic. Because we've had one long pause, and they do constantly take out like kind of that rhythm of a game. Because right now, the kills are being traded. The laning stage is definitely interesting. Tiny is already struggling though, but the supports on both sides are kind of waiting for the level 6s, waiting for those big ultimates for the team fight, and I think that's a timing that is also slightly going to favor Rune Eater. But the moment that the level 6s fall off, Summer Bear are gonna have a good time again. Because Lina, she scales on right click, she scales on items a lot more. Tiny, meanwhile, he just wants to be unkillable. He just wants to survive being ganked himself while farming. As the pause is gonna persist. But there is the unpause finally coming through. And hopefully there won't be any more ping or package loss related pauses, because it has been getting better since TI, but not all of the issues have been fixed. Lina wanting to go for the typical Boots of Travel and Kaya build, while over on bottom lane, Tiny looking for his Echo Saber that's almost completed. Finally getting some health, so at least the pressure that's being applied to the Tiny in all the lanes is kind of simmering down a bit.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Lina is gonna get caught next by the Dark Widow with the Bedlam, who doesn't quite have the damage to finish off Panda God thanks to his insane amount of intricate innate magic resistance. But Ember Spirit is there to assist the dive, and against the Ember, fighting is gonna be a lot more difficult.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mid tier 1 getting shoved in, top getting shoved in as well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And Dark Willow will get taken out by the Lina with that damage over time and a few more right clicks flying. But while that is happening, Rune Eaters, they found themselves something huge. It is a treasure trove full of stacked ancients that the Lone Druid has no trouble whatsoever farming. Though Ember Spirit needs to be very careful making the space for them to do so, but with the Remnant out in time, he will be successful, while Centaur scouts out what's happening with the Hadouken. And is probably gonna try to just grab the rest of the stack, and the bear will roar. Yo, can he save him? I don't think so. It's gonna be another massive chunk of gold going around as Yoai resummons the bear immediately. Otaka goes down though, so it kind of ends up evening out. But you do need to factor in that the gold need for RE Arise is still pretty small. They are favored, but you've got to factor in those bear kills, which don't show up on the kill charges. They're like 2/3 of a kill, basically. Like 2/3 of a support kill.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As we're gonna see attempts at starting a team fight from the side of Summer Bear once again. Summer Bear, they are a bit low on vision. So they're kind of letting themselves be kited around the map right now. Simply because they lack a bit of intelligence. Though, at least Lina is farming up, but Ethereal, he has been nothing but playing behind the creepers, behind the towers, behind any meaningful objective. As Phoenix caught, but will go for a defensive act. Just forcing the back off. With free Icarus able to escape. Or even reset, but the reset is gonna happen on the mid lane onto Ethereal. Ethereal killed off on the Ember Spirit. He is creating a lot of space for the Lone Druid, but his mid tier 1 tower is gonna go down in addition to him. As things are slowly looking from bad to worse.
Dire are scanning.
This time around, the wisdoms should just be split 50-50 as well. Without any silly bear shenanigans, sadly. Because that was still really fun to watch. As Rune Eaters trying to take the fight to Summer Bear once again. Summer Bear all grouped up and ready. And they do have a Phoenix ultimate in, wait, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, like 20 seconds. But Otaker will get caught out regardless. So while the light was behind and basically everybody was ready to go, those 20 seconds make the difference between life and death for the Tiny here. Ember. Locked down, broken, but keeping himself alive. And that's gonna be an avalanche, just barely off the mark. It is one of the slower spells to catch people with. Like, we see this exact interaction where the Tiny is like half a second too late a lot this patch. But a 3-man smoke, and keep in mind, catching people has never been Tiny's strength. It's the bursting that comes after, and look at that, paired with the Lina ultimate, nothing that Ethereal can press. He may have the Remnant out, but you gotta activate it in order to jump there. Simply no chance.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
As that's gonna be a clean kill onto Mix by Anisan there. Top. Tiny trying to set up another one of those delicious little instant kills. This time around, Dark Willow will spot him out though, and with that information, oh hey, there's Tiny around the corner, she will be very careful. Initiation is once again gonna happen. It will favor the Radiant thanks to that beautiful stomp after the avalanche, but it's not gonna be enough to protect the Centaur. And this wall, it keeps doing work, so the longer this fight is going on, while Tiny is just being body blocked into the Darkseer wall. He cannot move, he's being struck down by his own illusion, and level 1 Darkseer wall on a Tiny already deals massive damage to him, so a level 2 tiny illusion strikes for so freaking much damage that Rune Eaters, this point, it may very well be a repeat of the last game where Lone Druid took charge of everything, even though Summer Bears, the first game they did make a comeback from a very rough laning stage, and the laning stage is not their issue. This Tiny Carry is. Because Tiny Carry, he needs to be tanky enough to survive ganks. It's a large reason of why people play Tiny as a carry, and that's currently not working out. And that's gonna be Mix. Getting chased after, almost shut down by the Ember Spirit, but Ember Spirit manages to heal himself up. Rune Eaters. You can see how they're like babysitting the Ember Spirit twice as much, but they're still charging in, trying to be aggressive, and it will be the Ember Spirit that's gone on once again. Beautiful reflexes from the Winter Wyvern, making sure to protect all of that tiny damage away from the Ember Spirit. Well, Otaker, oh, that was perfect, because they lock down Delight, and Delight doesn't run into the ultimate, but that ends up working even better for Rune Eaters, even though the follow-up with the Phoenix ultimate will not. Nice little turnaround there from Summer Bear, making sure to all gather and protect around that act. And Arise, now that late game scanning factor is really going to come on in.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Summer Bear, they're trying to go for a smoke. Smoke up for what? If they could get either the Darkseer or the Ember Spirit, let alone both, that could be huge. Nice two-man avalanche to start things off, though a pipe from the Darkseer is gonna save the Ember Spirit and allow for the fight to be turned around with a kill on Delight. Just a support for now, but this was initiation from Summer Bear, and Summer Bear, they got the perfect 2-core avalanche stun combo, and they're still just gonna lose 4 people to that massive bear. The beautiful support synergy from RE Arise. Mid tier 2 is gonna get slapped down, because the thing is, Lina, yeah sure, at some point she's gonna right click hard enough to deal with the Lone Druid, to even deal with his bear potentially. But by that point you may have already lost out on the timing a little bit.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
As that will be a tier 2 going down. Massive smoke once again. 1 or 2 good team fights from RE Arise and this could be over. I wonder, like, what do you need if the perfect 2-man avalanche into follow-up doesn't cut it, turn this team fight around? But it's definitely not that Lina. It's the Lina. It's gonna be surrounded. It's gonna be immediately killed. Dark Widow jumps forward, gets bushwhacked up by the Hoodwink, but Hoodwink for that, your life is gonna be forfeit, lady. As Ember Spirit immediately chops her into ribbons. Phoenix needs to make sure to be careful because he tried to cut the top wave, but now Summer Bear are having to run their support out of there as well. Phoenix will teleport home though with the like little ledge fire ray trick.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
As that's gonna be a teleport out from the Centaur War Runner. And a Tormentor getting destroyed. Yeah, the gold lead is not the issue. Like, the gold lead is always either not gonna matter or gonna completely destroy you into the late game. But Summer Bear, if you look at the gold distribution, then they at least have a Lina who deals relevant damage. But how do you give Tiny a game? Like, Tiny not having a game is where things start to go wrong, where the game is kind of difficult.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle
And
tower
on bottom
is under
lane,
attack.
Tiny, with that percentage-based damage taking away Otaku. He is quite tanky. Finally, actually surviving a gank, even with that Darkseer vacuum wall. But over on top lane, Yoi still gets mixed for that and will only be losing his bear for that split push. The RE gold lead will continue crawling up while Delight gets chased, teleports away, and manages to keep himself alive and fine.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As the gold lead is
Radiant
gonna
are
extremely
scanning.
escalate. It feels like a 4v5, and I'm not blaming Otaker, because in the first game, giving Otaker one of his comfort heroes, giving Otaker Native Prophet that had a horrible game, like in terms of the matchups, but if played well, still did his job just barely good enough to get a victory. I think they expected something similar from the Tiny here, but I'm not really seeing or feeling it anymore. Tiny avalanche tosses the Dark Willow. Otaker is gonna be very happy with that kill as Mixa gets taken down by Ember Spirit, though Otaker is gonna have to get away from there. Just provide some front cover for the Lina. That's gonna be the Roshan targeted next.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the dire.
5 more minutes for Rune Eaters to do whatever the hell they want, as if they really needed that. Because the only one that still poses an issue is gonna be Panda God with his BKB reveal. And yeah, he can completely shred your backlines, but Tiny doesn't have damage. Tiny doesn't really have enough survivability that you can just throw in the middle of a team fight and let him do lockdown. And Mix is just gonna get ran down. Centaur Warren tries to go for the turnaround stun. Nice follow-up stun and a ton of damage from Lina. Lina though, Winter Wyvern ulted up at least for a second. Ember Spirit still trying to keep that Aegis alive. The dream must live, but the Aegis is gonna fall, and so will Anisan on the Winter Wyvern. While Centaur Warrunner with the vacuum wall turnaround. In a world of hurt, and so is the Phoenix. Tiny still right-clicking, but look at that, they just ignore the Tiny. While Ember gets himself a double kill, and Lone Druid is waiting for that BKB to end so that he can too chase that big rock man. he will not quite succeed in that, as out comes a beautiful stun from the Centaur Warrunner. Two-man Avalanche though from the Tiny. Quite a bit of a turnaround. Well, Ethereal, nice Slayer Fists to dodge, but he should not be frontlining this long and realizing that he will ram himself out. Phoenix buyback, the one thing kind of keeping it together in the base there. Summer Bear, I feel like they just kind of don't deliver whenever they don't already own in the first 10 minutes of the game, because they love that momentum-based gameplay. They love getting ahead in a game and then staying ahead in a game. As Waveform kills off Fortnite Man.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mid tier 2 gets destroyed by the Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit. Would love a go on those backlines. Tiny instead the first one to jump forward, but an instant save from the Winter Wyvern once again. Cold Embrace still generating value this late into the game, while Tiny, he just cannot move long enough with the successive chain stuns on him. And Lina. BKB is nice and all, but Panda, you're just gonna lose the right-click battle to 4 people surrounding you. I'm not sure whether Summer Bear want to call it yet, but I'm pretty sure this is gonna be GG. There's one tier 2 on top. That's the one sliver of silver lining that remains. Rune Eaters, however, they're gonna tear down at least the middle lane of Rax. And that's gotta be the Phoenix, caught, forced to very early commit into the egg, but everybody is ready to hit it this time. BKB popped from the bear, but to deal with a Phoenix egg, I don't think they mind that sacrifice. Because Rune Eater, now they know that huge Phoenix ultimate is gonna be on cooldown for 100 seconds. That's over a minute, where they don't need to be afraid even if Phoenix respawns to push up the high ground or to get caught with chain stun themselves.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Rune Eaters getting themselves away and grouping up.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Over on bottom lane, we're gonna see an attempt at another initiation. Dark Widow wants to catch the Centaur. Centaur has a load absorb, and the vacuum will barely not connect onto the Centaur, but at least Mix goes into the brambles, setting up for a support kill. Lina with the turnaround, chains that on the Ember Spirit. Winter Wyvern, can she get the save on time? Well, she won't need to, because Ember Spirit gets the BKB. Winter Wyvern will just kill herself instead to make sure that the rest of the team can back up, while the Lone Druid Bear running down the Lina. Just a little bit more damage needed. Can he get it in? No, he can't! Lina lives though. That was a huge amount of resources committed onto that backline's Lina, but she is gonna live, even if Otaker is gonna die for that, and they still don't have a carry. Lina is the one person dealing damage, so keeping her alive may give Summer Bear another shot at a decent team fight. As that bear is tearing through that tower very quickly though. They're gonna need to force the initiation out here, whether they want to or not. Fortnite Man with the load just jumps into the fray, is gonna get destroyed. Second kill out onto the Lina. 2 for nothing as GG comes out. And Dark Widow, she will be obliterated so quickly with the Winter Wyvern ultimate that, yeah, I think this one comes down to the drafts. Like, there was no early game lead, there was no early game momentum that they could have really snowballed from Summer Bears, because in the first game it worked so well. Pick Otaker, a very fast-paced early game signature hero of his. Step 2, make sure you roam a lot, you swap back and forth between the lanes, and from there, you just kind of snowball that Otaker hero. But here, every time that they were a 3 or 4 man hunting on the top, even if they got the kill, because Lone Druid, like, no, he didn't die any single time. It was a support dying non-stop. Anisan with like 1 kill and 5 freaking deaths, making sure to always save the Lone Druid. I think that's such a huge factor. Anisan is definitely gonna get my MVP just for those beautiful cold embraces. But I do think Rune Eaters, they have the better draft, and the one thing that this kind of draft is scared of, the comically early, super fast gold lead, it never happened. There was no gold lead that you could snowball for the side of Summer Bears. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a little bit of a break before we're going to get the next best of 3 ready for you all, which I don't think it's going to be a third game, given the way that Inner Circle are performing this tournament, but maybe they're really tired now, or, you know, really stressed out from the previous series, because we got Dynasty versus Inner Circle coming up right after the break. Make sure you tune back in again. Thank you all so much for watching, hope you're enjoying the show, and as always, more Dota 2 action coming right up here at the European Pro League. Ladies and gentlemen, with that we are back once again. We got ourselves the third best of 3 series kicking off here, and I am not sure how much of a series this one is going to be. Cause, yeah, there was some significant delays, let's just say, leading to some reserve time penalties. Cause apparently somebody was stuck in a pub. Like, unironically, they came back and they were like, sorry, pub. Which, I mean, it happens. We have rules, so if they're late, then you get a bit of draft reserve time taken away. And I think that's fair. Whether they're gonna get punished or not, we're gonna see. And, well, as far as the drafting goes, Keeper of the Light Bane, pretty mainstream together. I don't like the two of them together as much as, you know, the other Cast Bane or Dawnbreaker Bane, Invoker even with the really good Sunstrikes. In a circle though, it feels like they have an Earth Spirit and no clue on how they want to run it yet. But it looks like both teams are going to be going through the remainder of the draft with a relatively low amount of reserve time. Inner Circle, are they actually like forced to take Dynasty seriously here? Because they have broken a sweat earlier today, and while Dynasty are somewhat inconsistent, they do also have a few heroes that they play incredibly well. MRLS, Mirada, Bottega, Mr. Moral, Aztecor. They're all players that have been around the tier 2 scene and playing together for a really long time. But I wonder if they can match the insane level of execution that Inner Circle kind of learned from playing TI. Because that's the part that I'm not so certain about, right? Like, just the physical skill, the execution that it took to stay able to like last as long as they did. I'm not sure how far Inner Circle got. I think they got past. Like, did they get past the qualifiers? Like, did they actually qualify? I don't know. There was multiple games at once. I could not follow all of them, but I do know they did pretty well for themselves, better than anyone would have expected. And now this huge kind of, haha, we've learned a lot. We've taken our lessons from these tier 1 teams is really showing in their gameplay. They have not dropped a single game all tournament. And I will be impressed if if Dynasty, I mean, are the man. Here we had Team Destiny and they're gone now, and now we got Team Dynasty. That's fun. But yeah, Team Dynasty, they do have their work cut out for them, but they are a pretty decent team, so I do like what Dynasty are cooking between the Slardar and the SF. That is very popular, to just kind of have a Slardar jump on and absolutely destroy someone. SF, I have mixed feelings about, because Inner Circle run that hero themselves. So on the one hand, it may be a really smart, a really good block pick. On the other hand, you're picking a hero into a team that could basically write a book about how you have to play this hero these days, right? But with the Night Stalker, well, the interrupt for the Shadow Fiend alternates is already there. And Dynasty picking Shadow Fiend into the Night Stalker silence is definitely confusing, as F is a scary hero, and for a moment Inner Circle, they were very confused by that, decided to use up all of their reserve time to come to a conclusion. As Dynasty. Let's see what they're gonna pick themselves together here. I like PL. I think PL is one of the strongest heroes this patch. Inner Circle actually playing something a little bit more balanced, a little bit more back and forth when it comes to actually maintaining the game equilibrium, right? Because usually they play either super early game or super late game with like 0% support. Darkseer and Underlord are gonna get taken away. Makes sense, makes sense. And with the Enchantress picked up. Enchantress feels weird because I got a sneaking suspicion it's gonna be a mid lane end. And that may be something that Inner Circle could just be playing to practice it. Because I was talking about Ascendancy Dota earlier. He's a German guy who's coached a couple of really good like tier 1 teams and made a name for himself by popularizing weird builds, one of them being that original Enchantress Helm of the Dominator mid lane one. As the last pick, it's gonna be a Timber. I'll be honest, well, I like the Timber like better than all of the traditional Tide or Centaur or what have you picks. I don't think it's good enough against the Night Stalker, because this is the second hero they pick that absolutely gets destroyed by Night Stalker with a Blink Dagger, and the second time that they pick it into a Night Stalker. And, well, as everybody's locking in their heroes, no. It's gonna be dual race taking the Earth Spirit to the mid lane after all. That is a bit of a shame, because Kidaro, when like that Enchantress came out, he genuinely had me hold my breath. Because again, Kidaro, he played a lot with like Ascendancy, and I was even in some of those pubs getting supported by a guy with like 4 or 5 times my MMR. Freaking ridiculous. And I mean, it's looking like an Inner Circle stump just because of the Night Stalker being so good and Rubicon having the Phantom Lancer. It isn't their usual MO, but it means that you're almost impossible to be outscaled. It's almost impossible for an actual advantage to come on through. with the load in. At least the good news is, if like half of what makes the draft really good is the Night Stalker, then during the day you may still very well have a chance to take over the game and to more or less win it yourself. But Timber also, like, Timber and SF both have hard games, so even if they put a lot of effort into getting the SF online, they also need to keep the rest scaling, and vice versa. And MRLS taking a decent chunk of damage, but no chance for an actual first blood without any further interrupts or something. I really hope Inner Circle will not like 20-5 in terms of the kills this game like they do so often. But I could definitely see it. Rubicon, not chill lane. PL, like, he's a high armor, decent sustain hero. Like, his level 1 and level 2 regen is actually really good for an agility carry. And there's gonna be dual race, having to be careful. Like, this lane, it just sucks so much for the Earth Spirit, because at least against Ember Spirit, there's that critical level 3 timing where you got a really high chance to kill the Ember for a little while. Mid lane doesn't really have it. But PL's lane sucks, your mid lane sucks. I don't think Inner Circle mind that much. Because they have better scaling, and again, that night timing, like the first and the second night of the game, that's gotta be what makes or breaks this draft. Because while the matchups may suck for the Earth Spirit and for the Phantom Lands, we all know how good Earth Spirit carries a team fight if he does get the big Magnetize off, right? Like, if he actually is able to keep the Magnetize up for the entire duration of the team fight, even just.
You okay?
And I mean, well, the laning stage, again, super quiet, super chill for laning stage. Level 4, minute 4 for the rune rotation. Wait. Oh, maybe I just jinxed Jewel Race. I'm sorry, my man. If you die here, that's the caster's curse, and that's on me. First blood for me, Rayleigh. Though, again, it is one of the worst lanes an Earth Spirit can have, just in terms of the matchup. Because Earth Spirit, what makes him so good, what makes him such a popular mid laner right now, a large part of it is he has insanely high strength gain. He has insanely high health regen per second. So you can walk up to the enemy mid laner, right click him in the face, and if he right clicks you back, then you're just kind of gonna sit there harassing each other.
Почему всегда я?
One and a half more minutes till that nighttime starts kicking off and Norma can actually more or less play the game. As F, I think giving him every bit of solo XP this Bane can is also gonna be huge. Because the more levels you have when the first night rolls around, the better you are at kind of defending yourself. 4-minute runes not gonna spark a support rotation either. So even the first timing that the Dark Willow could really start generating value for Inner Circle, she just wants to keep babysitting the Night Stalker, make sure that Night Stalker isn't gonna die right before the first night timing and completely miss out on his timing here.
Under attack.
Healing power.
Hidaro gets ran down by MRLS for trying to mess with these dire stacks, and that's probably just gonna be his life forfeit. Though maybe that Fairy Fire is gonna pay for itself. Nope! Mirada times it well enough, waits and hesitates just long enough with the right click.
Radiant structures
So far so good
fortified.
though. Dynasty amassing a 1k gold lead as now we're entering this first night. And Night Stalker, you can already see, immediately walks forward, immediately starts posturing a lot more aggressively, saying, come on, show me what you got.
Radiant are scanning.
And while Timber is finally getting the XP needed to kind of survive alone against the Phantom Lancer, and maybe even bully the PL a little bit, finally at 6 minutes, both of the supports are going to be over at the mid lane. And Kidaro may almost pay for that with his life, but even so, it's both of the supports from both teams, so Inner Circle, they're just gonna show, oh hey look, we got a Dark Willow nearby. And well, End is healing up. Out comes some massive damage onto the Slardar. Can they go for the catch? Yes they can, with Dual Race following it up, cleaning up Mirada.
Dire's structures are fortified.
While that was happening, Norma did die on the Night Stalker, so Inner Circle, they find one really valuable kill, one really good timing over on the mid lane, but they do end up losing another really valuable kill and a hero that they really would have liked to keep in the fights for a bit longer.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Slardar wants to have that Blink Dagger, but look at what Timbersaw is getting up to. He realizes these stacks, and especially the Radiant Triangle, they are the most contested spot on the map right now. And everybody is gonna check if you have stacks there. Everybody is gonna want their pound of flesh, their chunk of money out of that. Speaking of their pound of flesh, I guess that flesh in this case is gonna be venison. Cause Shadow Friend, he goes and wants to go deer hunting.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Dynasty though, it's funny how they're the ones playing super aggressively when it used to be Inner Circle always kind of playing that overwhelming in your face game instead. Night Stalker though, he decides to use the last minute of nighttime to just kind of safely farm up far behind the enemy lines. But I guess he will stay safe, getting away with that little play. Well, it's Rubicon that everybody is trying to protect, it's Rubicon that everybody is trying to make space for. But sitting in the same lane as a Timbersaw who's gonna harass the crap out of you, It's not so nice. And chat is asking, is this a good Phantom Lancer game? Yeah, definitely. You can deal with everyone except Timbersaw and Keeper of the Night, because even Shadow Fiend can't burst you later on, as Timbersaw is gonna get gone on, but look at the massive heal coming through, trying to keep him alive. Phantom Lancer can't really continue pursuing. Kidaro would have loved to get that one more impetus in, but he did not have vision. So it will just be a support for support trade. The second time in a circle, want to be really aggressive and lose out on it, but somebody forgot to micro their courier, and it will be an instant courier kill for the side of inner circle, as they're gonna lose dual race for that though. Maybe the courier was bait actually, because that was very deliberate the way that it just flew in there, right? And sometimes, like, I also sometimes just click my courier, like, okay, here, stand behind me in the lane, and then the lane pushes in a bit and it's no longer behind me, right? But that looked so deliberate, it may have been a bait, because I think Earth Spirit, like, if you kill that hero off here, it's definitely worth letting your courier go for.
Dire are scanning.
As that's gonna be the Timbersaw slowly getting chased away.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Well, the game just quieting down more and more, but this is not good for the side of Inner Circle. I wonder if they're currently thinking like, oh yes, our Phantom Lancer is farming, and if we just survive past the 30-minute mark, then this is gonna be GG. Because on the one hand, yeah, that makes sense, that very much holds true. But on the other hand, while this is a really good Phantom Lancer game, the push and, like, the ability to teamfight throughout the mid game on Dynasty are really insane. So if they do that death ball strat, where at a certain point they realize, hey, we have a big enough lead that we can just 5-man and never stop 5-manning, they may not get to the Phantom Lancer being online at all. For now, dual race will get chopped down on the Earth Spirit. While Inner Circle managed to get their Phantom Lancer away and continue just kind of playing for Protect 1 Dota. Bottom tier 1 is gonna get killed off by Bottega slowly but surely, but in comes a beautiful stun, follow up silence again from the Night Stalker, making sure they double up on those silences, but Shadow Fiend's mischance will keep Bottega alive for just a little bit longer, getting him the perfect double explosion, but as the core, he gets his TP interrupted, because it is of course nighttime. And Norma, amazing use of his ultimate there, does not even need the full duration of it to secure both of those kills. When all they wanted is a pick off on the Shadow Fiend, right? All Inner Circle wanted there was to make sure, oh, we gotta kill the enemy hard carry or else our PL will not have time to come online.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Keeper of the Light has already made another small stack for the Timbersaw. These gold infusions are really helping him out. Because the first time he grabbed the stack, he went from one of the bottom of the cores to second in net worth, and now he's just gonna go back, take that stack whenever he needs money, and grab solo XP otherwise because of how hard to kill he is. As that's gonna be Kidaro ran down, and Chandra is pretty resilient against giant sea snakes trying to go for the kill. But Kidaru, he knows this juke spot as well. He's just making sure to juke the maximum vision to buy time against Mirela as in comes reinforcements from the Radiant finally. And nice base created from Kidaru, but he will be chopped down for that.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's courier has been killed.
And that's gonna be Bottega killing off Fernance.
Radiant's bottom
Or at least his
tower is
courier
under
for
attack.
now, but Fernance is coming in from behind, so... I thought he would walk up that high ground, because look at where Aztekor is standing, right? But they walked around, made sure to put the Earth Spirit in front, and Earth Spirit is gonna be the first to initiate for that. So I guess Inner Circle will get a nice little go, but they do leave the Shadow Fiend in a bit of an awkward position, because now Shadow Fiend gets to hit you from behind. But there's a Dark Widow just saying, nope, walk back to the base, as Earth Spirit will have to roll himself away. But another catch from both the Dark Widow and the Night Stalker. Night Stalker wants to chase, realizes he needs to be careful. Bottega though, the silence kind of stopping his race combo, while Night Stalker wants to go under the tower again, but realizes Slaughter is on top of him, needs to run. Night Stalker still alive. MRLS is not, but trading him for Fernance does not matter as much. Rubicon needs to care because he's level 11 and it's not like Phantom Lance level 2 ultimate gives you enough damage to team fight. This is not a position Phantom Lance should have been in. No way that Dynasty are gonna destroy Inner Circle here. Because I know they're good and potentially one of the teams that stand chance against Inner Circle. But they have perfect carry focus. Like, this Phantom Lancer has been having a very stressful, very hard game. Dual race, getting chased a bit. His courier dying is probably going to be the worst misfortune out of that, because Earthspirit is so escapable and nobody can really chase from the side of Dynasty just yet. But Dynasty, once they do start grouping up, once they do start playing 5-man death ball Dota basically, things are going to get a little bit more interesting. Well, as we're in this quiet game state, the good thing for the Timbersaw, one of the reasons why he simply isn't dying is that Lotus, of course, that he picked up like minutes ago at this point, but it's still paying so many dividends. Where every time that in a team fight he's out of position, pressing a Lotus just kind of fixes it. Mirela. Looking for a team fight though. It is nighttime for another 2 minutes, so the Night Stalker himself will lead the charge, will gladly try to go on the Slaughter, but guess what? He had backup in the form of a perfectly set up Fiend script. Night Stalker may be dying, though maybe the silence from the Earthspirit is gonna be enough for the save. D-Ward is there from the Dark Willow, depriving everybody of information on the side of Dynasty, but Dynasty, they have this SF in the perfect position once again. Start delivering massive right clicks, set up Kidaru for death. Out comes a Timber Chain, out comes a beautiful little Timbersaw. And that is gonna be a kill right there. $8k gold need for Dynasty. I wonder like how long Inner Circle can make space for this Phantom Lancer. Because with Phantom Lancer you already know that it's gonna be a matter of either he lives long enough and he's gonna completely snowball, or it's gonna be like this where he's just kind of leaping around the map trying like, oh, can I have some farm here? No, okay. I'm going somewhere else. Can I have some farm here? No, okay. Where do I have to go then? Which has been what this game has been feeling like whenever we watch PL. Whereas Bottega, it's kind of the opposite. His whole mindset is just, I gotta hurry, I cannot drop this ball, I gotta hurry, I gotta farm, I cannot drop this ball. Over and over and over again. That's definitely his mantra right now, and it is working for him pretty well. As for top Timbersaw, not too scared, because again, Lotus Orb, Kaya, he's the guy that you don't want to go on it. Every time that people try to farm jungle or push out a lane and they see, oh, that's a Timbersaw, they're just gonna back off immediately again. As that's gonna be the Tormentor. Getting torn down as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Dire
attack.
are scanning.
Rubicon level 14, he's catching up. Earth Spirit is kind of behind compared to where he wants to be. He is the bottom of the course, getting out-farmed even by Night Stalker. And Night Stalker had a rough game, because every time it was daytime, it was the Night Stalker getting bullied, or it was the bottom lane just, you know, getting free farm in the form of stacks, in the form of getting some actual backup.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Norma. Trying to find more tempo. Because in a circle, gold-wise, they are being slowly overwhelmed. We're up to a 10k gold lead. But if we check Phantom Lancer out, he's got the Manta Star, he's got the Aghanim Scepter. So from now on, he's only gonna start building those items that allow him to actually play the game, right? Because Aghanims, it's kind of mandatory for the Phantom Lancer. You do kind of need it just to give you that tempo, just to give you that farming speed and map control. But here,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
like one catch in the PL right now will have such huge impact. So until PL is caught, obviously a chill game, a fair game, a fun game. But the moment that PL gets caught once, I think it's gonna be full panic mode. Because from that point on, Inner Circle are looking at Dynasty. Like, now we're 10k behind and don't have a comeback condition anymore.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Smoke's getting popped across the board.
Radiant are scanning.
Dynasty. They're bringing everybody in except for the SF, and up the high ground they go. Dark Widow, the first one to get caught. As there is not much that Furnace can do about that, but everybody else will get out while those brambles block their paths. I do really enjoy brambles. Like, it's such a fun ability the way that it's balanced. Because even the perfect player that will instantly walk around it perfectly is gonna lose a lot of time just from the turn time. The gold lead, it's not growing though. Like, as long as there's no active kills, as long as Dynasty aren't actively hunting, this PL's gold lead is not growing away from him. And Roshan with the Slaughter ultimate. It's gonna go down very quick. And it would be that huge money changer that Inner Circle are looking for. Inner Circle, they do scout it out with the help of the Dominator creep, but now they know that Roshan is being done, so what? They still don't have an answer to the Shadow Fiend ultimate, they're still very easily getting SF ulted.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Fear quiets magic.
Dire are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
And there is some counter push being done by Inner Circle. But Inner Circle, it looks like they're gonna lose the top tier 2 tower if they don't defend against Shadow Fiend. And they may even lose this game. I would be really thrilled to see them put in their place. I'd be very surprised to see it's Dynasty doing it. But I will say that this draft for Dynasty, even though, again, the more PL comes online, the harder this draft is gonna be. They shut down the PL and they do have a draft with a ton of push. So keep the PL shut down while you push down the enemy base within like the next 10 minutes. And it's winnable for Dynasty, believe it or not. It feels weird to even say it after having to cast Inner Circle 2-0 stomps, 2-0 stomps, and once again 2-0 stomp.
Radiant are scanning.
And with that 10k gold lead still amassed, Mireille, he has no qualms about queuing up one of the most expensive items that you actually feel like benefiting from, feel like it's worth buying on the Slardar. It's gonna be the Nullifier. That's gonna be Kiraro. Trying to run away, but Mireille, the moment that he's knocked into him, bop, bop, bop. Little enchantresses do not get human rights. Phantom Lancer, meanwhile, he is starting to split push at least a little bit. Though it's not like Juxtapose can already be left in a lane, and that lane is unpushable.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And I guess that's gonna be the teleport attempt from the Shadow Fiend, but Norma, blinking away, has the reflexes to just say no. And he's even so arrogant and is just gonna farm up the jungle here. Well, I don't even think it's a matter of arrogance. I think it's more of an we need farm, we need gold right now, or this is gonna start becoming an issue.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire's bottom tower
But
has fallen.
I mean, the gold lead is stagnant. It's not like the gold lead is actually helping Dynasty at all, because it's not like 11k is going to become 12k, it's going to become 13k, as long as the Phantom Lancer is farming. As a matter of fact, while the Phantom Lancer is farming, Dynasty kind of have to worry about like the 11k becoming 10k. So it's really a case of the opposite issue. But the longer this game goes, the more favored Inner Circle are, and they are gonna try to set something up, and that's gonna be the Night Stalker that may get set up on. Still running after flying out of there. He should be able to get away, at least for now. Once again, the courier gets left behind, will be killed for that. A nice little pick off at least. So it wasn't all for naught, because without either couriers or pick off kills, the gold isn't gonna change anymore. It's just completely locked. PL is always gonna go and be able to free farm really freaking quick. The same goes for the Shadow Fiend, who just has to press 3 raises and the whole stack is dead. And then that's kind of scenario the melee hero wins over the ranged hero. But a good Requiem can mean anything happens, because it's basically like a really long stun that you can press on the entire enemy team in theory. Phantom Lancer keeps on farming up the triangle.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And Timber, not the best target to initiate upon, but he may actually die. The Lotus Orb, the first 20 minutes of the game, it has made him this unkillable tank. And he's still really hard to kill thanks to that Dispel. But eventually, the Lotus Load isn't gonna cut it anymore. Once the Timber dies, Bane cannot Fiend Script. Gets overran. The Shadow Fiend, though, holding his own thanks to the BKB. Bottega's BKB is coming to an end, and he needs to be very careful now, because the crown from the Hoodwink is about to pop on off. He does get out of the brambles, though, and that will be the Dark Willow. Just right click down to death. Dynasty still stuck at this 11k gold lead. It's not gonna move as long as they don't kill the Phantom Lancer, or the other way around. Phantom Lancer somehow becomes able to invade this Radiant jungle and steal farm there. But the later it goes, the less the individual gold is also going to matter in a game like this. And these objectives like Roshans, like Tormentors, like who has more towers are gonna become more valuable. And especially the who has more towers part is pretty one-sided here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And with Aztekor getting his courier sniped, we're gonna see the SF setup onto Kidaro. First they steal his Bane, the main spam hero that he lost to pick, and now this. Dynasty. They're gonna push out all the lanes, probably trying to find a team fight right now, but you can see how it's getting more and more difficult for Dynasty to find team fights despite the fact that they're 10,000 ahead. The gold lead, it is slightly moving though, thanks to, at the very least, bounty runes and stuff like that. Still very much going favorably for the side of Dynasty.
Radiant are scanning.
And a 5-man smoke up from Inner Circle, who don't know that up on this high ground, guess what? There's already gonna be a smoked up group from Dynasty sitting over there, ready for the big fight of their lifetime. As Night Stalker needs to get away, Night Stalker, and with the Eels he will stay alive a little bit longer, but he didn't time it well enough against the Shadow Fiend ultimate, and if you get Shadow Fiend ultimated, that's a death sentence. Phantom Lancer though, how online is he? Because he does not have a lot of damage yet, but with the Earth Spirit going for a Magnetize, he tries to go in. Bane, however, has the Aghanim shard, it's just gonna full heal. And, well, Rubicon is still gonna hunt down the Keeper of the Light. He will force out a BKB, dodge the stun from the Slaughter, once Bottega, but Rubicon, he's not online enough yet. He just gets out carried by the SF. Right click versus right click, and SF just right kicks it down so fast. I mean, chat is now crying like, oh, but this has been a free PL game. This has been a free... Like, no, it wasn't free, guys. Like, it was a really good PL game, but Timber sauce the one hard counter.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
But what made that so amazing is Phantom Lancer. He went to dive, not expecting Bane to just say no.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
One more fight like that. Like, of course, Inner Circle, there's a solid chance they get their Phantom Lancer online and they still snowball, but with one lane of Rex now down, one more fight like that and it's GG. Like, they can straight up tap out and say, well, it's over. But let's see where this goes first. With this Aegis, Inner Circle getting more ill-fated by the minute.
Sean has fallen to the radiant. Radiant are scanning.
Asticor. With this gem, like, if he loses this gem, it would unironically be one of the best comeback chances for Inner Circle. Because right now, every item that Inner Circle don't need to buy is a little bit of much needed breathing room and much needed space for them. But Shadow Fiend, he's coming up this high ground. Dynasty, they want to prove that they're better than the currently best team in all of the tournament.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower.
And that's gonna be not just a lane of Rex, but a bonus kill on the Dark Willow, as if Fernandes did not have it bad enough already. Second lane of Rex now taken down by Bottega. He's making it look so easy, even though we all know it is clearly not. Roshan, 3 minutes left on his Aegis, so I guess that's 3 minutes for one lane of Medirex to be pushed in. But I think they will commit for it, just because of how expensive it will be if you don't. Like Phantom Lancer, every one item on him, you're gonna be hit by a small weak copy of it. The entire team fired from his illusions, basically. Initiate once again 2 BKBs to keep the Magnetize away, and before Earthspirit can even press any other ability, he will be obliterated. Bottega's gonna make that a double kill. Out comes the chase up the high ground, but they will only find the D wards, which still gonna be valuable, don't get me wrong. It's just not quite the objectives they were looking for, while Bottega slowly pushing in and getting to work on the final tier 3, the final lane of Rex. And Inner Circle, they're the ones who got initiated on once again. Instantly losing the Night Stalker, instantly losing Fernance here. As that's going to be an instant buyback forest from the Dark Willow. Bottega still just going to work on those objectives. He knows he's got to get the Megas right here and now. But Slardar dealing so much damage that should be easy. Because dieback forest out from the Dark Willow. 70 seconds, no support as Aztecor. He's gonna accept the GGs from the Dark Willow. And holy crap, I'm not sure who my MVP is. Because these supports did amazing. But it was also Inner Circle just falling flat in like 3 different ways. Like, I know what I said, and usually I stand by my words, especially in a game like this, because SF, it was a hard SF game, but the Timbersaw last pick, even though it looked weird, and even though it was not a good Timbersaw game, by all means, like, he has such a good lane against the Phantom Lancer, that if Dynasty just commit half of their team to forcing the Phantom Lancer to stay in his lane, saying, if you want farm, you got a lane against this Timbersaw, and then a Timbersaw saying you're only gonna farm half as fast as you want to. PL came close to coming online, but just coming online if you don't have the good answers that you need, it's not quite going to pay off. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we're gonna head to a little bit of a break, as I don't think the next one will be the last game of the day for me, because, you know, after this series, I'm done. But Inner Circle, they have been the best team, just stomping teams into next week. Let's see if Dynasty can't give them another run for their money after the break here at the EPL Masters number 2. I'll see you all in just a moment, hopefully with more Dota that is this unexpected. Thank you all so much for watching.
Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 Radiant seconds team remaining. Ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick. Radiant team ban.
Lena.
And ladies and gentlemen, with that, it looks like we are back, as I got a whole new bunch of hype and caffeine in me. Cheers on that note. But yeah, Dynasty, they make sure to out aggro Inner Circle's PL by just keeping basically always one objective pressured, right? So Inner Circle, every time that they prioritize PL's farm, sure, it may have paid off, like most of those times, for the PL, and PL really enjoying the farm, really enjoying the snowball that they were getting. Oh, also the score was bugged on the waiting screen. It is, in fact, Dynasty who won the last game, which I really did not expect. As Inner Circle have just been 2-0ing all of the strong teams effortlessly thus far. But it looks like some... the drafts are going to be reversed, really. Well, Lena, not a bad opening pick, especially not if you're going to pair it with that Hoodwink, because it's two huge burst damage heroes. You can instantly go for the Bushwhack into Hoodwink, Lena burst. Really good combo, really good for ganks, really good for smokes. I like what they're cooking on the side of Inner Circle, but the Earth Spirit's changing tides, and this massive first pick Earth Spirit coming out for Dynasty, it's definitely huge, because if they prioritize that, and this is what I'm talking about, they definitely want to do heroes that work well with the Earth Spirit, Mirana being the first of them. Spirit Breaker, not a hero that we see every day, but it works really well because you got a built-in Shadow Blade from the Mirana having her ultimate, and you already want something to run in when that Magnetize pops off, and everybody's gonna take damage over time. You can see that the Spirit Breaker is actually quite upsetting the draft order here. Inner Circle, they've been hesitating longer, trying to think of a pick than they have this entire matchup before. And they may have finally met their equal here. Like, I'm not certain, but... 1 minute of reserve time wasted away just for this one pick. This better be good. This better be really good, even if it's just the second support, because there's a lot of good supports that come to mind. But which one do you want to showcase here? Because I'm thinking like Ringmaster may be really good, especially against the Earth Spirit, the Spirit Breaker, right? That's two really big melee heroes that love going in and that cannot fight against that Wheel of Wonder, as it is truly too wondrous in every way. And the Centaur, I mean, it's not the huge pick I'm hoping for. It can really well set up a lot of huge picks, because that Centaur card synergy with the Lena's already there. You do have a great benefit from that workhorse Aghanim Scepter. Shadow Demon. Okay, Shadow Demon I like. I actually considered suggesting the Shadow Demon as a pick, but this is why I didn't. Oh, that's frustrating actually. Because, yeah, I love Shadow Demon. I think Shadow Demon is really good and offers a lot for the draft of Inner Circle, with the save, with the turnaround potential, with an answer to this tanky as Earth Spirit, but I feel like the reason why we see so much more Ringmaster than Shadow Demon is exactly this. Because if you don't like have an answer to the enemy carry, you're never gonna have one, right? Take this Lifestealer. If he's gonna get on top of you, you can't take him off the map. You can't live until the rage is over unless you take yourself off the map and just skip the entire team fight. But as for the last bans, all of the big AoE teamfight dominating heroes get taken out. Necrophos ban, Enigma ban with fairly little hesitation. Now Dynasty have plenty of reserve time and can think through how they want to draft this. And Dynasty, like, I feel like this last ban, it's only gonna matter because of the last pick that Dynasty are going for, right? So they need to preempt what they want to pick and remove one of the counters to what they want to pick from the draft right now immediately. Also, guess what? I got a little naggy kitten once again who immediately comes and is like, meow, 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 moo, meow, meow, how dare you work? I need 5 hours of attention every hour, and then you dare to work and try to make money for my food instead of just letting yourself get bullied by me whenever I want attention. But yes, people always complain that I don't have enough kitty cams, which is because my kitty is a big black bully. She is acting really nice right now, but she's acting really nice because I caught her. Like, if I let her go, there's a fat chance that my ankles are gonna be bit if I stop petting her right now. The last ban is going to be a Darkseer, which I wonder if that also is one of those preempting your own last pick heroes, because the Terrorblade, surprisingly enough, is not. And I feel like this may come around to bite Dynasty in the ass. Because I like the Storm Spirit, I like some hero like that, but you do need to survive the early laning stage against the Lina, which isn't going to be so easy, as it's going to be an Underlord picked up by the side of Dynasty now. Oh, little kitten needs a lot of attention. I had to replace my mouse this week. Like, I got the exact same mouse, like Logitech G5 whatever. but because the little bastard really likes chewing the cables. As the last pick Underlord, I don't mind. It is that much needed extra and fast bump, and a really good amount of catch that the Lifestealer will not be kited around during that Radiance timing of his. Should go on the camera again if you're gonna be annoying. Yes, gotta make me famous. If you're gonna co-cast, you gotta make me famous somehow, and you're not saying anything. Come on, give us some draft analysis. She's just sitting here like brr 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 brr. I mean, yeah, okay, I can interpret purring as draft analysis, but which draft is she purring for now? Ooh, I think inner circles, because their cast earlier today it looked so unstoppable. They just needed those 2 kills in the laning stage, and from there the entire game went basically free. But inner circle, can they pull this off again? Because the last game it also looked pretty okay, right? They were not particularly outdrafted. They just had a slightly overly greedy draft, I guess. I mean, not even greedy as in haha late game greedy, but greedy as in haha we're gonna end this so easy greedy. We don't need any late game, right? And then you get punished for not having any good late game scaling. Though, while I think the drafts are close, Dynasty, I don't think they should 2-0 this unless they shut down this cast really early. Because of how momentum based the cast is, he can definitely out snowball the Lifestealer. You just need like a butterfly on the cast, maybe a skull, maybe an abyssal blaze that skull basher. That's my personal favorite build against those really annoying perma BK beat up infinite sustain heroes. Because at some point you get that lucky 2 bashes in a row, and then the Lifestealer cannot out sustain himself, even if he keeps repeatedly feasting you. Like, Cass is really good for this matchup. But the Cass has so much work to do that, again, like, the carry, we've seen this throughout TI, we're seeing this now. The carry is either the most or the second most important person in every team, but the difference between who the most important pick is kind of determines who takes the first few ganks. And if the carry tanks those first few ganks, it can totally ruin your day on a Cass, on a Juggernaut as well. Because most of the Juggernaut games I remember from TI are a really good argument for why we should not be seeing any more Juggernaut. Because while he stumps in the scrims and he stumps in the pubs, drafting for keeps, people are a lot less likely to make mistakes. And I feel like Juggernaut is the kind of hero that you only get away with as a hard carry if the enemy makes drafting mistakes. It's the same for the Slark, right? Slark can be a really good carry still, but only if he has like 3 people that he counters on the enemy team, so you can get those agility stacks and actually feel like a 1-position carry. As the smokes are gonna be broken, Cass is gonna keep his up to make sure he can get into the lane as quickly as possible. He's like, nah, I just need XP and farm. I don't care for our non-existent first blood chances. But while Cass is kind of safely walking into the lane and the rest of the smoke has been broken, Inner Circle are still gonna try to harass as much as humanly possible onto Mirela here. Kitty, now stop being annoying or I'm gonna have to yeet your ass. Oh, but I wanna eat the mouse. I'm a cat, I catch mice. Not how it works. Not how it works, you little black bastard. Alright, Kitty successfully yeeted. Let's see what Rubicon is getting up to in his lane. It doesn't look like much yet, but being up against the double melee lane for a Kess is already a huge advantage, especially once he starts getting a few levels in the Kazurai Katana. Because while it's very little damage, like, at the highest level, it's still really not that much. as Underlord until a few levels of Katana and what's it called, Blightstone are Orb of Blight are out. He's gonna have a real easy time, but I think Orb of Blight alone is such a difference maker for the Cass against this particular matchup. And Rubicon knows that. He has it queued up really, really early. He will get his courier sniped though. It's just a little bit of agility, but it is gonna make last hitting that tiny little bit harder. Whereas on the mid lane, Earthspread is having a surprisingly chill lane against the Lina. Because he is really tanky, so as long as he keeps contesting the runes, as long as he keeps trading back and forth. As MRLS needs to make sure he can get himself away to safety. But this Cass lane, like, you can see why they love their Cass and why Inner Circle have a lot of success with it. They have basically lost 0 last hits that were worth contesting over on this top lane, securing the range creeps really well to make sure they're kind of in the ebb and flow of things.
Dire's courier has been killed.
As Inner Circle I don't think they're worried about this laning stage at all. If they can keep the laning stage going like it is right now, then in like at the 10-15 minute mark, they are gonna be having such a free time trying to run people down. And this time around, the sides are reversed, because last time it was Dynasty being on the aggression and kind of forcing Inner Circle to retreat. Now you can see Inner Circle literally doing the opposite here with Kidaro, right? Shadow Demon literally just making space, bullying people away. Great D-ward from MRLS though, so this support Spirit Breaker, while he is giving Cass basically a free lane just by picking a melee hero, he is making sure to play a really good support still. And constantly put himself into harm's way. Underlord starting to take a lot of damage from the Shadow Poisons, but Kidaro, he knows he can't chase down the Underlord under his tower, so may as well just explode all of that damage. Dual race. With the TP boots, he's gonna be farming up a storm in no time as well. The one good news is though, even though this lifestealer has not been having a super free or particularly fun lane, feast number go up. Haha. Really the only thing that lifestealers care about.
Я хочу тебя типнуть без негатива.
Decor and a bit of a brawl with Fernance. As both of these supports are hoping the other one makes a mistake, but the mischance is gonna force the mistake from Aztecor, so he's gonna go through his healing first, but Fernance makes the mistake as there has not been a first blood yet. Spirit Breaker also comes charging in, but unfortunately gets his charge reset onto the catapult instead of the Centaur War Runner, but it looks like it does not matter. Lifestealer, he eats Centaur Warrunner for a snack. Mirada goes down in the jungle. So at the very least, Kidaro times the Shadow Poison perfectly to get one good return kill, while Underlord will manage to walk himself away and once again prevent that massive katana damage. As Underlord bushwhacked up once again, Cass gets saved from the charge by Kidaro, but Kidaro, bop, down he goes. The price of only having the one save, and Cass, he's still not out of harm's way as the stun will hit Rubicon, and Rubicon, he did not have that parry ready to get himself out of harm's way. Dynasty they're looking so strong. Like, I'm genuinely very positively surprised by them and their approach here. And Mirada, that dual race is still gonna die for that at least. Spirit Breaker would love to find charge to get more work done, but I don't think he's able to. Well, Norma, unable to keep the Lifestealer in check anymore. Lifestealer's just chilling and right-click, brain dead away. But Inner Circle, this is currently their very last game in the play-ins, and they're already the champions of Group A, so maybe they're kind of treating this like a scrim, right? Maybe they don't care enough anymore. But Dynasty, they're not the team that I expected to beat them. However, MRLS will get sniped down by the Lina once again, so if nothing else, Inner Circle are showing that even though Dynasty are looking pretty strong here, they do still make mistakes. No, yes they do, my little black kitten. Yes they do. This is why I'll never be a TI caster. Like, kittens aren't allowed there. I can't bring my little comfort co-caster to yell at me for working in the middle of a game when it gets boring. As for Earth Spirit, though, I don't think he's having a very boring game, because he knows he's currently hitting his power curve, and is just waiting out the next ultimate. So he's really trying to farm up that ultimate, farm up as much as he can before that ultimate, because the next time he has an ultimate, he's gonna have to drop it. Magnetize is way too important for the gameplay here. And we're already gonna see the Cass become a lot more powerful at running people down. But nice save from the Spirit Breaker once again, fully committing to a support role. Lina. Now that the TP boots are done, looking for the Kaya and Saint, it's pretty meta build with how much damage that ultimate already does. As Mirada trying to run away, he runs straight into a Centaur, will get killed off, but Kidaro died and Fernance. So that's once again both of these supports from Inner Circle just hitting the floor, getting brutally annihilated, while Rubicon on the Cass, still an absolute boss, but no supports means no way for him to get in, no way to find a good angle.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Spirit Breaker looking for a little bit of farm himself. Mostly just using that charge right now to stop the split push from the Dominator creeps and make sure that he actually gets that bonus bounty. Or as Lifestealer, but one of the two is gonna claim it. In this case, the Spirit Breaker. Inner Circle. They're keeping their carry protected, so the main job of making their draft work they're doing, but I don't think they're as far ahead right now as they would like to be.
Radiant are scanning.
As Dynasty slowly losing more of their hold on this map. But it is mostly vision, so without any actual commitment to protect the wards, without anyone wanting to stick around and camp, trying to forcibly initiate a teamfight under their vision, it's not like it really matters. Except for MRLS, who's really eager to charge somebody, having the face boot. He's now sitting there like, come on, show yourself, I gotta charge. The cheeseburger of rage comes running at you. Oh, little kitten. Do you fear the cheeseburger of rage, you little cat? Yes, she does.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yes, she does. Another hero that this game is not looking very fearful is Mirele. Now, Earthspirit, he's not a great farmer. Coming out of the lane, he's always kind of going to struggle. He's always kind of going to have a slow time, right? Just kind of holding his own and waiting for usually level 2 Magnetize. Like, since they changed Magnetize to do more damage at level 1 and gain more damage per level, level 2 Magnetize is kind of the critical timing for the Earth Spirit these days. When before it was like your first small item, right? Like before you would go, I don't know, power threads, something like that, urn that they still build, and another small item like a bracer or something, and then just run at people. Nowadays, you build a Kaya after the urn. You wait for level 12, which is just 1.5, 2 levels away from the Earth Spirit, so not like he needs to farm amazingly long. Earth Spirit trying to get a setup with a Spirit Break, but Fernand is one of those heroes that even if you try to catch him with the roll, he's always a little bit too escapable. Cass, though, already snowballing up really hard, and thanks to that snowball that he's just gonna keep rolling. As long as he doesn't die, I think Cass is almost guaranteed to outfarm. And I'm saying almost because that Radiance is now there for Bottega, and Bottega, look at how aggressive he can be. Just waltz into the enemy jungle, let the Radiance Burners do most of the work, but Lina says no to that with an ultimate. Both the Lifestealer and MRLS on the Spirit Breaker are gonna die very, very painfully here. Inner Circle may get us a game number 3. Because maybe they were just overly cocky in the first game, right? Because again, it's not like they can't afford to lose the entire series and still be the top of the group stage in their group. But I also don't think they expected their PL to never come online the last game, right? I think they were just a little bit too chill. But we are gonna be stuck with a pause for a little while. Not that long though, as the goals are being called.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Inner circle. They got that 4k gold lead, but how do you turn that into kills? How do you turn that into good initiations?
Radiant are scanning.
Because you can see every time that they're like trying to farm, trying to do anything that isn't winning team fights and going for kills,
Dire's
Inner
top
Circle
tower
are ever
is
so
under
slightly
attack.
falling behind on money, which is an unintended consequence of these Helm of the Dominators. Because Helm of the Dominators, they're great. They print money, but they also print money for the opponent. Whereas the Radiance from the Lifestealer, it only gives the Lifestealer not just money, but also max health. Rubicon finally getting charged as Dynasty.
Dire are scanning.
They're not being left alone to farm on their half of the map, so now instead they wish to translate that into kills, and Rubicon, he wanted to teleport, realized Mirana was missing. Good call from his team, because otherwise he would have been arrowed already. And with Kidaro sitting in the perfect position behind him, both of them are gonna back off together. La-di-da, don't mind us. Just casually putting ourselves into a very risky position.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ooh,
Dire's
Hoodwink.
top tower is under
Beautiful target for the charge. Look at how much damage that is, but Rubicon does have the Raptor dance, will dance like a Raptor, setting up not one but two kills. Mirana comes in though, getting a double kill of her own. So it's a 2-4-2 with the supports being annihilated from Inner Circle once again. Though I don't think they mind their supports being the ones to die that much. That means the supports are doing a really good job of keeping the Cass alive, I guess. Cass.
are scanning.
It is a very early Aghanim Scepter, so Inner Circle, they're fully banking on never letting go of this gold lead. But the first game, it was Dynasty doing the exact same thing to them. So I think that's entirely fair. Spirit Breaker comes charging in. It's just an illusion, and it's not like he doesn't know that's probably one after the first right click, but... Charge is the charge. It's not like you can let the Lina run at your team. MRLS is hiding away now, waiting for the next charge as out comes a sharpshooter. Sharpshooter completely missed the Mirana, but Mirana is done from the Lina. Is gonna be more than plenty. As 1 minute left on this Roshan. Means Inner Circle, they immediately want to take it. No hesitation. No worries about a potential contest. Though the Underlord ultimate is gonna be there in just 3, 2, 1. And the scan did scout it out, but Roche, he's gonna go down. The Aegis will hit the floor. Underlord did drop the ultimate. Do they want to commit in? No, they do not. MRLS realizes from the Lina ultimate, but with the cast just swiping away, getting his third group of assault, of desolated charges. Early damage for that assault, really good for the cast.
Radiant's bottom
Norma.
tower is under attack.
One of the bigger issues I see for Dynasty is the next team fight. He too is gonna have an ultimate ready. And be it Rubicon or his Lina stampeding in there at max speed, it's gonna make things really difficult.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's
Lina wants to go for the bottom lane. Spirit Breaker charging at her. Shadow Demon in position to try and interrupt the charge. But nobody really wants to hard commit. Dynasty, they know that they can still win, but it's also not like they can fight into the cast. And they're gonna lose out on objectives, they're gonna lose out on a lot of value. But the gold lead, it's now just gonna keep growing, so an initiation there will have to be for Dynasty, whether they want to or not. I think they know it. Though I don't mind a game number 3. I really don't mind if we're here for the long haul. Because the mail has already been really annoying.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And that's gonna be mid lane getting pushed in by the Lina now. Tier 2 almost done. 90 seconds left on the Aegis, so they do have to be somewhat chill about it.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And with the smoke, Dynasty, they're gonna try to get something good set up here.
Structures are fortified.
And with the two-man Lina stun, the Shadow Demon immediately going down. Kidaro not even able to get any good value out, but Dual Race will get caught so hard that Aegis is a thing of the past. Mirada with the BKB making sure to roll himself away, as that infamous Earth Spirit late game tankiness not really there yet, but at least it's gonna be enough for him to live. Cause, well, yeah, it's kinda looking rough. Well, I guess I should say it's looking very rough right now for the side of Dynasty. Dynasty did not lose a single hero there, so that wasn't a 1 for nothing for them regardless, just because they managed to catch Kidaro that hard out of position.
Radiant are scanning.
Cass. Just that BKB left to go to allow him to really hunt down cores instead of supports. Fernance tries to hunt down Aztecore. Inner Circle, they had like an 11k gold lead, but the win rate is not 100% yet. It's more like 55. Like they're 55% more or 5% more likely to win this. Well, a 5 percentage point difference is a 10% difference. If you understand math, then you know what I'm saying.
Regeneration.
And if not, then I guess let the batters fight in chat, because the next team fight here is arriving as well, between Inner Circle once again, trying to scout up the high ground, but instantly getting charged by Dynasty's heroes. Dynasty, they're getting massive value from the Underlord having the Aghanim shard, but the problem is Spirit Breaker. He dies really quickly to the Cass right now. Cass just instant kill supports, and once the Spirit Breaker goes down, and you don't have that second stun from a second charge to allow the Underlord to get back out again, Underlord's just gonna die. And kind of saw that there, where just 2 right clicks into trying to run down the enemy and make kills, they kind of just walked out. They kind of just walked away, tried to get away, but still ticked out, got chased, got hunted down in every conceivable way.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
As Inner Circle just pushing up the number, but not really the win rate. Once again, Cass is gonna get 6 slotted, and then what? Because that's kind of the reality that I'm seeing right now. Cass is gonna get 6 slotted really, really quick.
Radiant are scanning.
And in comes the jump onto the Underlord. Underlord killed once again. The tier 3 is gonna be assailed, and with that Desolator, look at how fast Lina's machine gunning it down. Yeah, now that they're able to go high ground, this is where Inner Circle can actually get this game really favored, because the 16k gold lead, it's still something that Cass isn't going to be able to win with, but Lifestealer, he's realizing that the arm reduction is getting too much, and Bottega, he needs an Assault Chorus. I definitely agree with that assessment. Great knowledge, like insight into the current meta.
Radiant structures are fortified.
But we're finally surpassing that 50-50 win rate thanks to Lina having really good farm. And Cass kind of just making sure to take everything down where he can.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
But not overextending for those Rexes, it seems. Inner Circle. I think they're just gonna wait out this road. 20 seconds is not all too unfortunate for them.
Dire are scanning.
And that's gonna be Bottega. Caught, but Centaur Warrunner immediately just getting himself away from there.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning. Radiant
Courier getting sniped. In comes the Spirit Break just before Roshan goes down. It's gonna be enough. Bottega! Bottega steals the Aegis! Dynasty, they're hanging on by a thread, by 1.5 lanes, still standing. And this Cass being an absolute raid boss, but with the help of Roshan and a perfect Spirit Breaker charge just the second when they needed it. Beautifully done.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Inner circle. They have this massive gold lead, but see what I mean when I say it doesn't really feel like it? Because every single mistake is just not gonna go very, very far. Mirela still having himself a good time. Inner circle realizing that this gold lead is only as good as the amount of right clicks that a carry gets in on any enemy target. They're trying to get a jump, but Lifesteal the only one that's showing with that Aegis. He cannot be caught out because he's just gonna resurrect, sit in his teammate, and try to turn the team fight around. As MRLS Raptor Dance. Rubicon back to almost full health, but his BKB is now expired. However, with 2 people already dead from Dynasty, it's Dynasty that need to be very careful because they're about to lose their Lifestealer. Bottega armed and toggling. He really wants to feast on the Centaur though to save himself the Aegis, and he will save the Aegis, but the BKB from Norma is keeping him alive. A beautiful Eul's coming out, finally costing Lifestealer his Aegis. And that's gonna be the Underlord taken down, so he cannot help Lifestealer. He can't even get the rage off, and if he cannot press the rage, then he is gonna be going down. No push on top lane. There's still a tier 1 standing, otherwise this would be GG right now. The mid lane Rex, they're basically forfeit though, even if there's now 3 people back alive, because most of these 3 people don't do damage except for the Earth Spirit with his Magnetize, which that one has impressive damage. But I don't think he's gonna get a good Magnetize without having the Lifestealer, or at the very least go like 4v5 with the Underlord.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Centaur just slow pushing down this tier 1 that has been standing so long.
Radiant's top tower.
Because of course nobody feels like it's worth pressuring the offlane if you have a Cass and a Lina. That's 2 heroes that want to farm. And those 2 heroes make up like 80% of Inner Circle's push.
Radiant are scanning.
So it makes sense why they don't have the tower, but if there's some kind of comeback for Dynasty, which I think is unlikely, then it's only gonna be because of a lack of tier 1 tower being taken.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's courier
Inner
has been
Circle.
killed.
You can tell though that they're feeling on the clock. They're nervously pushing in top and then backing off every time that they realize they don't have the wards and need to wait for the wards to arrive, or one of their heroes needs to wait for a courier which is bringing an item. They better not give away a comeback here. And one good initiation is all it's gonna take, but how do you find one? It's not like good initiations grow on trees. Lifestealer, I wonder if there's anything he can get to really make a big difference, other than that Assault Curse, which he's gonna have in 1 minute. Because his courier died, but at least it picked up the items, so I guess for 1 minute, Dynasty, they're really just hoping to play AFK Dota and to kind of, you know, chill here, brain dead, while hoping nobody pushes in a little bit too hard.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Illusion.
Still no push. It's funny how the first 2 lanes of Rex fell before the first 30 minutes, and now it's almost been 10 minutes of nothing, of just waiting for, you know, that really bad mistake. Bottega, the health number is only gonna go up, but more importantly, he will have that Assault Cuirass. So he can go ahead, run at people, and assault their asses.
Radiant are scanning.
And we're gonna see an interesting positioning from Mirana, because Mirana, she showed behind them in the lane to try and cut the creep wave, but immediately went away again. And Aztecor, that interesting positioning is not really gonna pay off for him, but with the Infest Bomb, Lifestealer out for revenge, will kill one Rubicon though, a nice Raptor Dance will keep him in the team, but now he's activated the BKB and he needs to get some good value out of the Falcon Rush. He is, however, not trying to just run away and invis. Cass is being ran down and just such a little bit more damage until Rubicon dies. Rubicon though, the Radiance does not linger long enough, as it will probably be a dead Lina for that. Well, certainly one of the two, because in comes the Spirit Breaker charging. Rubicon though just refills his health to full on the cast, but does not have the mana. So even if he wants to team fight, it's not like he can cast another combo, let alone 2 or 3 of them. It's a big issue on Cass, right? Because you use combos instead of abilities. It's like, imagine if Invoker, like back in the day, remember when he spent mana on Invoke, which I actually really miss because it made people optimize their Invoker combos. It forced you to make your Invoker combos as few buttons as you could. Because nowadays, and that really annoys me, nowadays on the Invoker, it's really common to swap your spells, right? Like, I have Tornado and EMP invoked, and I wanna, like, EMP, Tornado, EMP, and then, Ice Wall, or something like that. Like, you wanna change the order, right? You wanna have the spell that you're gonna get rid of first in the spot that you're gonna get rid of, but then every time you do that, like every time you just invoke to switch your spell order so that you get rid of the other spell first, Invoker is like, must have slipped my mind. An error in my invocation. Like, no bro, it's not an error, I'm just trying to swap them around. I'm just kind of ranting because, again, this is not an Invoker game, but Cass is almost the exact same, where your button presses per second, And how many combos, like how many good combos you can get off, are literally what you measure your Kess skill by. I don't care for your GPM. Kess is one of the easiest to farm with heroes. If you try to flex your GPM on a Kess,
Radiant are
that
scanning.
either means you're like in the top 1%, you know, out farming an alchemist who's free farming at the same time, or you have no idea how Kess works. Centaur, though, beautiful workhorse. And as for Rubicon, he's gonna try to go up the high ground. And he hits two good combos with the Raptor, with the Falcon Rush plus Kazurai Katana. Now comes out the Satanic BKB combo to try and turn this around. The lifesteal almost dead, but he will keep himself alive for a bit longer. Lina, though, with the right clicks will not allow him to live. Buyback comes out from Kidaro immediately. Fernand's bought back as well, so Inner Circle, they did commit the buybacks on both of their supports, but they do get the Lifestealer, and I keep saying, like, oh guys, Lifestealer has better late game, Lifestealer has better late game. He does! Like, you see how much difference this Assault Cuirass already makes, right? So, killing him off, shutting him down every minute that Lifestealer isn't making the feast number go up is a minute that you're actively winning the game. And ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna see another pause here. The reconnect is there. Hopefully the go and ready as well, but Centaur is still missing. I mean, I had the same thing happen today, where for no reason my router just decided to reboot in the middle of a game. So I would totally believe if somebody told me, like, oh, Joe, that's not Dota servers. There's, what's those things called? A solar flare going on or something? Because I remember that really big solar flare at the start of this year, I think it was. And everybody was like, oh, disconnect your electronics, disconnect your electronics. And I was sitting here casting, and nothing happened. Funnily enough, a lot of my lower tech electronics, like toasters and microwaves and stuff, bugged out. But a PC, because obviously those are shielded, they can handle the odd, like, solar flare or whatever. Routers, though, not always. Because routers, they can be made pretty cheaply, and, you know, why have proper shielding if you can just reboot it? Inner Circle approaching the 20k gold lead. Inner Circle. I wonder how much longer they can even keep farming before it starts becoming less meaningful. Because Spellbreaker on the Kess, I feel like you kind of want to replace that one. It's not like those 12 or something % magic resistance that you actually get from it. It's gonna matter that much. Between the Daedalus and the Desolator, this is already gonna make things very, very easy.
Dire are scanning.
And that is gonna be Centaur, arrowed up, ticking down with the root. There is a very nice charge from the Spirit Breaker, leaving him out of position at Norma. Gets taken down. Earth Spirit, though, rolled into the wrong spot, and Lina is gonna take away most of his health for that. But thanks to the Spirit Breaker, he is gonna be allowed to roll out, while Cass in a really horrible position as well, and he cannot even move. Oh no, that was like 3 really reliable stuns. Because Lifestealer, him getting the stuns from the Skull Basher, that makes sense. That's to be expected. He has the attack speed, that's just a matter of proccing. But everybody also knows that Spirit Breaker's 70% best chance, haha, is totally balanced. Because keep in mind, like 17% best chance means statistically you bash less than 1 out of every 5 hits.
None to burn. Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Stunning, isn't it?
As Inner Circle still massively getting themselves some good space. But Inner Circle, like, I don't know what I can say. This game is really clean cut. Lifesteal's health goes up, Cass's damage stops going up. The real question is, how do you compensate? Because there's one thing kind of burning on my mind that can always put this Lina into a good spot, and that's of course the Divine Wrap here, but that can also cost you the entire game. That's gonna be just a Shadow Demon kill, but he did use his buyback earlier. Because Shadow Demon, that's the perfect hero to die if your Lina survives for that. I'm not sure whether the Lina will survive, because Spirit Break, he's just gonna YOLO in. 70-second death timer for him, and there is still that workhorse. Lina immediately using that to turn around, machine gun it up, but the magnetizers, they just keep popping out from the Earth Spirit rolling in once again after they got Rubicon. But with Rubicon dead, at this point, this fight is just a matter of cutting your losses. If you're Inner Circle, though, Bottega needs to be a bit careful on his lifesteal because he really wants the Lina, but he's just gonna run the fountain. So much for careful. Okay, never mind. Aegis is forfeit. Lifesteal is like, nah, I don't feel like it. Careful. Nah, we just gotta get the Lina, and if we get the Lina, then it's a team wipe and it's free. And that's what they're gonna do. Norma, not quite dying thanks to that Aghanim Scepter having been bought, but 3 people are just fountain diving him, trying to go for this kill. Bottega, it fast out. They got literally nothing done. The Radiant base has to be defended by the Underlord. I'm not sure if Dynasty is trying to troll and saying like, hey, Inner Circle, call it right now. We're just gonna keep humiliating you and fountain diving. But Bottega, he's finally gonna get serious and start actually pushing now that the creepses are arriving.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top barracks are under attack.
And that's gonna be one lane of Rex taken now for Dynasty, but the most important lane of Rex they could take, because of course top is the one lane where they have their own barracks still standing. Inner Circle, 3k gold lead remains, which isn't really a ton.
Radiant are scanning.
One more good initiation with the smoke. Could completely put Inner Circle back into control of this game, or for Dynasty instead turn things around. Mireille is loading up that lifestealer like a bomb.
Dire are are scanning.
As that's gonna be a jump in. Pang, Cass I mean, getting killed off as Shadow Demon will get killed just as quickly by Bottega. Bottega, double kill. Fernans goes down to Aztecor. Yeah, no, the moment that Cass can't really get stronger, but Lifestealer can, is where Inner Circle are just gonna lose this, and that's exactly what we're gonna see here. Because with the barracks, even farming is so much harder for the Lifestealer.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The next tier 2 slowly getting dropped by the Lifestealer, getting to work.
Dire's middle tower has
But all that Dynasty really need with their incredibly tanky heroes and a carry that can just not get indefinite amounts of farm. We're gonna see an infest bomb from the Lifestealer. Lifestealer doing his best to get himself out. Centaur just kind of trying to defend. He's waiting for this Cass to be back in 20 seconds.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And in comes the Spirit Breaker charging in onto the Lina. Lina is gonna get killed up. Cass with the Raptor Dance dances around enough to kill MRLS. But as long as they're not dealing with Bottega, they're not addressing the actual issue at hand. Because it's this Lifestealer who's going for the kills, but at least the Rexes will not fall. Dynasty. They actually got the gold lead for the first time in this game, and knowing that Inner Circle, they gotta come out of the base, but I don't see that Divine Rapier queued up. I don't see a means for them to really come back unless they end it right now, and maybe with the Aztecor kill they can end it right now, because Lifestealer, look at how off guard he is caught. Bottega dropping super low health, he has a buyback available, but on a 100-second death timer. That's gotta sting, and the Earth Spirit has that. Is it Crochet? Yes, it's already Crochet, of course. Just built as a tech item against the Lina. He also has a Refresher Orb. But again, Underlord, not a great matchup at all against Cass. And it'll be dual race to take the kill, but Cass is really the main source of damage there with the armor reduction and the repeated, really adding up hits from the katana. The mid lane push, it is arriving. Dynasty, they may just pay with this game for that really greedy fountain dive of theirs, but in comes a buyback from the Underlord.
Are scanning. Radiant are scanning. Dire's coast has been Dire are scanning.
As Roshan
Roshan has fallen
goes down to the massive amount of damage, and Dual Race will be very happy to secure himself the Aegis. Lina, the one hero who's actually winning every single team fight, she needs to be stopped.
Radiant are
Inner
scanning.
circle. One good team fight and I got a game number 3. Can they find it? They're probably gonna try. Like, are you just gonna camp and wait for a pickoff, or are you gonna, like, full run in and commit for the team fight is the question. Because I'd personally definitely try to commit the, like, cast initiation with the BKB Raptor Dance in. But you saw that at the last time where he tried and then instantly got blown up and it was like, stun, stun, no, you don't get to move, stun. Inner circle. 3 minutes left on their Aegis. They have the time. They don't need to rush.
That was hot.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And there's gonna be the last lane of Rexus getting assaulted by the Lina. Everybody is up from Dynasty and they're gonna hit her with the lifesteal infest bomb. Wait! No way! No way! They accidentally worked towards the Spirit Breaker instead of the Lina. Centaur misclicked. Centaur misclicked, cost them the entire Aegis. Spirit is gonna try to go in again. Spirit Breaker with a beautiful charge. He's gonna set up the Hoodwink for death, but Hoodwink saved by an EUs for now. Spirit is gonna go on top of her Fern instead. Spirit now out of position for that one though. But Spirit Breaker, he's gonna sacrifice his life to get this Lina into a worse spot. Workhorse though is there, and can the lifestealer live? The EUs will save his life, but not long enough. 100 seconds death timer. He's gonna be forced to buy back. 2-minute death timer on the Underlord. So even if they buy back the lifesteal, it's gonna be the rolling infest bump once again to initiate. And Inner Circle, they gotta see that coming at this point. Because of how big of a role lifestealer is playing here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is falling. Radiant structures are fortified.
As in comes the Earth Spirit, trying to get a go for his lifestealer. Lifestealer getting a lot of damage in on everyone. He wants to kill off this Lina. He has vision for dual race. Can he do the damage? Not quite. With a beautiful stun, with beautiful amounts of backup. Bottega, he knows he just needs to kill dual race, but that's gonna be a dieback and that's gonna be GG's. The GG not called yet, but we can see the buyback status. I don't think this Earth Spirit, he may be borderline unkillable in late game, but I don't think he can defend the Ancient against 5. Maybe if they defend just the Ancient at low health against Megas or something, there can still be a chance of a comeback for Dynasty, but I don't think so. Because while the Lifestealer, he has that health number going up, he has really good late game scanning, he has really good sustain. MRLS goes down, and finally, after 60 minutes, putting us, well, quite a bit behind schedule from here on out, to say the least. That is gonna be a beautiful return by Inner Circle. And Inner Circle, they do not need to win this series. They have nothing left to gain here. Because with the standings, right, this is the second last day of play-ins, and with the standings, they're currently the second best, the best in their group, and the second best cannot catch up to them anymore. So Inner Circle, they're guaranteed to come out the winner of their group in the play-ins, and to get the best possible spot going into the playoffs. But I really like how after losing that first game because they got cocky, because they underestimated how hard they needed to protect their Phantom Lancer, Inner Circle, they picked their Rubicon Comfort Cass. And Cass is an emotional support burp. Because apparently that's kind of how it felt like, right? 8, 6, 19 Cass. The Lina's the main damage dealer. The Cass is kind of the 2 position. Very well planned out by Inner Circle, because Norma with the ultimate and Kidaro with the saves tied it all together, and the Shadow Demon was such a great pick here as well. So I think it's the outdraft really coming in handy, together with Inner Circle just maintaining focus for 60 minutes and not messing up too much, because Norma's misclick almost cost them. But ladies and gentlemen, with that one more game to the series, we're gonna head to a little bit of a break, as clearly the Inner Circle Easy 2-0 era has finally come to an end at the very last days of the play-ins. I'll see you all after the break with the final game of this series here at the European Pro League Masters number 2. Till in just a second.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team back. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, and with that we are back once again for the third and final game here, well, at least for me, because we still have 2 more best of 3s coming up after this one, but those I will have taken over by Plate, so you guys will be in very good hands, as I do need to get myself some food and stuff at some point. But first, Inner Circle, they actually lost a game. Not a series yet, but they did lose their first game in all of the EPL Masters too. I will say, judging from the draft, they kind of didn't care that much. They put it all on that Phantom Lancer, and it was a really good Phantom Lancer game. But if you only have a Phantom Lancer to hard carry you, and that Phantom Lancer doesn't outfarm the enemy carry, you're in for a rough game. So in game number 2, after a very long, very rough back and forth, Inner Circle, they almost lost because of like that misclick from the Centaur. I'm not gonna forget that workhorse misclick anytime soon. But Dynasty, I genuinely don't like their draft as much this time. They have a lot of meta stuff, but this feels so for Protect 1. Like the Shadow Fiend would have been good, I can see that. It immediately gets banned out though. But you definitely want something like that, something really fast with a lot of push that dominates the lane as a 1 position, and there isn't that many heroes that really fit that bill, right?
Radiant team back.
And while I'm trying to preempt the call on that last pick,
10 seconds remaining.
what is it gonna be? Because it's definitely not a tiny or something. You can pick a strength carry into the lifestealer. So like, I don't know, because Terrorblade is still left in the draft. He wouldn't be bad, he wouldn't be great, because Terrorblade is okay against Lifesteal, he's okay against Earth Spirit, but he sucks ass against Wind Wyvern, and whenever you get caught without your Metamorphosis, that's a death sentence.
Radiant team.
Do you pick PL? Because PL feels like a really obvious bait. But Dynasty, their last pick matters so much, and it looks like Inner Circle, they are expecting a PL or a similar greedy agility carry, because Darkseer counters most of them. And Earth Spirit kind of makes up for that greedy late game timing that he needs, because while Earth Spirit also likes to scale and likes to get to that late game where he is incredibly
5
tanky.
seconds remaining.
It won't be easy getting there. Dynasty though, for their last pick, the tides have turned. Cass, he looked really good in the last game played by Inner Circle, except for those 2 times where he just got stun locked and instantly killed. Here though, the thing is, Bottega provides the damage they need, but only if Keeper of the Light makes him the space to do so, right? Like, you're actually gonna have to use the Keeper of the Light very proactively. Use the Illuminates to win your team fights, use the Illuminates to win those engagements. But I also think that Norma, he's gonna have a very hard lane against not just the Cass, but like probably MRLS on the Bane. Very maybe Aztecor is gonna decide to switch over. But I don't think so, because Kidaro is gonna lane with the Lifestealer, that much is certain. So then you got Darkseer, Dark Willow off on the off lane for Inner Circle. And neither of those go well against the Cass, because Cass can target Dark Willow in the Dark Realm, right? She's like, oh haha, I'm untargetable, and Cass goes, oops, Echo Slash, oops, parry. You can not parry the magical damage, but the parry stun, and setting Dark Willow up for an instant bash the moment that she comes out of it. is still really helpful
Prepare
and
for
can
battle.
definitely make the difference. So I think the Cass last pick, it's not quite the hero I like seeing picked into the darks here. It does feel extremely risky to take out against the Winter Wyvern as well. Those are the two issues, because Earth Spirit, if you hit him for a little while, then he is just gonna crumble, he is gonna break apart into Gravel Spirit, I guess, right? I do miss Dota 1 and World of Warcraft/Warcraft lore, where it's like Mud Golem, Stone Golem, Rock Golem, Granite Golem, as they grow larger, basically.
Thirty seconds to battle.
Inner Circle, they're only missing out the Earth Spirit there.
The battle begins.
Runes 2 for 2, one nice D ward already being done by MRLS, who's gonna take away those defensive wards that have been put near the mid lane. And Bottega, they're trying to bully him on the way to the lane, but Cass is not the kind of hero you should easily pull that off against. Because Dark Widow, you can see, gets taken down for half of her health. And Bottega still wants to be more aggressive against Fernans, but he can't afford to miss too many last hits for it, and everybody knows that. And top lane, Kidaru, he's gonna struggle with mana, you can already tell from how much harass he's taking. But they did buy extra tangos to make sure that these supports can basically just keep eating trees. Inner Circle, they definitely want to go back to the signature playstyle of theirs of hyper aggression, of being very in your face. And they will kind of have that backfire on them with a beautiful little setup from MRLS. Nothing but the nightmare needed to get this Winter Wyvern into a real awkward position. Because even level 1 Firestorm, it's 1.5% of your max HP as magical damage every time it ticks. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but think about like taking 15% of your HP as magical damage this early into the game on a very low cooldown. It's why Underlord is so sick. As the pause is gonna have that lifestealer taken out. The reconnect is there from the lifestealer, and hopefully that's gonna be the last pause for this third series of the day, because we have 2 more best of 3s coming up, and we are a little bit behind schedule. So if you are here, in fact, looking for the Dynasty versus PuckChamp matchup, that's going to be the one after this. And I think Dynasty, the mental is definitely going to come into effect, right? Because they are currently playing their hearts out against the strongest team in their group, who have already guaranteed to be, known as the strongest team in their group. And 1 minute, so the pause is going to take just a little while longer. I'm going to go to the toilet and grab myself a drink real quick if we have a bit of extra time. Just 1 second. Alright, I'm back just as the unpause happens. Have not missed a thing after that rather nasty first blood. But Kidaro. Once again, you see one nightmare, and he needs to be super careful, but in the middle of the brawl, Lifestealer is lagging, and we're gonna see another F9 disconnect. That's annoying. That's really annoying.
Chill, baby.
The unpause there, MRLS still gonna go down. I think this unpause, it actually did slightly screw up in a circle, because Rubicon, he took 1 or 2 more right clicks than necessary worth of damage, right? He could have saved himself 50 or 100 health if he hadn't been lagging. So imagine screwing yourself over with a technical pause in favor of the enemy team because the lag timing is that unfortunate. Bottega not really having that much fun in the bottom lane just yet. He is a momentum-based hero, and he kind of needs extra kills to really come on and pop off on the cast. Meanwhile, the extra kills, as we miss another one over on the top lane instead, are going to the side of Dynasty, which they would much rather have at least one on the cast, right, to make sure cast has the right click damage necessary to solo dominate his lane whenever the support needs to go ward or bounty rune or whatever. And Bottega is gonna be fine. Kidaro though, like the Winter Wyvern is so important for this draft, not just for the ultimates, which may just be used on one person for the reliable stun and stuff, but just the, once again, draft being so physical damage centric this time around from the side of Dynasty makes Kidaro's Winter Wyvern have, in theory, infinite freaking value, but in practice, the laning stage against an Underlord who actually knows to max or at least skill that Atrophy Aura is a huge bit of help. Like, that's just gonna make the trade-off, that's just gonna make wasting Winter Wyvern's mana so much easier. And you can already see how Kidaro, like, I love him, he's really fun to play with, and a support player I very much admire, because he's the kind of guy that will solo carry a game from the 5 position. But this is not the lane for it. Winter Wyvern into Underlord is always gonna hurt for the Winter Wyvern. And that's gonna be Rubicon popped off by Mr. Moral. Underlord, now we're at the point where with that Atrophy Aura and 3 levels in the Firestorm, it's not just Kidaro and the Winter Wyvern that needs to watch out. Now he can start going to work on the cores.
Radiant are scanning.
Speaking of work being done to the cores though, Bottega not very good at man fighting up against the Darkseer, so he needs to be very careful to kind of watch his back.
Radiant are scanning.
As the Underlord, surrounded by 3 people with beautiful silence and no mana to speak of, he can press the Soul Ring, buy himself a little bit of time thanks to a beautiful Nightmare into Mirana arrow. But Mr. Moral, he knows he's dead, so he may as well just take down one more lasted with him. Bane gets himself the Wisdom as MRLS, taking Kidaros' main hero and using it to make Kidaros lane. Just living hell. Winter Wyvern ran down. Dynasty, now they're actually starting to accumulate the kind of lead that they really need and are looking for here, though that was a bit of a mistake in terms of coordination. But it's not like Rubicon will get away, they just have to give the kill to MRLS on the Bane instead, which I don't think you're too happy about. Hey, if it works, it works.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Hidoro once again in a world of hurt, but in comes the Lifestealer. 2 versus 3, but MRLS is in the worst spot a Bane could be in, because Bane is a very squishy hero. He will get nice value out of the Brain Sap. Hidoro, he's gonna die. Like, the Firestorm is gonna finish him off. A perfectly timed Mirana arrow to make sure that they don't have to wait another 2 ticks. At the very least, Lifestealer is kind of starting to profit again, like just that XP, that gold coming into his pockets. It's making things a tiny bit easier, but I think I just cast his Curse to him. Oh no, nice and fast, will get him away as a creep with just 100 health. He walks away, in comes Dual Race, but another pause, this time around from Dynasty. Yeah, I'm feeling the lags too, like on my client, on my other screen. Caster is cooked. What the hell is that supposed to mean, chat? Because I can do this all day, and I have. Like, we've had days where I've just been casting 5 best of 3s in a row. I literally actively go out of my way to ask my boss for them. Because I'm the kind of guy that loves working 15 hours to then just call it a night. Speaking of calling it a night, though, I guess that's gonna be a nighty night for Dual Race as well. With one more beautiful Brain Sap. Nighty night indeed. Bottega trying to tower dive Fernance now, because he came all the way via the Twin Gates, and I keep talking about how Cass really needs these kills, how Cass really needs to start having a bit more impact in terms of momentum and snowball, and he's finally gonna start getting there.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Top tier 1 tower is gonna get taken down.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Cass. He's gonna go for the typical Mage Slayer build, so his farming speed is gonna speed up a decent bit, and it will make him a lot more survivable against the Winter Wyvern and Darkseer. But the Darkseer is already starting to pose an issue, out farming the Cass still. As MRLS, they attempt to go for him. The Centaur Stump will be off the mark, and a nice Nightmare attempting the escape, but it will not be enough with this many units all thrown onto MRLS. Bane tries to get away, but simply cannot. As for the Lifestealer, guess what? Feast number go up. It's not quite 100 feast yet, but he's gonna get there, and from there can just kind of scale that up and up and up real quickly once he gets the Radiance there.
Radiant are scanning.
As that's gonna be the, what, 4th or 5th pause across this series. But Inner Circle, they gotta wait for the Darkseer to reconnect here. And it's always been somebody else getting dropped by the server, so it's not like one of their people is lagging particularly badly or whatever. It's just kind of everybody takes a turn getting disconnected from the lobby. As the go gets called.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And a lot of pings are flying, because Bane, he's like one dead creep away from the Fiend's grip, but no creep is dying, and he's kind of debating, do I Brain Sap a creep or not? But he's waiting for the Underlord, and there's the Fiend's grip. So that is the first really important timing here for Dynasty that they had to hit.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Mid lane getting pushed in just a little bit. And that will be an easy kill on the Mirana, but I don't think Kidaru is gonna live for that. A whole Underlord ultimate committed for that return kill on Kidaru, but I still don't think they mind too much on the side of Inner Circle, because again, Inner Circle got a Lifesteal, and Lifesteal is one of those heroes where it's just like, you farm, you win. That's simple, really.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire are scanning.
Yes, Underlord. Oof. I mean, it was a bit of an ambitious teleport, but cutting their losses is a large deal of kind of keeping this Cass where he needs to be, right? Because at some point, if the Lifestealer, if the Darkseer, if any one of these cores gets fed enough, they're gonna be able to hold their own against Cass pretty.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
As the core spots Kidaru, and eventually the Winter Wyvern, trying to get away or not, is gonna be slaughtered. Not only that though, they try to give the kill to Bottega, but Mirana, a little bit unfortunate with the timing on her damage there. Because Cast Desolator is a must-have kind of farming item, similar than a Radiance or a Battle Fury, even though Battle Fury has kind of fallen out of favor. With the Mirana ultimate, everybody's gonna be sneaky from the side of Dynasty. Bane has a Fiend's Grip and a beautiful angle to set it up onto Kidaru. Kidaru is gonna get Nightmared out of position, straight into the arrow, into the silence. And Bob, down he goes. Which is funny, because MRLS, if he's the one to get gone on first, he dies in the exact same way. Both teams want to take out those big supports with the big saves.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
As Rubicon
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
killed off with Mirada once again. This Orchid is already paying some real dividends. Just being able to prevent a raid, just being able to prevent an Arctic burn. makes it so hard for Inner Circle to position themselves right now. Because that was a kill on the Lifestealer. The Lifestealer is the one target that, you know, you gotta keep him below the cast, or else the cast cannot actually carry this game. And that's gonna be dual race killing of MRLS. As Winter Wyvern with one more right click to the Mirada will die. Kinaro still having a super rough game. Cass trying to catch up to the Earth Spirit will not succeed in getting him.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dark's here. Also getting killed off by Mireille, and that leaves Fernan's entirely undefended. 2k gold lead and Dynasty.
Dire's bottom tower.
They're gonna have to keep Bottega safe, like a single death or two on Bottega will make so much of a difference, but as long as this cast isn't dying, they're gonna start taking over more and more of the map, and we'll have a pretty easy time contesting and claiming those objectives.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Dynasty, though, they are respecting how difficult it is to initiate. They deward the triangle, and in doing so give away that they are there. But if Inner Circle make the mistake of walking up that high ground into their own triangle, it's gonna be real hard to not get killed. Well, at least until now, because Dynasty, I mean, they are gonna retreat a little bit. And in comes the Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit tries to get the Invis Room, but it will go to MRLS. MRLS kind of missed the timing though. And that's gonna be a Winter Wyvern ultimate, as if the Bane messing up his ultimate is not already punished enough. 2 for 2, and with the cast dying, this is such a big favorable fight for the Lifestealer. Again, it's not quite enough to make this game really safe and real easy for the side of Inner Circle, but Inner Circle, they're almost back to a 50-50 win rate, and another cast kill will completely even it out. And a bit of a quiet game state once more. Keep in mind every minute that there's nothing going on worth talking about. There's gonna be just that little bit of extra time for the Lifestealer, and his health number is gonna go up a bit every single time as well. But trying to just force a fight may also backfire, because Underlord, even though he's taken low health cast, oh, yeah, gets the setup onto dual race, and Bottega finally actually gets to take a kill for that as well. That's not the cast kill they were looking for. That's almost the opposite of a cast kill. That's feeding a kill to the cast.
Dire are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Bane has another Fiend's Grip. Let's hope he won't whiff this one. Because a whiffed Fiend's Grip is what made that mid fight turn out so disastrous before. Mirela tries to grab dual race, will not quite be able to get a good go on him. And that's gonna be the Darkseer. Caught off guard with a beautiful Fiend's Grip into the arrow just for good measure, because Bane, it's not like he can ult for a very long time with that reliable AoE silence from the Earth Spirit. But Darkseer getting traded for just a position 5 who's already used up his ultimate is definitely a good start. Dark Willow will get caught with the claw, and once Cass grapples himself towards her, they are gonna bring back up into the Underlord to make sure that he's not gonna die, even though Hidaro had some really good positioning for the Arctic Burn to do good work there. But it's not like Wyvern can actually deal with the Underlord in her lonesome, right? And I wonder how long this game is gonna take till the high ground push, because this is gonna be the 23-minute Tormentor time finally. With a rather late Tormentor, it does go to show that even though Dynasty, they are playing like they want to, they are trying to reach their win conditions, they aren't quite pulling it off. They're just a few minutes behind on all of their item timings, on their lanes. And with a 3-man smoke up.
Radiant are scanning.
It's gonna be the Earth Spirit focused first. Earth Spirit not really the safest target as Bane. Gonna get Winter's Cursed up. It's gonna die for that, but Kidaro in the eyes or not. You, my friend, are already dead now. Dark Widow, the next target, being ran down, and with 4 peoples on top of her, Fernance, nothing he can do except give me Rayla his well-deserved godlike streak with blinding light coming out to shoot him down. Norma so close to being able to afford that Lotus, but the Lotus still not coming out at almost 25 minutes while the Lifesteal is just being hunted for sport, with the Keeper of the Night being able to instant kill him. This is basically the roughest possible game state you can have at almost 25 minutes if you're in a circle here. Because now this Roshan is gonna get taken, and while Aegis isn't that big of a deal for a draft that has... Okay, they're not gonna go Roshan. I wonder if Dynasty are just respecting Inner Circle, or
Dire's middle tower
if there's something I'm missing. Dynasty. This is a cast draft, so a 10k gold lead is realistically really gonna have the impact of like an 8k gold lead at most.
Dire are scanning.
The lifesteal initiation, Keeper of the Light could be dead, but it still has the BKB. BKB immediately countered with the Wind Wyvern ultimate. The max charged Illuminate is gonna keep him alive a little bit longer. This one he will not have the time to max charge, and we have a vacuum wall. I do not think it would have mattered. MRLS will go down. It's gonna be traded for Kidaro, but Kidaro got a far better ultimate off in the support versus support battle. However, Dynasty, they cannot deal with and dual race and this huge Bottega cast, as now Bottega sees his chance to go onto the lifesteal, will immediately be punished for that. Does his best to parry at least some of the attacks. The Pit of Madness coming out to save him. The grappling claw into the haste rune. Is the haste rune gonna be fast enough for the cast? Raptor dance, turning it around onto dual race, dodging the cast, but with another ultimate. He is gonna go down before Bottega will finally be killed off, as Underlord does not have any more resources to help him. And Lifestealer, in those really long chases, in those really long fights, the Radiance does do work. Dynasty, though, having lost their Cass. Like, I wonder what they're gonna do, because Keeper of the Light isn't gonna upgrade his Orchid just to up Cass's right click damage. It's not like Cass wants to get an Orchid of his own as he's queuing up the Daedalus. As BKB on its own just doesn't seem like it's enough value right now. And yeah, everybody kind of playing their own game, everybody kind of playing for their own win condition. Now, Bane Aghanims, I agree with that. I think that's one of those items you must queue up if you're Dynasty right now. Because while it's looking rough for Inner Circle, in a Lifestealer game it's always only rough until the enemy runs out of resources to kill off the Lifestealer with.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Roche, with the cast, is gonna die very quickly and there won't be much of a contest. It's just a few more hits and the Aegis, obviously going to Bottega. It's gonna be a lot of extra gas for the next team fight, allowing Dynasty to not fall off just yet. I will say, Kess is really fun to play because of how momentum based he is. I don't usually enjoy fast heroes that fall off, except for the Slark, because Slark has pretty decent late game and comeback potential.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And Bottega, meanwhile,
Structures are falling.
trying to kill off the tier 2 tower there.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower
Bottom.
has fallen.
It's getting pushed in a little, but it's not like Cass dares to go high ground just yet. Even with that Aegis, you can afford to kind of waste the Aegis in a game like this. What you can't afford, however, is to ever lose the tempo that you're getting from the BKB still having like 8 seconds, and that really scary, oh, I press BKB, I wipe half your team, that Cass still has up his sleeve. Because that's the only thing keeping the Lifestealer back.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mid tier 2 gets slashed into thin ribbons by Bottega, with the Cass delivering a lot of good pressure onto the tower. And there's gonna be a 4-man smoke out. That's with beautiful initiation from the Underlord. Kidaro is gonna be taken down. Yeah, Kidaro is having a rough game. I'm a big fan of his, but we can't all have good games all the time, as the Raptor dance falls very flat from the Cass. Bane is gonna be forced to buy back, but Cass, while the Raptor dance may not be doing well for him, the matchup against the Earthbird is still absolute hell for the Earthbird to be kind of struck by. Especially if you're not expecting it like there.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
No high ground commitment without the Underlord. That's gonna be awfully hard. As Rubicon, he just takes out one, and that's usually all it takes when both teams only have one really good frontliner and one kind of sustained source. Because if either one of those goes away, you can't push, you can't team fight, and you're back to forced farming. And the 12k lead will continue. It's not really gonna grow much, because Lifestealer, he's already ever so slightly farming up a little.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As inner circle. They're going for the typical assault curse, a must-have item against the Cass in my opinion, and usually the last kind of big power spike that the Lifestealer gets. It's not that he isn't gonna outscale after that, but after that it's gonna be very slow and very tedious for him to get any pound of flesh, to get any bit of tempo going that he needs for himself.
Radiant are scanning.
As out comes a 5-man smoke from inner circle once again. If they can, just even like the Bane, even the Mirana, if you take them out at the start of a team fight, it could make all the difference. And the rolling boulder plus infest bomb, it was really, really scary last game. Let's see if they can get a good enough setup with it this time. Yes, they can. Onto the Underlord they go. Underlord, very susceptible to that lifestealer. Lifestealer makes sure to position himself safely first and foremost. And Bane tries for another ultimate, but still no. Banging him 7 for MRLS, so MRLS gets locked down, will be forced to kill off his own Underlord until the rest of Dynasty get overwhelmed one by Inner Circle and their incredible lifestealer. But Bottega, if he's gonna abandon that team fight, at the very least he's gonna steal a Shrine of Wisdom. Because Cass, like the moment you don't get anything out of a team fight, that's half a game lost. 2 times you walk away without getting anything out of the team fight. That's just gonna make it go really bad. As Bottega. In a very bad position, though he still has a few tricks up his sleeve as the BKB is keeping him alive. And Raptor Dance trying to be charged, but no, perfect chain stun. Cass goes down and Inner Circle. I think they're gonna reach that late game time because that's gonna be that Assault Curse done. And from there, Lifestealer isn't gonna like scale up as hard anymore, but Dark's here most definitely is.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
As that's gonna be the bottom tier 2. Slowly getting pressured a little by the illusions, but it's not like Rubicon is going to be rewarded if he takes a head-on teamfight right now, because the real objective is this Roshan. It's gonna be up in just 12 seconds. As the core goes down to the Earth Spirit. And Inner Circle gets the Roshan slowly chipped away at and punched down, but they don't really want to full commit either. More so just waste the resources from Dynasty, but Dynasty, they're gonna buy back a Mirana, who's gonna say, hey guys, we got all the resources, go in now. And with the Wind Wyvern ultimate, they're gonna try to go in, but get caught by Kidaro. Kidaro, though, sacrifices his life for that, but so will MRLS, who's just not allowed to get good ultimate. Cass goes for the earliest possible Raptor Dance he can, just to save the Keeper of the Light, but that will give him a really good setup onto Rubicon now with the Falcon Rush, and the Falcon Rush just way too powerful. Swipe after swipe with that Katana. Triple kill for Bottega, and as their prize for this ridiculously wild team fight, they're gonna be able to claim another Roshan for themselves on the side of Dynasty. Maybe not. Dark Widow, she's gonna try for a bit of a cheesy steal. Fernance goes down, and it was worth an attempt, but yeah, like just the Dark Widow on her own, it's not like she can do anything about this push. The real question though is this push gonna be enough? Because if Cass can go ham onto the space for almost 5 minutes, then Bottega's definitely gonna be able to tear away at this tower extremely fast, and chuck it goes.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's
The
structures
Rex, though,
are
not quite being finished off.
Dire's middle barracks are under Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom
One lane
barracks
of Rex.
has fallen.
Pango, I mean, Cass gets jumped. Tries to get himself away, but nope, that's the first life. And that's gotta be the Underlord. Down to half health, but able to get himself away. Mr. Morale has half of his team trying to keep him safe, though the Essence Distiller keeping him from most of that healing is pretty frustrating. But Cass really wants to open up on the high ground, get the Dark Willow, will not succeed at doing so. And the last bit of health still remains on the barracks, but not for much longer. Are they just gonna deny it? Yeah. Kidaru secures the deny, saying it's just one Medirex, guys, let's not get too upset about that.
Dire are scanning.
Bottega. Oh boy, that's Bottega dead, and there's the Wind Wyvern ultimate setup. Out comes a beautiful wall to make sure this Underlord, he's gonna be affected by his own atrophy. He's gonna Yules, but the main issue is 90 seconds no cast means 90 seconds no damage. So even though Miran has the perfect positioning to try for a turnaround, and we'll go for a very obvious Moonlight Shadow just to kind of tell Inner Circle, haha, you better back off. The only thing in their base right now is Cass Illusion, so that's not gonna warrant more than like a Darkseer or something rotating back. Because they're pretty easy to take care of.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
If this top lane falls, like if Inner Circle are up against Mega Creeps, that's gonna cost them, that's gonna be a death by 1,000 cuts situation. And that's gonna be the Tormentor getting killed off. Dual Race, very happy with that one. Because it's one of those heroes where you always need an Aghanim Shard on the Earth Spirit, but you really don't want to buy it, right? Because you also scale so well if you choose to skip the Aghanims until the very last bit. But being able to yoink your allies out, more of a support ability, so you don't want to build it on the mid lane. But also the fact that it can save this really greedy Lifestealer and get the Lifestealer to instantly infest into you on the Earth Spirit makes it really good. Because it's basically the moment that you can drag away the Lifestealer, just a full heal for the Earth. While Mirana trying to come on in and make Inner Circle's day even more miserable.
Dire are scanning. Dire's top
Bottega
tower is under
is gonna
attack.
join its mates over on bottom lane. They're not gonna go for that all-in YOLO push on top just yet. Dynasty, though, we're past the 45-minute mark, so the longer this game goes, the longer they're gonna need to slowly but surely kill off that lifestealer.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Roshan, it's not going to be up for another minute, which is very unfortunate for Dynasty, because right now is while they control the map, while they can do whatever the hell they please. But Rubicon, once he gets that Aghanim Scepter, which I know has been nerfed significantly, but having the really low cooldown on the full heal, with how hard he's already to kill, I think it's going to make things a lot more one-sided, to put it nicely. Bottom lane. There's a very aggressive ward right before the Dire base on bottom, and it does scout out that inner circle, have the lifestealer ready to jump with an infest combo from his teammates. Dynasty. Gotta keep Bottega out of harm's way, because Rubicon, he's gonna hit like a truck. Earthbird on the hunt first, but a nice pit of malice. Rubicon, he just wants the outpost for his team to follow up, but instead he realized, oh crap, that's a Bane coming in. But guess what, with the Force Staff, with the Ewell to save the lifestealer, lifestealer is gonna be kept alive, but only to be set up for a beautiful Mirana arrow. 100 seconds, no lifestealer. Both lifestealer and Kidaro decide to buy back, as the vacuum will get Underlord stuck on that cliff, but he's the only hero that's gonna be in any trouble at all from that. And even so, Cass chases everybody off. Underlord teleports back down from the cliff. Roshan timing, though, is not gonna like Dynasty, and if they're gonna choose to wait this out, they are gonna get so punished for it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Winter Wyvern. Blink Dagger has been paying off, but Kidaro, while I am a fan of this... Oh, wait. We're gonna see a setup onto the Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit, once again, with an absolutely devastating Fiend script that will not let go till it is through its max duration. Stormcrafter is gonna save the Earth Spirit, get him out of harm's way from the Underlord. Underlord Aura, a very good indicator when you're out and when you're not.
Dire are scanning.
Lord call, but they beat up. It's gonna run and immediately tries on to the spirit. Succeeds up until the Wind Wyvern ultimate comes out. Now the Cass's BKB down, and with that, Lord safe. Cass still has the lifesteal on up, but the lifesteal is not healing that much. It is healing enough to the lifestealer though, and he tries to go. The Darkseer will not seer, but 2 minutes, no lifestealer, and Cass is gonna see his opportunity. Buyback, Bane goes down, but I don't think he needs to buy back here, because Earth Spirit, there's no way he gets away when he is this surrounded. As dual race chopped down by Mirela.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
As the good games.
Radiant.
Yeah, it's just one more pick up. Sadly, the game kind of ended in a bit of an anticlimactic whim there, but it was still pretty close. I know games like this never look good, because Cass, you know, he's got to farm up, he's got to snowball up, and then the moment that you fall off, you can lose the game so quickly. But the thing is the base push. Like, it's the same as we've seen in the series before, where once you're down too many racks, and you have to get one person back into the base to defend, and you're basically playing for it's always going to cost you, especially in the current patch. I know the creeps individually aren't a big deal, but the having to split your team in a patch where a support is basically there to save the carry for the carry, right? You're kind of just impact maxing once and then you die kind of meta. It is not gonna cut it. And whoever pushes the not one lane of Rex, but whoever pushes a huge advantage like this out is likely to win. Dynasty, a 2-1 against Inner Circle. But ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be almost 2 hours behind schedule. So I'm gonna the mic over to my man Plate for the next 2 series. There is still 2 more best of 3s coming up on both the streams. So don't go too far though, as I hope you're all enjoying the show. And ladies and gentlemen, I'll be signing off for the night. Thank y'all so much for watching. Have a great day until next. Talk to you soon, and peace.
Hello, one and all, to the fourth last series of today here on stream. This is the EPL Masters, the second time we've been doing this, and of course, we didn't have anything more than to follow up with that last series. Dynasty coming back for their second series in a row, up against PuckChamp. I am Plate, bringing you the action here today. As we round out the last of the day here, we've got ourselves again this series, and of course another one, which is going to be Clem Sandy 4 against Rearise. Yes, I have it up on my other screen on my phone, so don't worry, we'll be getting to that one after this series. But until then, we have a bit of a doozy here as Dynasty are looking to go back again, get the second win, the second series win, I should say, under their belt. They've already got 2 wins today and a loss. That last series ended up being 3 games, so maybe fatigue comes into play here. But now let's talk about this draft here. Lena, Clock opening up for Dynasty. 2 heroes that we continue to see in the meta. They evolve, and it doesn't seem like until we get a patch that those 2 heroes are really going to stay out of it, as Wyvern Hoodwink seem to be the follow-ups. Pretty nice heroes. I do like Wyvern and Alina. A lot of attack speed on the Alina, a lot of DPS. You have save with the Cold Embrace. Even though Laguna Blade, LSA, Dragon Slade, those are all magical damage, all pretty high magical burst damage. You do have a bit of a save there and a little bit more, I would say, play with the Teamfight Ultimate from the Wyvern, the landing capability with Arctic Burn, nice little bit of farming speed with Splinter Blast. The Wyvern just seems like one of those position 5s that you can't really go wrong with, but PuckChamp do end up double picking their support duo. Dynasty here have a chance to respond themselves. Would likely see, I think at this point, you'd probably see a pause 4 here, and with an offlaner, Centaur Warrunner seems to be the most common position 3 that we see. Not really a position 3 hero that does much to shut anything down, but also isn't really shut down themselves unless you run into something like a Lifestealer, which could be the answer that PuckChamp want to go for on their 18th pick. You don't normally pick turret position 1s against Centaur either. Mirana, the other position, see a lot of here. I mean, so far, this is the most meta draft that we've seen. I think we could possibly see. If you want to keep going meta, again, Lifestealer is one of the heroes for PuckChamp. You could also go Nature's Prophet is a pretty big meta carry for PuckChamp. Lone Druid does seem to be in the pool, but a lot of teams, I think, have given up on it. I don't think a lot of teams really like the Nature's Prophet anymore. Drow Ranger seems to have completely fallen off of the ramp. Don't see any of that hero anymore. Talk about a hero that has really fallen out of favor. So, one to 2 different sort of counter picks that you have, but in my opinion, again, the Lifestealer the most likely option for PuckChamp. You do again have that free BKB against Lina as well, which is really nice. There's a lot of things that you can do, and you can also infest after you get Laguna Blade combo, so it seems like the most obvious answer. Beastmaster instead, wanting to pick up a pause 3. PuckChamp felt like their Beastmaster would have gotten banned. Last pick carries for both teams looks like it's going to be the, again, a lot of different options here. Tiny's banned out. I would be surprised if Dynasty don't ban out Lifestealer here, but what do I know? Terrorblade may be an option for PuckChamp as a counter to the Lina, but I don't know if that's necessarily good against Centaur. You do have Sunder, which is pretty nice. Yeah, no Drow, Nature's Prophet again, another option. Lone Druid, maybe. I don't think you'd see Wind Ranger. Kez, of course. How can you forget about Kez? Seems to be a hero that slips my mind constantly. Yeah, that's not going to be available. So, not a too lot going on here. I think both teams kind of have the most whatever drafts I think I've ever seen. There's really nothing fancy going on here. Seems like both teams just looked at Dota 2 Pro Tracker, the most comfortable or spammed heroes in each position, and said, "Hey, let's get those heroes on our team." That seems to be what the meta is. It's a bad, nice, pretty niche ban here, but it does kind of weird that, well, it's good against the Beastmaster, right? Maybe we see a Gyrocopter from Dynasty, something that can help in the lane against the Beastmaster. But again, Clink's probably the biggest counter to the Beast in the lane. That's meta, at least. I don't know if there's really any meta counters, but yeah, the Lone Druid has been banned out here, so we won't really be seeing that. Again, I just think PuckChamp are gonna pick Lifestealer. I really just it seems like the only obvious pause one. I don't see anything else. I know I keep talking and talking and talking, but you need a Scotty builder and you need something that can land against the Centaur. Well, guess what? Life is both. At least Lifestealer can build a Scotty, so it's not that big of an issue. But yeah, that's kind of where that's where I'm at, right? So maybe you go for more tempo like a Sven on PuckChamp, and you just go, hey, we're gonna out tempo this Lina, like 3 or 4 items on the Sven, run it all down. Dynasty aren't going to be able to do anything, but no, they go with the Lifestealer. So Dynasty, natural response here needs to be a high armor hero that has a lot of physical burst. I think they could go carry Lina and then pick up a different mid, like the Ember Spirit is available for Dynasty if they wanted to go for a Spirit route, hunt the Wyvern, hunt. That is something that they don't really have right now, is a way to get on top of those. Maybe the Clockwork needs a little bit more follow-up is going to be my answer. So I think Lina carry, go with a different mid. No. Yeah, well, they're going to do that. It's going to be Slardar mid with the Morel playing the Fish Boy. This seems pretty decent. I like this as an answer. Really high physical damage. It is exactly what I was trying to say. They need it against the Lifestealer, but I think they do it differently. And with the Lina pumping in all that physical damage, they have nice setup for Arrow, right, with the hook shot and the Centaur. Everybody on Dynasty has a stun. I do really like that. I think that's a lot of control that PuckChamp are going to have to deal with. You have Arrow to deal with the Beast boars. I don't know if they're going to put the Mirana in the Beastmaster lane, but if you do, hey, free range creeps, right? And it's basically a clarity for Beastmaster. So Beast boar. So you have that going for you. I think overall, I like this Dynasty response, but how can I go against Earth Spirit Lifestealer, right? That just seems too solid in my opinion. I think Dynasty, if the Slaughter doesn't have a great time, we have seen Slaughters in the past really struggle to get the farm going, to be able to get those Blink Daggers, the BKBs. But if this is a farmed Lifestealer, you could expect Assault Cuirass, Blink, the BKB Nullifier is pretty good as well. It's a lot of things that I would like to see here from the Slaughter. I think overall it comes down to if the farm is going to be there. I don't know if it is, but either way, I mean, we're going to be seeing a pretty big game one here coming out from both teams. Obviously, both of them really want to make sure that they get enough going here. You want to secure early farm, I think. Both teams, their main priorities. How do we get the Lina and the Clockwork synced up together, hooked up even together? A nice play from Clock, actually, getting rid of the trees that Hoodwink would play in. This is something that we see a lot of teams do against Hoodwink specifically.
30 seconds to battle.
As the Hoodwink really needs to play around that tree line. Can't quite do it if there aren't any trees available. And Mirana, I mean, I don't know. This mid lane is a little weird to me. The Slaughter Earth Spirit has to be something that I think that the Slaughter has played around with before. We do see Slaughter's lane really well against melee heroes, right? Sometimes we see it as a counter to the Ember Spirit. Sometimes we see it as a counter to the Snapfire. Well, not a counter. It used to be that way, and then Snapfire got too good. Storm is another hero that the Slaughter does well against mid. But yeah, with the bottle coming out pretty late, I don't know how early the Slaughter buys bottle. At least not compared to an Ember Spirit or Earth Spirit. Those two guys buy bottle so fast. Probably just straight bracer for the Slaughter at some point. But yeah, once you get into the puddle, 5 HP regen on Slaughter is quite nuts. Quite nuts, and it does increase the more levels you get, obviously, with the Seaborn Sentinel. Every level just makes it so much harder to pressure the Slaughter out of the lane. Bottom lane, Lifestealer and Wyvern should do really well. I have only seen this lane lose to Windranger. And that was literally because the Wind was right-clicking Lifestealer forever, power-shotting him constantly. They do have to be careful on the Wyvern, getting pushed back all around with the cogs. Nice couple of cogs hit there. Will put the Wyvern at risk of death. But we'll see. 6 lost hits already for the Lifestealer. And every time you kill a cog, it does increase the feast. So it's pretty nice. Not that it really is going to play a huge factor, but every little bit helps. And every last hit turning into that HP in the early stage of the game, right? Could be one attack or one spell cast that you can tank more than what would normally be calculated. And the double strength lane against Lifestealer, obviously not something that you really want to keep going into. This again, they did allow the Lifestealer pick here, so they didn't do anything to ban it. It was a little bit surprising. It felt like it was the most obvious carry choice, but I think these teams have something going for themselves here. They kind of know what to expect. They know what their power spikes are. Power spike heroes, Beastmaster, right? Top lane, this Beastmaster. One of those guys, you get the Helm Dom, you get the Helm of the Overlord, and you can play pretty aggressively, I feel. Like, this is a hero that can sneak it up on you. You don't really want to give him that free lane that run into you. But again, the arrows kick out of the boars, a lot of really nice farm. Every boar is worth about a range creep worth of experience, so you do need to be wary of giving those away. But I guess the double range lane can be quite awkward, but one nice thing about the Clockwork that we continue to see is the Lotus defense, right? The Lotus defense, the defense of the runes, one of the best heroes at securing the Wisdom Shrine as well. Just the cogs themselves are so annoying. I've seen Clockwork hold that second point as well. Doesn't know if they want to go Rocket Flare, doesn't know if they want the Battery Assault. Surprised the lane hasn't been getting pulled bottom, but I guess Centaur has been recovering nicely. Got a few last hits. 70, about 80 damage or right click compared to the 70 of Lifestealer. And you can see Lifestealer needing to go for that early Blades of Attack. Just for that little bit more damage, a little bit more sustain in the lane. The more damage, well then, it's not about the more damage you deal with, the more Lifestealer you get, but yeah. Minute 4, arrow comes in, it hits the Hoodwink, they got the Rocket Flare as well. That's going to be first blood coming in the mid lane. Nice jump on it. They're going to try to give the kill to Slaughter, and they will be able to do so. Morel picking up second blood in the middle lane. The arrow just flies out so beautifully, hits the Hoodwink. They have the follow-up damage with the Starstorm. And the first pick, Earth Spirit. Now, at the very bottom end of the last hits here, really nice play from both teams, understanding the importance of how, those water runes. Not so much for the Slaughter, but you want to shut down the Earth Spirit from getting those runes. They didn't even rotate the Wyvern mid, though they probably could have. Just decided, hey, we care about our mid that much. I mean, we care about it enough to bring Hoodwink, but not enough to bring the Pause 5. That's a big ask. And Lena's topping the net worth right now. Slaughter's doing well as well. stupid caster thought that this Radiant lineup was going to be better. But hey, we'll see as the game progresses. Mid lane, there is a bit of a dive, but that's what the Wyvern rotation comes in. Nice Cold Embrace, stops anything going on. The Slaughter can't get anything going. Hit level 6, thought he could get a free kill, but Cold Embrace shuts all of that down. Doesn't matter if you have minus a gajillion armor. You're always going to have Cold Embrace save. The physical damage does nothing.
Middle tower is under attack.
Claimed by the beast.
And the numbers on Cold Embrace seem to be a little bit too high. I don't think there needs to be a big nerf on the Wyvern. I'd like to see the Wyvern still playable, but big roll in, a big roll out, I guess I should say. They everyone keep getting surrounded, splashed around with the water. The Corrosive Haze does a lot of damage, and now they bring the Clockwork over. Setting up 1 stun, 2 stun. Arrow's going to fly through, hit the Winter Wyvern on the back, so there's not going to be a save. Blood Grenade comes out, and Cold Embrace only used for this poor Wyvern who's stuck well and truly in no man's land. It's a kill for Morel once again.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
And all of this pressure just being used to shut down this Earth Spirit. Remember, you can still bring numbers to a lane if you think you need a little bit more help here. Roll coming in up top. We'll want some sort of counter push here, but the damage coming in. A quick Beastmaster kill finds the target. Mass TP's up top. Wisdom Shrine was going to get pressured, but they say no. They don't want to. The Dire don't want to push it out. Dynasty, they've given as much thought as they want to. Unfortunately, it was actually a steal by the Clockwork. He'll pay for it with his life, but considering the amount of TPs, the amount of space he's made, I think that's super worth it.
Radiant's middle tower
Again, you shut down the Wizard Shrine. The Wyvern on the team. The Wyvern is just that hero that is able to use with her innate ability. Oh, never mind, they changed it. It's the friggin' book. I keep forgetting about the stupid book. Mid lane. Very nice rotation by the Clockwork and the Slaughter. You saw it on your screen. Set up the cogs. This game, the space from the Dire is starting to really compound. It's getting to look pretty tough out here. And they still have Stampede at the ready. Helmdom being finished up on the Centaur War Runner. That's coming soon. Big rotations up top again on the Beastmaster. That's going to be an easy kill. And now the Earth Spirit rotating in. I don't know if this is a place you want to get to. Both supports in behind enemy lines. Roll. It's going to not connect, but the Slaughter got hit with the stun and the silence. It'll be a free kill on the Slaughter. Match TP's coming in. The Radiant want to take this team fight with the Magnetize coming out again. Clockwork up on the high ground, pushing those cogs up with the Lina. Forced to man fight the Lifestealer even coming in to powwow. Mirana TP's out. It's going to be 2 for 2 so far. The Clockwork maybe wants to turn this into a 3. Trying to find this Winter Wyvern. But it was a really nice rotation by the Lifestealer. Coming into the top lane, looking for the kill on the Lina. This is something that you can get done when the dives are deep. Good carry players can find those opportunities to get those extra kills. Get a kill or two. I sometimes carries get a little bit too lane stagnant. Lane frozen. You know, stuff is happening around the map and you're like, well, I'm a carry, I don't even have an item, my timing isn't here, but the difference is, the reason why I think Spectre is a really good hero at lower MMRs, you can get involved early, and that extra body really comes into clutch. The Lifestealer is still just trying to get to this stupid relic. It takes a long time for Lifestealers to get there, but once that Radiance gets picked up, the farming speed is pretty good. Regen snagged by the Mirana and the stolen turnaround here. As the Arrow's going to be able to come out, they are looking for the Hoodwink. I mean, that's the Earth Spirit. Oh my gosh, he died so fast. I thought that was a support. I don't know what I'm talking about. Goodbye, Wyvern. Boop, boop. He's dead. Boop, boop. Super dead. Can't get anything going here. And this, I mean, this lane is... Slaughter is doing so well right now. Top of the net worth. Normally this hero can't get any farm, but the double bracer build up here is going to get the blink and 1 gold. Beastmaster still trying to farm up that helmet. The Overlord, Earth Spirit doesn't have a game. Lifestealer is pretty. It's a nothing burger. Who are you supposed to play around right now, right? Like if you needed a hero to start getting stuff on the map for your team, who is it? Well, you don't really have one. Nice D ward from the big jungle. I do think, in my opinion, we do see. And if you're wondering how macro plays out, right? I'm going to educate the folks at home. Most people at home are not, you know. If you're higher than 4K MMR at home, you're doing something good. That's all I'm going to say. But yeah, this play on the Centaur Warrunner bottom. Stampede comes out, actually manages to dodge the roll, keep himself alive here. But the macro play at the highest level seems to be you control your big jungle as long as you can. It's all about the big jungle. Nice kickback by the Earth Spirit. I don't know what that was. That roll was weird. A little bit bizarre, but here they come. The Centaur Warrunner looking for a little bit more. They did end up getting the kill on the Lifestealer. Couple right clicks brings down the Winter Wyvern. They don't get the kill on the Centaur even. And Leon out with the rotation to help get the kill on this Lifestealer. They are going to take this bottom tier 1 tower now as a result of this rotation. Slaughter's busy farming up mid. He's got the Blink Dagger. He's going to go for the BKB next. He's feeling strong. But the meta seems to be centered around the big jungle. You want to secure as much of it as possible for your carry. There's so many camps nowadays. There are, I think, 10 camps in your big jungle, plus a wave if you can get it every 30 seconds. It's just so much farm. And as long as you're farming camp on the map, you're increasing your net worth as much as you possibly can. You know what I mean? Like, there's a finite amount of GPM on the map. Every creep wave, every camp, there's just a bag of gold waiting for you to pick it up. But there's only so many bags of gold every minute. That's why you see teams focus around the big jungle. If you look at PuckChamp right now, they're positioning big play up top as they do end up getting the kill. Well, that's mid. My bad. Gotta kill mid on the Wyvern. Pretty easy stuff, but here comes a rotation. Hook shot. The Lifestealer, they found the target. Who's he gonna infest? Nobody. Blink in. Crush onto 2. Arrow comes in. Will land on that beautiful Lifestealer. That's 1 kill. And second one on the Hoodwink. As Gothic gets chased down. Wait, Lifestealer's still alive, dude. I don't know how you live through this one. You're hit with the Corrosive Haze. It off. Blink up. Won't find him, but instead the Centaur waited in the wings. 1 right click is all it takes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Pretty easy stuff if you ask me. It's just so simple. And meanwhile, mid lane, once again, this Earth Spirit not having a game so far. Lean is even pinging top. He's like, hey guys, there's a free kill here. Clockwork will answer the call. Has the hookshot available. Looking for an angle maybe. Would be blind, but maybe they're just here to cover.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
We'll see. something going to happen. They do have a ward. They don't quite get the hoodwink. Just a weird angle, but it does look like PuckChamp are making a play for this. They want to get the pick off of the Lina. Hookshot doesn't land, but bottom lane, they get the kill on this lifestealer. Lena's going to TP out as well. It was a 3-man rotation to get that carry. Turnaround, Stampede used as well. They're just going to get the clockwork out of there. And Dynasty pick up a mid tower for all of it too. So they dodge the gank up top. They get the middle tower.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Top tower has fallen.
You lose top tower, but so be it. Who cares, man?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Clockwork, waiting. Earth Spirit.
Dire's top tower
Rolls up to the high ground. Blink up by the spotter. Found an angle with the arrow. It just seems clinical when you have so many stuns. Still no Radiance on Lifestealer. 16 minutes into the game. And you can see the hunting is coming around. Hoodwink. Getting stunned up still.
Dire's top tower is under Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Klaka has been having a great time. Merles. MRLS. Merles? I don't know, man. But what I do know is Bottega's having himself a completely free game. And at this point, if Dynasty... Oh my gosh, this TP for the Lena's insane. There's no way you get up. Okay. Sure, man.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Sure, man. So, Lena, top of the net worth chart so far. Centaur War Runner's got himself the heart coming soon. Oh my gosh, that's so many creeps. That is so many creeps. He's got the heart on the way. I would imagine the recipe is on the courier.
Dire are scanning.
And the positioning from PuckChamp seems to be we got to take over this triangle, but there's going to be a clash in this mid lane. Roll coming in with the Lifestealer. Infest bomb coming up. Stampede turns around, and now, unfortunately, Lifestealer getting right-clicked, just dies. Doesn't have an angle of approach on this team fight. Roll. Looking for Slaughter still, but this HP regen, when you're trying to fight this guy in the tree line, in the water, it's not going to work. Turn around. Roar's used on Centaur. Of all heroes, I don't think that's the guy you want to kill. They will end up using the Winner's Curse, but it doesn't do anything. GG is called. That's it. The game is over. They were looking for a play, a timing, a team fight on the Radiance Lifestealer, but it just didn't work, and they don't get anything done. So far behind. Wow. Wow. That is just not the kind of thing that I was expecting to see from PuckChamp. It does look like the Slaughter last pick completely opened the door. A pre-20-minute GG call, guys. Wow. I mean, when you're so far behind, you haven't killed anybody in the offlane. The Mirana's 6-0-14. Centaur is 1-0-12. Like, it's just so hard to play when you get so far behind in your lanes. And the biggest issue, I feel, is you're trying to make all these moves without items, right? So we had hard on the Centaur War Runner, Falcon Blade, Maelstrom, Dragonlance on Lena, Blink on Slardar, Greaves, Mirana, Solar Crest on Clockwork. Dynasty hit all of their first item timings, and there was literally still brown boots on some cores in PuckChamp. Like Beastmaster had brown boots. Lifestealer only had a Radiance of Casual Vessel on Earth Spirit. Like, the net worth was about 50% higher for everybody on Dynasty, if not 2 times as higher as seen on the supports here. And you can just see the it just looks like despair, right? At 14,000 damage from the starter, did the most damage in the game by far. 11,000 by Bottega. And if you think this game is going to really change, the outcome is going to change based off of anything, well, not really. I mean, this was really an all-in team fight from PuckChamp. They were going to lose all their buildings. They were going to lose Roshan. It was going to be a slow bleed. They losses Dynasty, hot off of that last win in the series prior, and I think PuckChamp want to lick their wounds, maybe look for a little bit more of an active, better draft. They kind of got baited. I mean, not baited, but you did have to pick last pick Uragi's Lifestealer. Unfortunately, the Slaughter mid was the right answer. They didn't read the flex from Bottega Lina to be the carry, and unfortunately, they just got rolled over. Dynasty taking a pre-20-minute victory over PuckChamp game 1. We'll see how game 2 plays out as Dynasty take a quick break. Welcome back, everybody, to the second game of this series, PuckChamp versus Dynasty. We're gonna forget that game 1 happened for the sake of PuckChamp. That was a little bit too much of a stomp, I think. Uragi, not very happy with how that team performed, obviously. You can see the frustration, but I think that there is still some level of play. PuckChamp end up going for the Lina themselves. They don't want to deal with it anymore, and I understand why. Now, on the flip side, what PuckChamp want to do, well, they get the Lina. Obviously, they don't first pick the Earth Spirit anymore. I don't think we're going to be seeing Earth Spirit again. It is important to note that last pick around, the first game, Dynasty won the coin toss. They got their pick. They ended up picking up second pick Radiant, I think it was, that they wanted. So they get the same thing again. No, they ended up getting second pick. They were dire last game. So a little bit of a change here, but we're going to see Shadow Demon, Mirana, PuckChamp. Like the setup of the Shadow Demon. I don't mind the Shadow Demon pick here. I think Shadow Demon with the Lina in the lane is a little weird. I don't think we're going to be seeing a Lina mid. But what this does is it enables things like LSA, enables the arrow, these skill shot abilities. You get to lay them down pretty effectively, and you have a safer clockwork. So, hey, that can't be bad. And hopefully there's a little bit more here, but I think Dynasty, they have to show their hand here. They have to show whether or not they're going to be playing something like Ember Spirit is banned out, so they can't go for that mid. Pangolier is an option. Doesn't care about anything that PuckChamp do right now, but maybe you don't want to, get counter picked. Dazzle? What? When was the last time anyone saw Dazzle? Huh? I think in terms of save supports, you're thinking about like the Wyverns, the Undyings, but the Dazzles. This is telling me Dynasty are looking for some sort of illusion carry, but you don't want to pick illusion carries against Shadow Demon. So I'm not sure what the purpose of this Dazzle is for Dynasty. Maybe you're thinking about like some sort of save for the Lina, like the Shadow Demon combos, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it. PuckChamp, they get themselves the Slardar, the Lina. Both of these heroes do. I mean, we literally just saw this lineup win against an Earth Spirit last game. The only difference is Dynasty have their clockwork once again with the Centaur. So a little bit of a change here, but again, so it's probably going to be mid Sardar. It's going to be carry Lina. I think the difference in the efficacy here is that the Sardar had a purpose of the minus armor, killing. It was good in the lane against the Air Spirit, and the minus armors and the bashes were there to deal with the lifestealer. This time around, we don't see what the carry matchup is. You could easily pick something like a PL on Dynasty, not care about the Slaughter, and yeah, we are seeing the ban of the Illusion Hero, so the TB getting banned out. Underlord ban as well tells me that I'm probably going to see Underlord and Darkseer bans for Dynasty. I think if you're going to pick something like if you're going to pick a Spectre, these illusion carries, you need to deal with those two heroes, specifically the Underlord as well. So it does feel pretty obvious that it's going to be a PL carry here for Dynasty. What PuckChamp answer with in the off lane is probably going to be Axe. I think Axe with the arrow, Axe with the Sardar, with the Shadow Demon. It's all pretty nice. So that's kind of where I'm thinking. maybe they go Beastmaster themselves because they have the Slardar. They go Beastmaster again, and you actually have some follow up with the minus armor, and you can't pick a PL under the Beastmaster hero. I don't know. Nature's Prophet ban. Okay, so they are gonna leave the PL open on PuckChamp. They decide, hey, we don't want to deal with this global presence carry hero with the Nature's Attendance heal burst on the Dazzle, which is why I keep bringing up PL. Why PL? Well, first of all, you don't care about Starter, and you can also doppelgang Starstorm pretty easily. You can deal with the Lena very well as well. You know when the Lena's going to drop LSA, she puts her hands up in the air, wee, and then you doppelganger yourself and dodge the LSA. She doesn't know which one to Laguna Blade. You can kill her with like 2 items. All you need is Mad Tag, and I'm sat there and kill her. So also with triple ranged core or triple ranged heroes like this on PuckChamp, you're gonna want to think about a Scotty builder, especially for the anti-heal against Slaughter. So that's kind of my opinion about this last pick PL. PuckChamp looking for a carry here. They're gonna go Lifestealer themselves. This is just screaming. So I'll carry Lifestealer mid Lena. A bit weird. I don't like it, and I don't because you kind of drafted this Slaughter to deal with the Earth Spirit, I feel, but now that that's not available to you and the Dazzle is here in the lane against the Slaughter, you have so much armor dispersion. Like you give your carry who's going to be dealing with this physical damage lane armor, and yeah, there's the PL. It's like I called it from the beginning, guys. Like who is this caster guy that knows everything that's going to happen, dude? Who is this guy? This guy I called it from a mile away, man. I called this from a mile away. Bottega's got himself the purple lance. He knows what's up. He's a master of fantasy. I am not. I got 80th percentile. I don't want to talk about it. In terms of who wins the game, I'm going Dynasty. I gotta say, I think Dynasty are gonna do it. I'm a big fan of the PL into the Lena, into the Sardar, into the Lifestealer. None of those 3 heroes do anything to a PL. Radiance, the new Radiance is not that good into PL anymore. Used to be really nice, but the fact that the evasion only applies to your hero and not in an AoE makes it so that PL just has a much easier time killing everybody around you. And we did see Yuragi have some tempo issues with the Lifestealer in the last game. Against specifically, like we literally saw Clockwork Centaur against the Lifestealer end up passive, like actually arguably a better +5 for the lane. I think the Wyvern had a better time against Clock, against the Centaur, but in this lane, Shadow Demon's going to do less, so you've already knocked yourself down quite a few pegs for that. I think also there's going to be the Lena as a potential issue. You have Stampede to get on top of the Lena. And I get to cast a PL. For those that don't know anything about this caster that you are listening to right now, PL is my most played hero. I've got like 300 games on him, a 60% win rate on the hero. I play this guy. I literally only play him when he's terrible. I never play him when he's meta. I think in terms of the heroes that are available to Dire to counter this PL, they just have to find where this. What's going to be nice, assuming the game goes this late, is the indispellable corrosive haze. Really nice at catching out which PL is the real one. So that's a late game option. You've also got like I don't know. Lena's pretty decent. But, you know, PL natural butterfly builder. You can pretty well kill anybody that you want to here. So we'll see this wraparound play. They get on Tussle, arrow from the high ground. And that's first blood for Lena. And now they're going to set up on PL. He's got Doppel. A little bit of a micro here. Juke with the left. Get to the right. They're looking for this PL. They don't know that it's fake. He doesn't drop a such simple minds, which is pretty funny. I feel like it's pretty obvious the PL that was real, the one going towards the lane. But I don't know. These guys obviously a little bit better than I am at Dota, so we'll see exactly how things pan out here. But yeah, Dazzle with the PL heal bomb. Really nice setup, but they get the arrow once again, and that's going to be Dazzle taken out of lane one more time. Putting a lot of pressure on this bottom lane. They just want to take Aztekor out of it. This is one way that you can deal with the PL lane. Just keep feeding on that support. And we're just seeing a bit more, just a little bit more purpose from PuckChamp this game. They come in with this game plan. They know exactly what they're going to do. And it's the Dazzle that struggles for it. But the mid lane, Lena doing about as well as the Earth Spirit. I don't think you can really counter Earth Spirit in lane, to be honest. I feel like Earth Spirit's just a hero that farms. And who cares? You know what I mean? But yeah, top lane. Not a lot of pressure being applied to the Lifestealer this time around. He's having a slightly better time than last game, maybe? Could argue. But again, Centaur is so hard to last hit into. I think people get baited into thinking this Lifestealer is a good lane against Centaur. You don't. Centaur has a very nice lane. And if only because of the damage. Just, again, like 80 damage. Level 3 against Lifestealer. Does so much work. But you do have again, that Shadow Demon with you. I felt like the Wyvern might have been a bit stronger of a laner, but, we're seeing something new here. You can't go with everything old. You just lost with it, so maybe there's some truth. The Shadow Demon being a little bit more comfortable of an option. I think the runes, the rune timings are going to be incredibly important for both teams once again. Really just trying to figure out what the bottle situation is going to look like in a little bit. 4 minutes here in about a minute. Lena.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Fun fact, Ancient Apparition has the oh my gosh, first blood happening bottom against the Slaughter, the PL Dazzle lane. I told you, dude. There's something special about this lane. There's something special about this lane. In mid 4 minutes, the water runes are going to be placed under siege by both teams. Now, whether or not, okay, well, that roll doesn't get much done. Looking for the Shadow Demon, and that's going to be a quick pickup. MRLS with the Blood Grenade. And obviously, when you bring so many supports in that middle lane, you do have to worry about what is happening elsewhere. I do really like this Dazzle fundamentally against the Slaughter Lifestealer. I do really like this armor differential. It gives you some sort of way to play against both of these heroes. because the way like armor counters armor in the sense that if you want to counter high armor heroes, you gotta get some minus armor, and if you want to counter anti-armor, build armor. Like armor is just it's either armor or no armor, and the Dazzle can come in and add a lot to your team just by nature of being a little bit more bizarre in the armor distribution. Setting up top, they want to get the kill on the Centaur. They're going to set up the arrow. But Roll comes in, interrupts that play. The combo doesn't land. And now the Shadow Demon. Well, it was all a bait all the time. They're going to be able to get this kill on the Shadow Demon pretty easily. Morel picks up the kill. So you save your offlaner from this potential gank. Roll coming in is not going to land, but the rage is used by this Lifestealer. Arrow lands on the other side. Here comes Dazzle underneath the tower dive. Centaur picks up the kill, easy peasy. And Dazzle looking for some angle here, but doesn't even get the courier. Will have to worry about taking less damage. 29,000 gold. 29,000 gold. 2,900 gold for the PL at this point. Shadow Demon in mid. Setting up that stun on the Earth Spirit. They also get a heal going. Is there going to be the save? The Grave? No, there's no Grave on the Dazzle. He's still only level 3. Big rotations coming in, trying to hunt this Dazzle down. The Mirana's looking. Roche deny? Nice play by the Dazzle. And now Centaur's got to be careful as he gets put down here. Arrow will fly through this time. That's not going to land, though. Not that it matters. I think they have enough damage to bring this kill down.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
And that's going to set up that 7-minute run. Both supports here. Will they TP anyone else in? As 4 people up top. I don't know, man. This might be a little deep. There are creeps showing everything that's going on. They are going to cancel the TP as well on the Lina. Lina now stuck in the middle of, in between a rock and a hard place, but the Roll's going to be able to come in. Magnetize. Oh, they're looking at the Lina. Stun is only going to hit 1. But the Magnetize coming through as well. They are going to throw out an arrow. That's going to hit the Centaur and MRLS. Can he get the chase in? Cogs are down. Lina doing so much damage. The heal's coming through, but Centaur Stampede finally will connect. That's going to be a kill out onto the Lina. A 2-for-1 trade going the way of Dynasty once again. PuckChamp. Need to figure out a way to cut the PL down to size as well.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
You know, the Dazzle lane with the PL would have worked a lot better, but obviously PuckChamp shut that down pretty hard. And yeah, just a level 6 Lifestealer that is. The problem with these Lifestealer heroes is your farming speed is very slow. Before you get the Radiance, you do not farm very fast. And you do have to be careful of that. You gotta exercise caution. Kind of surprised we're not seeing Phylactery on PL. I mean, this is a bit of a weird build, like a legacy build. I know Phylactery is not very common on PL anymore, but if you're having a good game like this, I think a casual Phylactery could go a long way. Keeps anyone in the lane, you know, keeps anyone that's supposed to be in your lane pushed out of it. Stampede committed, looking for the Lina. They got all the damage that they need to. Arrow will connect after everything has transpired, but that's okay. You do not want to see PL at the top of the net worth here at 20 minutes. Not at... Or 10 minutes, yeah, not at all. This is not what you want to see if you're a PuckChamp fan. Weakest part about this PL's game is his early game. He's got a Yasha finished up already. He's about close to the crown. Meanwhile, up top, there was the Grave used, keeping the Clockwork alive. He's going to be able to TP back home. They didn't quite get the pick off. Rune is bottom. There'll be a denial as Decor. Getting that haste rune. PL just keeps on getting all that money going to himself, and 1,500 gold away from Manta Style. I would assume that he's going to have this finished in 3 minutes. But every second brings him closer to greatness. This smoke play, it's not going to hit anybody. Nobody's up here. Centaur's not farming. You know, Centaur's farming under his tower. He's trying to be careful, but here they come. Setting up for an LSA. The Clockwork is here as well. They are going to get the stun down onto two. Laguna Blade is coming through to follow up as well. Brave is out, keeping the Clockwork alive, and Lifestealer can't finish the job, but this top tower will likely go down. Fortification's been used as well. I don't know if Dynasty are going to go for this team fight here, but nice save. Again, this Dazzle stopping all of these Laguna Blade kills so far. It's been a really nice answer, actually. Just a, you know, very solid. You pop the Grave, you get the heals going. And you need not do anything else. It's just that simple. Maybe you can set up something on mid. Maybe you can... I think for both teams, you're just trying to farm up that first item. But the Lina gets picked off with the hook shot. As you saw on your screen, Mirana, possibly the next one to get caught out here. Got hit with the silence and the hex as well. Blood grenade thrown out. That's enough damage with the minus armor coming out from the Dazzle and the damage on top of it as well. Just seeing Dynasty again. Now, is this game as one-sided as game one? No. There's still plenty of Dota to play. I think Lifestealer is looking pretty dapper. He's got himself that Sacred Relic coming out for himself soon. And, yeah,
Dire are scanning.
Listen, I want to believe that PuckChamp, okay? I want to believe that they're going to change things around, but I think we're starting to see the potential issues with Slaughter. You've got a Blink Dagger on this hero, but Krolgash hasn't done anything with us. And the PL is still just as farmed as ever. There's no pressure being applied to this hero. Instead, they're turning their attention over to the Slardar. Hookshot's coming in. You can't get away. And that's right.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Morel will pick up the Wisdom Shrine. Tower in the bottom lane. Taking his ult, Bottega is able to farm pretty freely, and instead, it just keeps compounding. Lina's got the Kaya finished up. Beelining it for Aghanim Sether, it appears. The thing is, like, okay, real talk about the Kaya for a second. Kaya's been nerfed a lot. I think almost every patch, Kaya gets nerfed. And I don't know if I necessarily agree with it. With it being nerfed so much as it has been. I think it's in a decent spot right now, but the problem is people just keep picking this.
Radiant
Like, people
are
just keep
scanning.
buying this item. Even in a game where you might need to go Maelstrom to help deal with the PL. Like, on your team, who kills a PL? You have to catch them somehow. I don't know how you catch them.
Invisibility.
Well, maybe this is how. They are looking for the PL still, but they don't get them. I mean, the Doppel was right on cue. The Sentry Ward was there as well. Full rotation's coming in. They are under the guise of Moonlight Shadow. Bottega in the back line. Doppling once again. Maybe has to get away, but he's going to pop the Mantis Silence. The Silence comes in. Magnetize. Pulling into everybody. They get the Grave Save down as well. Can they get the Surf Spirit out of there? The heal comes out once again. Nice two-man stop by the Centaur Warrunner. And the poor Catapult is going to have to get this guy out of here. But that's not going to do anything as 3 are dead on the side of PuckChamp. And now the Lifestealer turning his attention over Uragi 1v5ing. But Bottega gets himself an Ultra Kill.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Just a forced team fight. Under a Sentry Ward, the PL knew exactly everything that was happening, and this Moran is dead. So that's a rampage. Guys, that's a rampage. I don't care that Dota didn't say it. That's a rampage. The Bell at 17 minutes killed every single person on the enemy team.
Dire's middle tower.
He's 20 gold away from finishing Aghanim Scepter, and at this point, I don't know how you deal with them. Hook shots coming in up top. You can't quite get the save on Centaur Warrunner. Nice play from Shadow Demon Lifestealer, but those guys are accessories to a murder.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
This Phantom Lancer is a problem. And maybe, like, I'm thinking maybe, you know, once the Scotty comes out, it's very hard. But as you can see, everyone from PuckChamp want to make their play over towards the PL. They're going to find him. Got him with the stun, but he doesn't care. He's going to keep going. He's got the movement speed with the help of that Aghanim Scepter. He can chase down a Mirana very easily. And they're going to be able to get him. Bottega. 6 kills to his name over the past couple of minutes.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And he's looking for more net worth. They are going to get the roll in behind this tier 2 tower. Kind of a crazy move, but it's keeping the Lina, keeping the Shadow Demon in the base. Bottega will pick up the wave, farm the Ancient Stack. Dude, just the farming speed on PL at this point in the game. He's about 1,000 gold away from his first Ultimate Orb. A really big deal for PL. 15 all stats. Don't get it twisted. That's a lot.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
What I find crazy is that Scotty is less all stats than double Ultimate Orb. But there's a play. Get the pick off on the Dazzle. There's still the top tier left alive as well for PuckChamp. So there's some map that they can play around. Radiant's Yasha finished on Uragi this game around, so it's not like he's got absolutely nothing. You know, Mantha Style's coming soon. Hook shot. Just trying to help the Centaur. I don't know if that TP was ever going to work. Oh, he didn't have Stampede. Okay, well, I was going to say just Stampede up, but he didn't have Stampede. So that was, I guess, his best chance of getting away. My only issue is that, like, none of this is... Yeah, these are pickoffs and whatnot, but at some point, if you're PuckChamp, you have to, like, push. You have to take an objective. You have to make the game progress in a way that benefits your team. You have minus armor and Lina, so you can go Roche. Roche is an option. Lifestealer is a really good Aegis carrier. But Bottega's still about 2,800 gold away from Scotty at this point. Scotty really good against Lena. You can't get away from PL, the Slaughter as well. Just the negating a lot of the random heal that you get from your passive. And of course, Lifestealer. Lifesteal's a lot less.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nice heal save. Hook shot down to a low ground to the Dazzle, keeping himself alive here. They did pop a couple of ultimates for that. Laguna Blade used, but the heal is there once again. And Clockwork is fine. This Dazzle just keeps shutting down all of the damage that this Lina does with this Laguna Blade. Aghanim Scepter as well, but it just doesn't do anything. When there's a Dazzle sitting behind all of the targets that you're trying to Laguna Blade.
Radiant are scanning.
It's a really nice conceptual solution to Alina. Just don't let her get these kills that she normally would get. As Magnetize keeps getting dropped, but I think this was a little bit deep. As the Clockwork doing his best to distribute as much damage as possible before he perishes. Was a double damage on the Earth Spirit, but again, it's all time buying, right? Like, the PL is 1,000 gold away from Scotty at this point. Once Bottega picks it up, I assume that Dynasty are going to look for
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
a little bit more. But hey, Lifestealer. Trying to deal with all these PL illusions. Hookshot is not going to land on an enemy target. As Bottega just keeps going in deep. They are going to find the Clockwork on the back line. And yeah, PL in the back still stampeding away here. As they are going to get the stomp down and the massive heal burst on the Slaughter. BKB is turned and forced as the Grape comes out. PL trying to chase everybody down, but the illusion split is great. Nobody knows which one the real PL is. Now they do. Stun is coming out. Can't quite man to dodge it. The backline, they do find this Lifestealer just trying to man fight this PL at this point here, but they are going to keep chasing up. All the illusions coming in as well. Blink stun is going to land and the double edge as well. Cleans it all up. And this was PL without Scotty. He's got Scotty on the way. Bottom tower now officially under siege here. Yeah, this is just PL gaming. You could see a really nice play. All three illusions just hitting people away. They're forcing to back up, forcing them to just not cast spells. This bottom tower is going to go down. PL with the Scotty finished. Next item, maybe Butterfly, I would assume. I don't think he built hard against a Lifestealer as a PL. I think just the evasion is enough. Especially against Alina as well. Big kill up on the Mirana up top. But yeah, in terms of itemization on the other side, you don't have Mjolnir on Lina. You're not going to build a Mjolnir on Lifestealer. There's really just no answers to this PL. I think Shiva's Guard on Slaughter might be an option. You do need something. At the very least, some amount of AoE for this PL. Ward is dropped. Lifestealer is going to get seen here. They are baiting around with the Centaur, but again, here comes PL on the back line, looking for an angle here. Magnetize comes out, and they're just going to try to find this Lina. But there's too many PL illusions. They don't know which one to go after. A hookshot's going to be able to come in. And again, this PL just keeps on going forward. The stop is there. They don't get a save. And PL turns his attention over to one support. He's going to go for the Sardar next. Just chasing everybody down. Stop comes in. He's hunting. Lifestealer's in the back, trying to get himself out of there. They are playing around with their food. Lifestealer Rage, TP. He's able to get away, but they're looking for more. The Mirana leap up to the high ground.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
PL. He's going to go Bloodthorn next. Okay, I thought maybe Bloodthorn was going to be an option. I do also like Basher on PL. I think you do need some sort of BKB piercing stun for this, you know, for the Lifestealer, obviously. For the Lina and Abyssal would be nice. But he's opting to go for a Bloodthorn. It does the same thing against both of those guys, to be honest. He's got the Orchid finished up. He can chase down these guys a lot easier. And yeah, there's, again, just very minimal, very minimal stuff to save against the PL at this point. As he's godlike. I don't think he hasn't died, and he's killed 9 people, and they're about to get the Tormentor as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Uragi telling his team, guys, we got to take back our big jungle here at this point. But the items, like the Aghanim Scepter, Yasha, Kaya for Lina's getting close to that BKB timing. Stampede in the bottom lane. They're going to be able to find the Lina. Nice Yule Scepter setup on the Clockwork to get that kill going.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Middle lane getting pushed in, bottom lane getting pushed in. Okay, battle of the PLs. Which PL wins? But dude, Bottega, you're gonna sit here forever if you just hit them, man. Like you can't. You can't kill your own illusion. Oh my gosh, it keeps going. It's still going, by the way. The PL illusions are still going. Okay, they stopped finally. Holy smokes, that was like a solid minute of PL illusions hitting each other. That was hilarious. Clockwork will get picked off, but
Dire's middle tower
I feel like at the cost of a tier 2 tower, you'll take that. Another Roshan, obviously. Available for Dynasty once again. PL, one of the best Aegis carriers in Dota, simply because you don't care about, like, you have no cooldowns. This hero does not care about any cooldowns. He's got Giga damage, Giga tank, 28 minutes in, 3k HP, 30 armor. It's all looking, it's just looking so hard for PuckChamp to kill him. I mean, Lifestealer's going Mjolnir. It is Yuragi's job this game to deal with the PL, but I don't know if
Dire's bottom
PL's
tower
gonna care
is
about
under
this
attack.
Mjolnir, I'm not gonna lie. I think, like, when you get so far ahead, you can just hit into the Mjolnir. Pretty safely.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Top tower. Bottega looking for this Shadow Demon. He will get it as well.
Dire's bottom
Creep
tower
wave getting
is
cut
under
bottom, but there's already a wave at the tower, so this creep wave cut by the
Dire's
Sardar
bottom tower has fallen.
is not going to get anything going. And there's also the wave in mid, so
Dire's bottom barracks are
Bottega and the
under
boys will take Elena Rax uncontested. There's even a middle lane that they're going to be able to grab as well. They got the double catapult wave coming in.
Dire's middle tower
I think
is
this is full megas. I don't see a world where PuckChamp defend this. He can't really afford a wave against a PL lineup. He's got too many illusions, though the catapults do die mid. But again, there are creeps in the base. So this is going to be maybe another lane. I'm curious to see what the call is. Everybody's starting to back up here for PuckChamp. They don't want to give up a second lane for free, but maybe they don't have to. Maybe this is their only choice. Maybe this is the backline comeback of the initiation that they're looking for, but they don't get the angle. Goes in, hook shot coming in as well. They will pick up the Earth Spirit, but this PL up on the high ground causing so many issues. Hey, when your job is ignore the PL, it's only going to work if you have the damage to go through with it. Mantha Doppel, once again, Yuragi trying to man-fight this PL. He's going to be pretty successful in that as well. Up on the high ground they go. This PL still does have that Aegis of Immortality. They buy back on the Earth Spirit as well, looking for this Lena. They have the stuns, they have the control, they have the damage. They don't get the Grave off in time. And both supports now looking towards their angle. They have to keep this PL alive. He's got the second life going. He will end up claiming another Rax.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
They have the AoE damage, just not doppling defensively enough. And yeah, that Mjolnir coming into a play on the Lifestealer, making it really difficult to play some Dota here. There is an opportunity for this Dire lineup for PuckChamp to maybe find something. They know they can kill the PL. It just takes every single spell that they have in their arsenal multiple times over to get it done. And he's building a heart now. Bloodthorn's finished up on the PL once again. I mean, if the Lifestealer can ever find the real PL, he's going to get some Giga Lifesteal, but if not, it's hard. BKB timing for the Lena, now back up once again, but it's down to the lowest point possible. PL not in the triangle. Does have a TP. He'll be able to get here if he needs to. And yeah, he's coming in. He knows that the counter invasion's coming out. Moonlight Shadow, but I don't know.
Scanning.
Alright, here's the team fight. You pick off one support, it's pretty easy. You get another support, it's going to be easier. Manta turnaround on the Lifestealer, trying to get out with the TP, but the Bloodthorn damage is coming out. He might die to the Bloodthorn. No, he doesn't. He's going to be fine, but oh, you got to save your supports. Mirana's safe. Lena getting chased down here. It goes pretty fast. And PL's looking for this. Mirana won't be able to find her. You did get a buyback on Shatter Demon. Part completed on PL. Yuragi's saying, hey guys, we got to defend, but 28 to 16 the kill score. You haven't, I mean, you killed PL once. That was when he had Aegis. He likely wouldn't have played the way he did without an Aegis. So I don't know if you've really killed this guy. Infest Bomb Slardar. Maybe there's an opportunity to get some supports here. They're both tied together. Yep. That's the angle they were looking for. Pick up something, get a hold of your triangle. There you can see Dynasty forced to back away a little bit, playing a little bit more passive than I think I would like them to. Maybe you're waiting for the level 25 on PL. The 2-second illusory armaments duration, I can't stress enough how much damage that is, guys. It's ridiculous how much damage that is. Like, it basically doubles your PL. It's basically a double damage for your illusions for like 50% more duration. Ridiculous. No, 66.67% more duration. It's kind of ridiculous. PL has to be careful, but again, this is just Bottega has all the farm in the world, 30,000 net worth now at 36 minutes on this PL. He's a raid boss. Can you kill the raid boss? And his minions? We'll see. This tower, under threat right now. They do have that LSA coming out as well. Maybe continue to get some stunts going, but instead the PL is going to back away. Doppel Illusions trying to bring that tier 3 tower down. Could keep throwing illusions out at the Mantle Illusions. But they don't. Instead, they just hit the tier 3 tower to bring everybody back into the base. Hook shot. Coming in. That's a big play. Nice Fuel Scepter arrows to get something going. And the Hex is out as well onto the Centaur War Runner. Slardar getting chased down by the PL once again. They have the magnetized damage coming in, and the roll in is going to be enough to bring the Slardar down, as well as the Mirana. Couple of buybacks coming in, but the backline is under threat. This Dazzle doesn't have it great for himself, but they know the lifesteal can't come in, and the PL's just hitting the tier 3 towers at this point. The racks are going to be taken by the rat of the PL. Lena stunned onto 2, looking for more. They are going to buy back a couple. The roll is going to be one way, and the PL's going the other. As Slardar hit with that Bloodthorn, there's too much damage. Can't meant to style the LSA, but that's alright. They're doing a little bit too much work. Here comes the Rage Lifestealer running through everybody, just trying to get on top of everyone. BKB coming out. Lena turning around. The damage is there. They get the Laguna Blade. Hook shot's not going to land, but the stun is there. Nice Bloodthorn to turn around onto the Mirana. Cogs hitting. Lifestealer too low. Gets himself back into the base with the Rage. Nobody has buyback. They call GG. Dynasty with this last pick PL. They knew how good of a game it was for the PL, and was it ever, as he doesn't even get brought down a single time. A perfect game from Bottega. What did I tell you guys? Last pick PL. I know a thing or two about last pick PL. I know a thing or two about this man. And yeah, Bottega just played a phenomenal game, 13-0-8. Really, Morel did a really nice job as well, 8-3-16. Lena's a pretty hard matchup, pretty hard lane, but I do think overall it was just a little bit too much. The PL just, out carries Lifestealer pretty hard, especially as the game goes late. I think Lifestealer we saw Yuragi a lot of the time. He would use rage and he wouldn't be hitting anything. He'd be running away. He'd be scurrying around the battlefield. But PL, you can hit a lot of things on the PL a lot of the time, and just keep going in. If it's a harder throw illusions in, but we saw Bottega hit his three item timing, and went pretty effectively. One more series ahead of us here for us here today. It's going to be pretty nice, but we're going to get there after a break. We're running a little bit behind schedule, but we'll get there soon. Don't worry about it. Thank you all for watching this series. The last one of the day here, the EPL Masters, coming up soon after this break.